Well, hello, hi, and welcome to the Actual Tech Media's MegaCast. Today's topic, ransomware, best practices for prevention, mitigation, and recovery. Now, I want to start by saying a giant thank you to all of you out there for joining us and for, coming early, all of you folks here, nice and early, and joining in this exciting conversation about ransomware. Now, we talk about this all the time, so hopefully we're all on the same page that threats and threat actors are always moving, always changing. So there is no option to just set it and forget it when it comes to security planning, right? We all have to keep talking. We have to keep innovating. And most importantly, we have to stay on top of these new technologies and solutions coming out every day. And that's fun. But if I'm honest, it is also a lot of work. Luckily, on the MegaCast today, we've got some of the most innovative experts from leading companies who are setting the standard for ransomware mitigation, prevention, and recovery. You will be hearing today from experts at KnowBe4, Synology, Unitrends, Keeper Security, Zscaler, ReliaQuest, Veeam, Haiku, Ignite, Rubrik, Gigamon, and CrowdStrike. Now, for those of you counting along with me at home, that was 12 different sessions full of innovative solutions, hot trends, and creative ransomware strategies, all here in one place. This is going to be an absolutely incredible day. It's also going to be a long day. So everyone grab your favorite chair, get on your comfiest slippers, make sure you've got your hot cup of coffee or tea, shake it out, give a big stretch because we are going to dive right in today. All right, well, let's kick things off by taking a quick step back and making sure that you guys are all comfortable with your audience console. So the first thing I want you to do is find that questions window in your webinar control panel. If you haven't already said hi, there is a big and awesome audience here with us today. So reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Now, that questions window there is also a great place to reach out to the Actual Tech Media team if there's any tech issues that come up today. Now, I do want to remind you that a browser refresh is going to clear out just about any of those tech gremlins, the more usual types of issues, sound, audio slides. But if that's not working, just shoot us a message there in that questions tab and we will be happy to help. Now, most importantly, we want this to be an informative webinar for you, which means that we want to see those technical questions coming in. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope that you will get engaged, you'll participate in the conversation, you will post those thoughts, questions, ideas, links, whatever you have in mind. Go ahead and post that. We want to see those interactions coming. Again, that's just one of the best parts about these types of events, right? Now, not only will we have team members responding to you during the live MegaCast, we also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of each one of the presentations. And if we do not get to your question during a live session, don't worry, because the awesome humans from KnowBe4, Synology, Unitrends, Keeper Security, Zscaler, ReliaQuest, Veeam, Haiku, Ignite, Rubrik, Gigamon, and CrowdStrike will be following up with you afterwards. All right. So that's the questions window. The next thing I want to point out in your audience console there is that Twitter button. There's going to be so many cool little brain tickly aha moments on the MegaCast today. And if you want to share that with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your console. The hashtag for today's MegaCast will be automatically added to your post. All right, the last stop on our guided tour, I want you to take a look at the handouts tab right there next to the questions window we were chatting about earlier. You're going to find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here today, just an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So click around in that handout section and download some of those resources. All right, now for those of you that I haven't gotten the chance to meet yet, my name is Jess. I'm with Actual Tech Media, and I'm very happy to be one of your moderators for this exciting MegaCast today. Now, Scott Becker is going to be here on live chat with us, and David Davis is going to join us in just a little bit here to help chat with some of our experts. So you get the whole awesome crew today. And it is not just awesome humans and awesome content that we're giving away. We also have some great prizes for you. So today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 5 Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phones. I'm going to switch between Galaxy Z and Galaxy Z a few times, so just setting that standard right now. Plus, we have a $500 Amazon gift certificate that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. Now, as a reminder, you do need to be here live in attendance with us at the MegaCast in order to qualify to win. And if you're curious about the full T's and C's, head on back over to that handouts tab we were chatting about earlier. Click in, scroll down to the bottom, and you will find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Okay, but the most important thing, and I said this at the start, I'm going to repeat it again. is that we want to see those insightful questions, those interesting questions. Whatever the question is that's burning a hole in your pocket right now, make sure that you get that in each one of those sessions. And as an extra incentive, we will be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of these live sessions. Now, I do want to remind you that that is A, 12 additional opportunities to win a prize, and B, we review all those questions after we wrap. So again, even if we don't get to you in a live Q&A session, you are still entered to win them. All right. I'm going to put a few T's and C's up on the screen for you there. Again, the full thing is in the handouts tab for you. And a reminder that all grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. Now, as a reminder, again, if you've been here before, you've seen this slide, you know that you do have the option, if you are a winner, to donate the value of your prize to one of the wonderful organizations that you see up on the screen. So if that's something you're interested in, let us know. We would absolutely love to help make that happen. Okay, another cool way to connect with Actual Tech Media, besides attending these really awesome webinars, obviously, is to find us on social media. We've got lots of great content for you there. We always love to hear from you, so be sure to find us on Twitter and on LinkedIn, and definitely subscribe to the YouTube channel, because there are constantly updating on-demand webinars available for you there on just about any topic you can imagine. So head on over and check that out. Make sure you're subscribed to that. Okay, now this next slide is actually a little sneak peek of something cool that we are launching. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it later on, because I want to get through some of this housekeeping stuff first and get into our session. So we're going to come back to that a little bit later. But this is a brand new initiative from Actual Tech Media. You are literally the first humans, actually the first humans that we are talking to about this outside of Actual Tech Media. So you heard it here first, hot off the presses. Stay tuned for a little bit more information on this. If you're just bursting with curiosity right in the moment now, you can head on over to the handouts tab, click in, scroll down, and you can actually find a decisions group link, and you can start clicking around in there as well. But like I said, I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about that later, so hang tight. But first up, before we get into our sessions, we're going to pause for a quick keynote. And this one is very exciting because I get to introduce one of my all-time favorite experts, and that is, of course, Howard M. Cohen. He's a compelling content creator, a technologist, a writer, a senior resultant, and just all-around fascinating human. Always gives us a very compelling word of the day along with our keynotes, and I'm sure today is going to be no exception. So let's get right to it. Howard, the platform is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, and welcome everybody to today's keynote presentation, Ransomware, a Manifestation of Evil. I'm Howard M. Cohen. Let's get started. I always like to start with a word of the day. Today's word is lurk. And of course, you recognize the shadow, star of radio from 100 years ago. And perhaps if you've ever heard the shows, you heard Orson Welles intone at the beginning, "Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows." Well, we're talking today about evil, and you'll see what I mean. Actually, some of you may know what I mean. If you've ever received an email like this, it strikes fear into your heart. You are in the presence of evil because now you know your data is damaged and you need to pay money to get it back. Another one, like the dark encryptor, is asking you outright for money to decrypt your software, your data. So it's only $100, and that's because many of these cyber criminals realize that if they charge less, they have a better chance of getting paid. But that's not all of them, so let's keep going. This one's kind of scary, and the last line of those bullets there, it says, "It'll be just a waste of your life." They're trying to scare you, and they're succeeding. So let's define ransomware. The Tech Target Complete Guide to Ransomware defines it as a subset of malware. Basically, it locks and encrypts your data so that you can't access it. Then you receive a note from the attacker telling you how much you have to pay to regain access to your own data. And they won't unlock it otherwise. Last year, literally 1 out of every 4 attacks of any kind, anywhere in the world, was ransomware. It's that prevalent. There are some new ways that they're developing to attack you. They've always attacked unpatched systems. So if you don't apply your patches, you don't apply your updates, here's what can happen. More recently, they've introduced supply chain attacks. These attack not only you, but all of your suppliers, your advisors, anybody you work with, your customers. Everybody along the supply chain gets attacked to expand the damage. You may even fall victim to double extortion. Not only do they encrypt the data and make you pay to get it back, they promise you if you don't pay, they'll release it to everybody, to the entire world. So you've got two very bad reasons that you've got to consider paying that ransom. And by the way, if you want to attack people with ransomware, you can. You can obtain ransomware from the cloud as a service. And so you can become the ransomware attacker. It's frightening. So the three basic ways in which these attackers work. First of all, RDP. RDP was meant to give you control over another computer somewhere. So if they can get at that computer, they can control it too. Of course, the easy way to get at that is through credential abuse. They get your password. Now, if you think that that's very difficult, remember that a huge number of people still use the word password as their password, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as their password. Others write it on a sticky note and stick it under their keyboard or onto the front of their monitor where it's easily accessible by thieves. So they can get your credentials. Probably the most popular method, though, is phishing. And I'm going to focus in a little bit on phishing. What is it? Well, phishing is social engineering. Okay, in this form of social engineering, you receive an authentic-looking email. It looks genuine, like it came from your bank or your insurance company. It's got the right colors, the right fonts, the right logo. It really looks real. Or you may receive something that is an email, and it looks like it comes from your boss. It really doesn't. It may be an offer for a great bonus, a great bargain if you act now. Or it might just be your own login panel, or what looks like your login panel. You give it your credentials, but that's not your login panel. It's going somewhere else, into the hands of ransomware thieves. Whichever way they attack you, they invite you to click on a link or to open an attachment, and you'll receive the benefit that they're promising you. When you do, you open the gates of hell. Now they're in your network, and they can do whatever they want. They can corrupt your data. They can encrypt your data. They can exfiltrate your data, steal it. So it's terrible. It's not the worst of it. Now they can also move laterally around your network, attacking everybody else. They're in, and now they're going to do some damage. Phishing is so popular because it attacks that portion of the network that engineers tell me is the hardest for them to protect, the hardest for them to manage. And that is the portion of the network that exists between the keyboard and the chair. That orange person sitting there, the user, using that computer in front of them. The computer is digital. It'll do whatever it's told, the way it's told to do it, same way every time, very consistent. People are not. People have moods. People have distractions. People may have things on their mind, and they may make mistakes. Digital devices, not so much. So people are the most fundamentally simple thing for thieves to attack. How much does it cost? It's not that $100 you saw before. Last year, the average ransom paid was over $812,000. That's the average. You can imagine there were many higher, some lower. Okay? But money isn't the only problem. It's not the only cost. It takes a long time to restore your systems. It takes an average of almost 10 months for security teams to identify and contain a breach. So you're losing time. And of course, time is money too. The overall cost of cybercrime is expected to hit, get it, $8 trillion this year. And within 2 years, it'll reach 10.5 trillion. Now you may say 2.5 within 2 years. That's not so bad. It's $2.5 trillion. So it is too bad. It's a lot. In 2021, ransomware by itself cost the world $20 billion, and is expected to rise within 10 years to 13 times that, $265 billion by 2031. All of this sets the stage for the graph I wanted to show you. And yeah, it looks like it's good graph, up and to the right. But this is the graph of the prevalence of ransomware. Starting around 2018, we hit a hockey stick moment and shot straight up. The 2022 data is not there yet, but it continues in the same trajectory. It will continue to go up. Now, you've already heard some ways in which you can protect against it, training your people certainly, backing up your data certainly. The good news is that there are other solutions, many other solutions, that are emerging to help better automate your protection against ransomware. And you'll hear about several of those today. So, here are my key takeaways for today. Ransomware attacks come in many forms. You can be attacked in many different ways, not just phishing emails. The most important measure you can take is to train your users to recognize phishing emails when they arrive. And don't just stop at a training. Conduct constant refreshers, constant reminders, so that it stays fresh in everybody's mind. Yes, there is new automated protection using artificial intelligence, behavioral monitoring. It's amazing technology that will help you detect and protect against ransomware. But beyond user training and those coming devices, your best defense is a current available data backup. Because if they encrypt your data, you just restore the backup. You don't have to pay the ransom. Just make sure you close the door behind you. And remember, your greatest ally against ransomware is to cultivate your own sense of paranoia. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you. Thank you. And let's move on to the rest of our presentation for today.
I love that, Howard, but just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not actually after you. I was flashing back to I used to be a whitewater raft guide in the wilds of the Yukon, and I remember in my youthful days, and I remember somebody talking about the difference between bear aware and paranoia, and that you should be bear aware, but you shouldn't be bear annoyed because that'll stop you from going out. And I feel like Howard's just telling us all to be ransomware paranoid all the time. So you find your balance between bear aware and paranoia. In the meantime, I have put a poll up for all of you out there, and what we're curious about is what is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? Obviously, there's a 6-month option, 6 to 12 months, 12 to 24, or hey, not sure, just here to kind of learn, not really sure what we're looking at. And what we're talking about when we ask you, adding new or updating existing IT solutions, obviously today we're focused on ransomware. So, what are you kind of thinking is your time frame for implementing some of the ransomware prevention, mitigation, and sort of strategies around that, obviously recovery. All right, and I agree. Mark is saying vigilance is good. A sense of humor is essential. Amen, Mark. That's what we try to do here every day. Keep a little bit of humor in some scary moments. All right, well, with that, we're going to move things along because I know that for many of you, that slide just sent a little thrill through your brains and lit up all your senses because this next speaker really needs no introduction. Up next, you'll be hearing from the one, the only, Roger Grimes, data-driven defense evangelist at KnowBe4. Roger, it is always such a pleasure to chat with you. I know that you have an absolute ton of content ready to share with all of us, so I'm going to step back and hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Roger.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for showing up for my root causes of ransomware and how to defend. Everybody knows hackers, malware, ransomware is rampant all around the globe, successfully taking down companies, cities, infrastructures at will. Well, if you're going to try to stop somebody from breaking into your house, you need to figure out how they're breaking into your house. And that's what this talk is all about today. So thanks for showing up. If you haven't met me, I'm Roger Grimes. I've been doing computer security for 34 years. I was a professional penetration tester for 20 years where I got paid to break into people's companies, which I did so in an hour or less. And every company that I was ever hired to do, they would give me, they'd give me like 4 weeks, 6 weeks to do it, but it only took an hour in every single case except for one. And that only took me like 3 to 5 hours because this is the second time I was back there. And they had done some of the defenses I talked about from the first interview. I've written 13 books on computer security, probably close to 1,200 magazine articles. There's some of my books. The most recent book I wrote was the Ransomware Protection Playbook. So it's all about ransomware, the history, but probably the big part about it that I think is different than a lot of other books is it goes a whole lot about preventing ransomware attacks. And let me say, just very simple things people can do to prevent all hacker and malware attacks, and especially ransomware. And I'm going to talk about it today. And it's not fancy gizmos, not fancy software. It really is more of a mindset of focusing on the right things. I work for KnowBe4. If you don't know us, we're the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor. We help you and your coworkers and your family and your friends not to be socially engineered and phished. And that's important because that is involved in the vast majority of ways that people are compromised by hackers and malware and ransomware. And that's what we're going to talk about. But I'm going to start by talking about if you want to prevent somebody from stealing your car, you have to figure out how hackers are most likely to break into your car. Are they breaking into your car because they've got a copy of the key or the electronic key fob? Or are they breaking into your car because they can put a Slim Jim into the door and pop the lock open and then pick the locks or the ignition system? Do they back up a tow truck to your car and take off with your car? I mean, if you're trying to prevent people from breaking into your car, you've got to figure out how people are most likely to break into your car and focus on that. Because like if you, for example, put a lock around your steering wheel, they have those big locks that you lock to your steering wheel and then a person can't drive the car. But if they can come up with a pickup truck and just pick up your truck and drive away, well, that lock on your steering wheel didn't do that much. So you need to, if you're going to try to stop hackers and malware and ransomware, you need to figure out how it's most likely to break into your device or into your network or organization, and then concentrate on closing those root causes, or what I call initial root causes. And we're going to talk about all the different initial root causes it can be, then which ones are most popularly used by hackers and malware and ransomware. Because again, if you do not figure out how they're breaking into your car, then they're just going to keep breaking into your car. And worrying about, like some people, ransomware, I'm worried about ransomware. Ransomware is a symptom of your real problem. Your real problem is how the ransomware got in. Ransomware is an outcome of your real problem, which is how the ransomware got in. And if I was to magically be able to make ransomware go away, like, okay, ransomware today, snap my fingers, no more ransomware, it's gone. If you don't close the holes, the vulnerabilities that would allow ransomware in, well, it's just going to be something else that breaks in. It's just going to be a Trojan horse program or a computer virus or a pass the hash attack or a remote backdoor Trojan or ransomware. If that started to exist again, your problem is not ransomware. That's an outcome of what your real problem is. And you have to make sure that you worry the most about how things break in and a little bit less so about what broke in, although you always, of course, have to pay attention to that. So here are the 9 or 10 ways, I guess it's 9 if I'm counting here, the 9 ways that all hackers and malware have ever broken into anything. I've been keeping track of this for over 20 years. I tried to keep track of every single way that malware or hackers could break into any device. And these are the 9 ways that have ever been responsible for it. It could be because of a programming bug. Usually it's a programming bug that has been patched, but the victim has not applied the patch yet. And so the attacker breaks in that way. It can be because there isn't a patch out yet, or what's called a 0-day, where the attacker knows of the attack, but the vendor and the victim doesn't know about it yet. And 0-day attacks do happen all the time, but they're not as prolific or popular as usually if you're broken into because of software. It's because of a patched programming bug that you have not yet applied the patch to. Could be because of social engineering, where they trick you into either revealing your password or revealing confidential information. It could be, a lot of times, at least half the time, they're trying to trick you into downloading malicious content that contains Trojan horse programmer script that then takes over your computer and then takes over your network. It could be because of an authentication attack. An authentication attack could be like password guessing attack, or maybe you have a weak password and they guess about it, or maybe they're allowed to guess 1 billion times and they eventually get it even if your password is really secure. It can be because they socially engineered you out of your password in the past. It can be because they compromised somebody else's website where you had a login name and password and you reused the same password across multiple websites. So it can be an authentication attack. Sometimes it can be because an authentication attack because someone's using a weak authentication protocol, like they're using the LAN-MAN LM authentication protocol on Windows instead of the far more secure Windows NT or Kerberos authentication protocol. It can be because of human error or misconfiguration. Like human error would be, I accidentally email you patient records and you're not the patient. Misconfiguration could be, I accidentally mark my secret files as everyone full control. You'd be amazed at how many websites on the internet have everyone full control to the files instead of like everyone just read, or only certain people can read them in certain files. There's a lot of misconfiguration out there on the internet. Could be because someone eavesdrops on your communications. Maybe they're eavesdropping on your Wi-Fi network and sniffing passwords. Maybe it's because they have a man-in-the-middle attack. Man-in-the-middle attack can occur a lot of ways, but one of the ways can be that I can send you an email that you think's legitimate, and I trick you into clicking on the link. And if you click on the link, that link then takes you to what's called a man-in-the-middle proxy website. Then it takes you to the real website that you thought you were going to in the first place when you clicked on the link. But now that hacker's man-in-the-middle proxy website is capturing everything you type in. So when you type in your login name and password to the real website, they've got their website in the middle of that communication stream, and they're able to capture your login name, your password, your MFA code, or they can sniff and capture what's called the resulting access control cookie. Whenever you log into a website successfully, a website always sends you what's called an access control token in the form of a text-based cookie. And that cookie is kind of like your license of that you've successfully logged on in. Well, when the attacker has a man-in-the-middle website, they can capture that access control token and take over your session. It could be because they've malformed the data. So maybe you get sent an email and you click on this file attachment and it's malformed and does a buffer overflow and takes over your computer. It could be because of network traffic malformation. That would be like a distributed denial of service attack where they're sending so much traffic, illegitimate traffic against a web server that the web server can't keep up with the legitimate traffic. It could be because of a trusted insider. We do have trusted insiders where employees sometimes hack us or steal information. Years ago, I had a trusted employee that was stealing credit card information from my company's customers and then buying herself laptops that she had shipped to her house. Unfortunately for her, she shipped it to her real address and she was arrested. But a lot of times insiders will do things in revenge or when they're going to another company. It could be a third-party reliance issue where you rely upon somebody you trust, but they get compromised. We've certainly heard a lot about a lot of supply chain attacks over the last year or two. Or even, it could be a consultant or a vendor. Or it could be somebody that processes your data or does something, helps you out, and so they connect to your network, and you don't know that they don't know that they're compromised. You don't know that they're compromised when they connect and ends up compromising your company. Or it could be a physical attack, and that would be something like they steal your USB key storage drive, they steal your laptop, or they steal a hard drive or something like that. So these are the 9 different ways that all hackers and malware break into devices to start their attack. Every single attack I've ever thought of fits in these same 9 buckets. Well, if you're going to do an efficient, what I call data-driven computer defense, what you do is look at what are the most popular ways that hackers could use to break into you. And then you identify all the methods. And I've already done that work. Here's the 9 methods that hackers and malware and ransomware can break into your device, into your company. It's one of these 9 ways. But then you figure out what are the ones that are most likely to compromise your company. You risk rank them, and then you implement mitigations against the top threats. This is how you make a very data-driven, efficient, first and best defense by literally, all I'm saying is you should concentrate on the most likely ways that ransomware, hackers, and malware can break into your company, that you concentrate on the most likely ways first and best. If you do that correctly, what I call, again, a data-driven defender's approach, and I've been writing about this for 20 years. I am a broken record about this. I've written about it for 20 years, first starting in InfoWorld and then CSO Online magazine. Then I wrote a white paper on this for Microsoft in September 2017. I wrote my book, A Data-Driven Computer Defense. I wrote that, what was that, probably 2018 or something like that. So I've been writing about this concept, but it comes down to this, that you need to look at all the possible ways that malware, hackers, ransomware, whatever, could break into you, the different initial root causes out of those 10, and then realize that probably 2 or 3 of those are far more likely than all the others. I have never surveyed a company where just 2 things were not the majority of the risk against that organization. But you should figure out your own company's exposure to those 9 different types of root cause threats, figure out which ones are causing the most risk rank them, and then try to put those down. So you're going to focus on root causes. You're going to focus on the ones that are most likely to break into your device, your company, and then risk rank them and try to fight those biggest causes. I mean, this is, it's only common sense. If somebody's trying to break into your car, when you're in a particular city, there's a particular way that people in that city like to break into cars, and your car, if your car, it could be they break into your car because they've got a copy of your car key. Well, if your car doesn't have a car key, it has an electronic dongle, that's going to defeat that attack. But do attackers break into your car in that city by using, a fake key, or do they just come up with a tennis ball with a hole in it and blow your lock open? Do they just use a Slim Jim through the window or a puffed up pump ball to, put a gap in your door to then hit the latch? And do they, can they hot wire your transmission? Do the thieves in your area just take off with your car? Do they just pull up with a tow truck and just drive off with your car? I mean, you've got to figure out how they're stealing cars, how they're most likely to steal your car and the cars in your company, and then stop that from happening. And the same thing just applies to computers. That you need to figure out what are the biggest impactful root cause methods that attackers and malware and ransomware people use to break into your computers, your company, your device, and then fight those first and best. Well, if you don't know the answer to it, I can tell you the answer for most companies. By far, the biggest initial breach root causes for most companies is social engineering and unpatched software, and it has been that way for the entirety of computers. Social engineering is involved in about 70 to 90% of all malicious data breaches. I think some studies may say 50%. I've seen some that go up as high as 92%. In my own research, social engineering is involved in about 70 to 90% of all attacks and about 50% of ransomware attacks. And there's no other single method that comes close to it. It's number one by far. It's always been number one. It remains number one. It's not changing anytime soon. The number 2 way is unpatched software. Unpatched software is responsible in about 20 to 40% of data breaches. Those two things together account for 90 to 99% of the risk in most companies. Just two things. Two things. If you did a better job at fighting social engineering and unpatched software, you would get rid of 90 to 99% of your cyber security risk. And again, and it's not new. It's not surprising. It's been that way since the beginning of computers. And different attacks and things change, and it's a little bit different for ransomware by itself versus all attacks, but it's not that different. My coworker and friend, Javad Malik, actually did a meta study where he looked at 100 different randomly selected cybersecurity reports that reported on what was the root cause. There's actually thousands of cybersecurity reports, but there's not as many that tell you, well, this is the root cause of how they broke into this device or this company or malware or whatever. He pulled 100 randomly selected cybersecurity reports, and every report said social engineering was the #1 root cause of hacking and malware. I've got the link there to where you can read it. It didn't always say social engineering or something like that. It would say like stolen passwords or, it would say ransomware. Well, the question would be, well, how did the ransomware get on the computer? Probably social engineering followed by unpatched software. Or they got in because they used a password. Well, how did they get that password? Probably social engineering is the #1 way, although I guess it could be unpatched software. Or they stole it from another website. How did they break into that other website? Oh, probably social engineering. So when you looked at the different studies, they actually had some different, they weren't categorized all the same, but when he normalized the reports to correct for them calling different things, then the #1 cause was social engineering. And it was that across every report that was there. And again, it's not new. This is not surprising information to those of us that have been in the field for 3 decades. It has always been the case that social engineering is the #1 cause or involved in the #1 cause of all attacks. #2 is unpatched software. Although interesting enough, like last year, there's 18,103 ways, unpatched programs you're told to patch. Only about 2 to 4% of those software programs were ever used to exploit any one of them. The other 96% of unpatched vulnerabilities were never used to exploit a single real-world customer. So this is where I looked for every ransomware report that actually reported the root causes of the ransomware exploitation. Let me say, there's 100 or well over 100 ransomware reports, only found 6 that listed the root cause of how the ransomware got into the victims that report covered. And by far, #1, social engineering. It's not 70 to 90%, but it is at least 50% of the way that ransomware got in. Unpatched software was also about a quarter of it. And you can see they had some other categories here, like password guessing, credential theft, third party. But I always go, how did those, like password guessing would be because you use a weak password. That'd be, I guess, kind of like a misconfiguration or something. But credential theft, which made up 20% of attacks, how did they steal those credentials? Probably social engineering. USB key attack, which is 7% of attacks in this one report. USB key attacks are when the ransomware person sends these USB keys to the victim, and one of the employees in the victim's company plugs them in. What type of attack is that? Social engineering, and so on. When I collected all those things together again, by far, social engineering was the #1 way that ransomware gets on people's devices and computers, followed by unpatched software, followed by some type of password attack or something like that. So those are the top 2 or 3. So if I know that those are my causes for ransomware, for all hackers and malware, what are your best defenses? Well, of course, with ransomware, you always want to have a good, thorough, complete system tested, offline, up-to-date, backup, and restore, what we call 3-2-1. And let me say, most organizations don't have this, but you want to have 3 copies of the data, 1 original copy of your data where it is on the disk or wherever, and then 2 backup copies, and those 2 backup copies should be in 2 separate areas. That's the 2 and 3-2-1. And then at least 1 copy should truly be offline. A lot of people tell me they have an offline backup, but when I query them, I'm like, can you get to your offline backup using an online console? They're like, yeah, well, it's not offline. So, of course, you want to have a really good backup. Most organizations do not have that. They haven't tested it. Maybe they have the backup, but they haven't tested it. And so when ransomware comes along and hits all their machines, they find out when they go to restore, oh, it takes 2,000 years to restore all these machines. So, you want to have a good, thorough, tested backup. But that is not prevention. That's recovery. And ransomware does so much other stuff. They exfiltrate data. They exfiltrate your passwords. Exfiltrating your data. Most companies are paying the ransom, or the people that pay the ransom. Most companies pay the ransom. Most of the companies that pay the ransom are doing so because the ransomware attackers have exfiltrated their data and then promised to leak it if they don't get paid the ransom. So most people are actually paying the ransom because of the data exfiltration risk and not necessarily because of the encryption risk. But if you want to stop somebody from stealing your car, you need to figure out how they're getting in the car and stop them from stealing your car. Same thing with ransomware. If you want to stop ransomware, you need to stop it from accessing your environment in the first place, and everything else should be secondary to those two defenses. Once you figure out how they're breaking in, you then want to create the best defense in depth combinations of these things to stop and prevent ransomware, hackers, and malware from breaking in. You want to create the best combination of policies, and a policy would be like, never give your password out to someone requested it into an email. Make sure you lock your desktop when you leave your desk. Never install unauthorized software. Those are policies. Then you have technical defenses. Those are things like your antivirus software, your firewalls, your content filtering, things like that. And then you have education, because no matter how great your policies and your technical defenses are, you're going to have some badness get by your defenses, and you need to train your end users how to spot badness and how to respond to that badness, which hopefully is to report it to their IT or IT security team, or at the very least, delete it and ignore it. But you want to create the best defense in depth set of policies, technical defenses, and end user education to prevent things from being able to successfully attack you. Have an early warning detection if something does get past your preventative controls, and then have incident response and recovery to minimize the damage and to get you back up and running in the quickest, fastest, cheapest time possible. So again, once you figure out how you're being attacked or could be successfully attacked the most, you want to create the best defense in depth set combination of policies, technical defenses, and education to prevent, detect, and recover from those sort of attacks. That really is the way that you do computer security. But key to that is that you figure out how you're most likely to be attacked. How are they stealing your car? What is the most likely way that they could steal your car? Same thing. What's the most likely way that they could break into your computer, your network? And again, if you don't know, I just told you, social engineering, unpatched software, and then probably followed by some type of password guessing attack. So that's what if you want to fight ransomware in particular, and all hackers and malware, defeating ransomware means defeating all hackers and malware. You want to focus on mitigating social engineering, because that is responsible for 70 to 90% of the attacks. You want to patch your internet accessible software, and really, if you really want to get down to it, you only need to patch the 2 to 4% that is actually ever attacked. And you might say, well, Roger, how do I know what that is? If you go on CISA, CISA.gov, that's the Center for Internet Security Agency, CISA.gov. They have a website dedicated to what's called the Known Exploited Vulnerability Catalog, and that tells you exactly what software is actually being used by attackers. And you need to make sure that you patch any software on that list. The Known Exploited Vulnerabilities Catalog, you need to make sure you patch that 100%. You need to use multi-factor authentication where you can, and then where you can't, you use different unguessable passwords that are different for every website and service. So use multi-factor authentication where you can to protect valuable sites and services and data. Unfortunately, you can't use MFA to protect everything. You're going to have to use passwords. Unfortunately, the average person has 4 to 7 passwords that they use across 170 websites. That means there's a lot of sharing and repeating of their passwords. That's bad. You want to make sure that you have a different unguessable password for every website and service. Make sure that you enable your account lockout policies on any login portals that you have, and including application programming interfaces, so the attackers can't just sit there and guess all day long. Also, make sure you teach yourself, your friends, your family, and your end users and coworkers how to spot rogue URLs. Most phishing attacks come with these rogue URLs that people think are going to take them to the right place, but they're actually taking them to a bad place. So teach yourself and your friends, your family, coworkers, and sons, daughters, grandmothers, grandfathers how to spot rogue URLs. If you're not sure or you want a good source on how to do that, that first link there is an article I wrote talking about the 12 most common rogue URL tricks that hackers use. And the second link there is a 1-hour webinar if you want to listen to me talk about 50 different examples of good and bad URLs and how you can tell the difference. Those are the places to go. Also, you want to use least permissive permissions. That means don't be logged in as administrator or root all the time, and make sure when you set file permissions and stuff that you do to the least privilege, right? That you don't have everyone full control or everyone read all the time, because that's just asking for trouble. If you want to think about everything you can do to prevent phishing, remember social engineering and phishing is involved in 70 to 90% of all successful malicious data breaches. There you go. I got a webinar that you can go watch, 1-hour webinar that is everything I can think of in my brain to prevent social engineering and social engineering phishing. Or if you don't want to listen to me speak for another hour, because I say a lot in an hour, you can read an ebook. I think it's like a 49-page ebook, but it's everything that I could think of that you can do to stop social engineering and phishing. We have a really cool, what's called Red Flags Training, Social Engineering Red Flags PDF. You can download that. If you go to that link there, I got an article on this PDF, and you can also download this PDF, and you can use it and resend it to anyone you want. But it talks about the 22 most common red flag signs, symptoms that an email may be a phishing email. I made the same thing for rogue URLs, so you can go to that link there. It's an article, but you can download this red flags of rogue URL tricks that bad guys use to try to trick you into clicking on something you shouldn't, like trying to make it look like it's coming from Microsoft or Google or something when it's not really coming from them. That's another PDF that you can download, use, reshare, send to anybody. This is called, we call it Ransom, but it's Ransomware Simulator. It's a free download. You can go there and download it, and it contains over a dozen different ransomware program simulations of them. It doesn't use real ransomware, but it closely mimics them and what they do, and it kind of opens up in a virtual machine. It starts encrypting files, and basically when you download and try to run this thing, your antivirus program should stop it. It should go, nope, 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 and then we'll give you a list of how many simulated ransomware programs were stopped by this. I have a lot of times people email me and go, my antivirus stopped all of them, your program doesn't work. No, it just means you have a good antivirus program. And I have a lot of people email me and go, hey, my program didn't stop this program. My antivirus program didn't stop it at all. And the vendor says not to worry about it because it wasn't real ransomware. Okay, I feel better with the program that does stop it. Also, just know at KnowBe4, we're very big believers in training and security awareness training and simulated phishing. We believe that you should educate your employees at the beginning of their employment, and at least once a year, you give them a longer training, like 15 to 30 minutes on cybersecurity awareness topics. Then every month you send them shorter trainings, like 1 to 3 minutes that they have to take. And then every month at least you send them a simulated phishing test that tests to see how well they listen to the training. And if they fail that simulated phishing test, they should automatically be told to take more training. We know that training and simulated phishing makes people less likely to be socially engineered. Our average customer comes to us that, with over 30% of their employees that can be phished easily. And after they do what I just said, which is make sure you do the training and the simulated phishing and the training, you get it down below 5%. Well, we're at the end of our 30 minutes here. I know I said a lot. I know I talk fast. If you have any questions, though, email me at rogerg@knowbe4.com, rogerg@knowbe4.com. I promise I'll answer your questions within 24 hours. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter, because all I do all day long is talk about fighting social engineering and ransomware and topics like that. Thanks for putting up with me, and I look forward to talking to you again next time.
Ooh, all right. Well, as always, we finished a session with Roger with our brains just brimming with information. If you weren't seeing in the chat box there, Roger knows he moves through those slides so quickly as he's going through them live. So I told him that I would post all the links in the chat so that you guys could have access to them throughout the MegaCast today. So if you didn't see that, the links are there for you in the chat. Go on back and click on those, or copy paste, I guess. It works easy with that. Also, if you haven't already checked it out, that ransom thing that we were just chatting about right at the end there with Roger is actually in your handouts tab. So you can click over to the handouts tab, and ransom, as Roger said, it's going to give you an opportunity to test run your endpoint protection strategies and be sure that your organization is actually ready to block those incoming ransomware and crypto mining infections. So go on over and check out Ransom. Also, those of you, I see a lot of you already filling this out. We do have a poll up on the screen for you here, and what we'd like to know is what additional information you would like to get about the Know Before solution. So there's a lot of questions coming in today. Roger, we usually agree he's going to go a bit long on content because there's just so much to say. So we're going to switch to more of a live chat Q&A, and then also make sure that Know Before is able to respond to all of you over email, so you will get answers back. So feel free to keep those questions coming in, and for everyone that already asked, you will get some answers there. All right. Well, I'm going to leave that poll up for just a moment longer, and I'm going to head into some prize giveaways. We're going to start with a $500 Amazon gift card. Now, I do need to remind you, and I'll keep reminding you throughout the day, apologies in advance for that, but you do need to be here live with us at the MegaCast in order to win. Our very first winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is Joe Pingtella of Texas. Joe Pingtella of Texas, congratulations on your $500 Amazon gift card. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win a prize today. We have 11 more sessions, so it's 11 more prizes plus that best question gift card from each session. But for now, we're going to keep things rolling right along because we have another awesome speaker lined up for you. I am so excited to introduce you all to our next presenter in today's MegaCast. We're going to be chatting with Sadaf Sharwani, Technical Account Manager at Synology. Sadaf, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. I know you have a lot of information to cover. We want to leave some Q&A time at the end, so the platform is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to join our webinar for today to discuss when things go wrong, recovering after cyber attacks or other malicious behavior. My name is Sadaf, and I'm a technical account manager on the business development team here at Synology. Now, before we get into our webinar, let's take a little bit of time and talk about Synology. So Synology is a globally based company that provides you with unified hardware and software solutions. We specialize in data storage, software, backup, surveillance, and so much more. Our mission is to provide you with the tools to protect your business data from these threats with a proper backup and recovery strategy. So let's jump right into the next couple slides to give you a better understanding of why you should have a plan in place if malicious threats do occur and how you can safeguard your business. So accidents are prone to happen in any environment, right? And everyone has the same kind of risks. So these risks can be categorized into simple acts like accidental deletion of data, me accidentally spilling coffee all over my laptop, and there are other things that can also be out of our control, like Mother Nature causing floods, fires, and tornadoes without any kind of warning. Now, malicious behavior can also be intentional, with studies showing that there's an increase of this kind of behavior year over year. Now, for example, a disgruntled employee deletes important files that cannot be recoverable. Now, of course, you also have hardware failure, which is common with any kind of technology, especially if it's not handled properly. So now, we're not just here trying to talk about all the risks, but also how you can protect yourself from those risks and how Synology fits into that solution. So let's take a look. So this is one of our financial institutions that came to us for help to solve one of their problems. As you can see, they have 175 VMs, 2,000 M365 accounts, and 2,000 PC workstations all backed up. And they also need to make sure they can recover their data easily in case there was any kind of disaster. So what happens if their VM goes down? At Synology, we would utilize a software application suite called Active Backup for Business, which allows you to create a local backup of your virtual machines, your PCs, any kind of software as a service that you have, all of your M365 data, and Google Workspace. So all your data will be manageable in one location within the DSM environment, and it's completely licensed and subscription free, which is awesome. So now that we have looked at the solution that we're going to utilize, let's take a look at the hardware and how that plays in relation to our scenario. So coming back to our financial institution, where the endpoints needed to be backed up. So we provide them with a rack station unit, and by using Active Backup for Business, we backed up all of their endpoints to a local Synology NAS. Now, Active Backup for Business is going to create a backup repository on that NAS, which allows them to have their data protected. But we also want to be able to recover our data. So let's take a look at some recovery options that we have within DSM. So as you can see here, we have various recovery options. You can do a full system restore for Windows PC, as well as a file level restore and self-service file restore options as well. So the same thing applies for Windows Server and VMware Hyper-V, except for the same self-service restoration options. We also have Mac OS is also a system that we have recovery options for, but what do we want to focus on today is on what happens when a virtual machine goes down and how we recover that, so that we are going to look into a instant restore with VM host. So to better understand what an instant restore looks like, we need to understand what a full restore in VMware looks like. So in this environment, we have a VM host, and our VMs are running, and you can see that the Synology NAS is storing the backup image for the VM host. Now let's just say some kind of disaster or failure happens to that VM host and it goes down. So we would want to have another VM host placed in a different environment, far away from the local host, and make sure that it is ready to receive that image. So we can then transfer that image through the network to the new VM host, which allows the backup image to be recovered and spun up. The recovery time for this depends on the size of the backup image and the speed of your internet connection. Now comparing it to an instant restore, if these are production VMs and they happen to go down during the day, we would need a faster recovery option, and this is where an instant restore to VMware comes into play. So instead of transferring the entire backup image over to the VM host, we'll go ahead and mount an image via NFS share, and that will allow us to instantly spin up those VMs. So when your uptime is the most important, we can utilize the solution to gain access to that data and boot it up, and the VM will continue production. Now we can take a look at what the process will look like in our Synology environment. So just to show you guys how to do an instant restore, I wanted to start off by showing you what your VMs will look like in VMware. So for our scenario, we have two virtual machines already loaded into our system. They're both Windows servers, and they're up and running, and they're good to go. So for the scenario, let's just say we have an upset employee. He has access to the system and decides that he wants to shut off the application server, and he powers it off and then deletes it. So at this point, unbeknownst to him, he doesn't know I've already backed up both of my servers on Active Backup for Business on our DSM. So we're going to go into DSM itself, and this is our main platform, DSM, which is available on all of your NAS units. You can download any kind of packages from the package center. So since we have already backed up our servers to Active Backup for Business, I'm just going to go ahead and open up the application. And as you can see, this is your main landing page for Active Backup for Business, and this is where all of your endpoints are backed up. As you can see, we have two virtual machines already backed up. So what we're going to go ahead and do is click on Virtual Machine. And as you can see, currently, both of my servers are backed up in Active Backup for Business, and they are in good status. Hypervisors are fine. You have two different hypervisors that you can pick from. You can do VMware vSphere, or you can also do Microsoft Hyper-V. So this is where you would create a task in order to back up your servers. So I've already done that. So what I'm going to do is go back into VMware. I'm going to go to the server that I want to take down. So I'm going to shut down my virtual machine. I'm going to go ahead and power it off, say yes, and then I'm going to go ahead and delete my virtual machine. Alright, we'll give it a couple seconds for it to turn off and delete. And as you can see, when I refreshed it, that server is now gone. So what do you do at this point? You go back into DSM, and if I refresh from DSM in Active Backup for Business, it'll show you that your VM is not found in the hypervisor. So what you're going to go ahead and do is click on that VM that you want to restore. You're going to go ahead and click on Restore. At this point, you're going ahead and pick a restore point. So I'm going to hit Next. Now you have 3 different options that you can pick from. You can restore to VMware vSphere, you can restore to Microsoft Hyper-V, or you can also do an instant restore to Synology Virtual Machine Manager. So I'm going to leave it at restore to VMware vSphere and press Next. You also have 2 different restore types that you can pick from. You can do an instant restore or a full virtual machine restore. So the difference is that instant restore is just going to have minimal downtime, whereas full virtual restore just takes a lot more of the system resources, and it just depends on your VM itself and how long it will take for that to pop back up. So instant restore, we're going to leave it there and click on Next. Then you have the option of either restoring to the original location, or you can restore to a new location as well. I'm going to leave it at the original location and press Next. The last page is just a summary of the options that you have picked, and then we're going to go ahead and press Done. And as you can see, it is now going to restore. So it'll take a couple seconds for it to go ahead and fully restore. As you can see, it's at 98%. All right, now it's done. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go back to my virtual machine. I will go ahead and press refresh, and as you can see, the error message that was there before is now gone. So we can now go back into VMware. I will go ahead and press refresh, and there you go. The server is back up and running. I'll go ahead and click on it. And then you're going to want to go ahead and power on your virtual machine. Once it is powered back on, we can go ahead and log in. So you have your peace of mind knowing that you can do an instant restore of your virtual machine in no time. So in case of any kind of intentional deletion or natural disaster or any kind of failure, with our license-free software, Active Backup for Business and VMware, you'll be back up and running in no time. So I'm going to go ahead and log in to my machine. I will go to Guest OS and keys, Control-Alt-Delete. Let me go ahead and type in my password. Alright, it is logging in. Preparing Windows. And now we have resumed our environment. So it's an easy, simple process that you can use to safeguard your business. Alright, so let's get back to our presentation and talk a little bit more about third-party cloud backups. Now, one of the questions clients wonder about is if third-party backups for cloud services is even necessary. Now, some clients have this idea that because we're using cloud, software as a service, M365, or Google Workspace, that their data is protected, but that's actually not the case. So Microsoft actually has it in their service agreement fine print that you are responsible for your own data. So for any reason, if there's a natural disaster, if their servers goes down, or any kind of cyber attacks happen, then you will not be able to access any of your data, in which case, yes, it is important to have your information backed up. Now let's take a look at some of the reasons why you should back up your data from the cloud. As we've been saying throughout our discussion, malicious instances of deletion can happen, where an employee goes into your system and decides he wants to wipe out important data backups intentionally. It could also be a complete accident, in which case you still may not be able to retrieve any of your data if you don't have it backed up. And if you have data that is archived for a long period of time, it can increase the risk of corruption or any other problems, just since the data is sitting idle. Now, a prime example of a real-life situation where a former employee decided to delete 1,200 Microsoft 365 accounts. He ended up paying for his crime even after years of committing it. But how much did that actually cost the company? How much did the company suffer during the downtime and the actual data loss? So to paint a better picture of the scenario, a consulting firm was hired for a job to help migrate Microsoft 365 accounts for Carlsbad Company. The company was not satisfied with the employee's work, and he was eventually let go. Now the employee was upset and decided to intentionally hack into Carlsbad Company's server, and he deleted over 1,200 of the company's 1,500 Microsoft user accounts. So the company unfortunately had to completely shut down for 2 days. Even though they came back online, they still had a long road ahead to recover and overcome that massive data loss. So if they had backups of their data, this may not be the case. But let's talk a little bit about deletion in relation to Synology and apply that same scenario to our environment. And let's take a look at a recovery process when your Microsoft 365 email accounts get deleted. So as you can see, we've already logged into our email account for Microsoft 365. We've logged in as Jon Snow. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is click on our Outlook icon on the left-hand side, and it's going to go ahead and open up our Jon Snow email account. So now John is in his email. He wants to delete some files that he has. So we're just going to go ahead and click on the emails that he wants to delete, and we'll press the trash can. Next thing you want to do in order to permanently delete these items, you will go ahead and go into the deleted items folder. And we'll go ahead and select those same 5 emails again. And this time we'll go ahead and press empty folder. Now John has just realized that, hey, I actually needed one of those emails from his account. So what he's going to have to go ahead and do is go to his active backup for Microsoft 365 account. Now let's just assume that all of our accounts or emails have already been backed up for John. So all he needs to do is go into the active backup for Microsoft 365 portal. He'll go ahead and click on his own name, and then under the menu option, he'll go ahead and pick on mail. So once he does that, all you have to do is go to the junk email folder and see that his emails have been backed up, so they're safe and they're listed. So all he has to do is select all the emails that he would like to restore. You press the restore button. You pick the first option to restore the 5 emails. The system is then going to ask you, do you want to restore to a new folder or an original folder? So we're just going to go ahead and click on original folder and then press OK. The system will now start restoring those emails. Now obviously the restoration time is going to depend on how many files you're actually trying to restore. So it could be really quick, it could take a couple minutes, or it could take really long. So it just all depends on what you're actually restoring. We're already at 83%, so we're just going to give it a little bit more time. And we are all set. So now that the emails have been successfully restored, we can go back into our Jon Snow email account, and we will click on our junk email folder. And as you can see, those emails have now been restored. So just as long as you have a backup schedule in your active backup for Microsoft 365 to back up your email and various other accounts, you have an easy and efficient way of restoring deleted files. I mean, it's a great way to safeguard your data from malicious deletion, any kind of accidental, or any kind of failure or natural disaster. And the great thing also is that it is license free, so it adds a great layer of protection to your business. Now, to add an additional layer of protection and provide you with even more geo-redundancy, let's take a look at another license-free software that we do provide called Snapshot Replication, and how it can be beneficial to our financial institutions environment as well as your business. Now, coming back to our financial institution, so they have all their endpoints and backup repositories being protected in their local Synology NAS. Now, what if we have a major issue, a natural disaster maybe, and their VM hosts and their local backups become unavailable? In this case, our solution for them was to take a mirror image of their local Synology NAS, and since we wanted to have them the same kind of performance, we took the exact same unit and placed it off-site in a safe location away from their main office, where we would use an application called Snapshot Replication to replicate their data. So Snapshot Replication is another license-free application that we offer on DSM. So this is an application that's ready to replicate snapshots to an offsite Synology NAS just to give you the ultimate data protection, and it is our best defense against ransomware. So let's take a look at how this process would work with our application. So fail over onto the second site. Let's look at what that entails. Now we have our backup repository on our local Synology NAS. So our snapshot replication application has replicated that data to our offsite Synology NAS. But the on-site Synology NAS, as you know, goes down because of a disaster. So now we have the offsite NAS with those read-only replicated data files. So the first thing we have to do is to start the failover process in snapshot replication. And once that data becomes read-writable, we're going to go ahead and relink that data to our active backup for business task on that secondary NAS. And once that data has been relinked to active backup for business, we have the ability to purchase and place a new VM back to our environment. And then we can just assume that we already had the new backup VM in place and that we are basically replicating our data and linking it back to active backup for business on that secondary NAS. So then we can perform our instant restore to our backup VM host in the same way we did in our previous demo. So the process is going to take as long as it takes for you to start your failover process, which is just pushing buttons and then relinking the task to active backup for business, and the time it takes for NFS share to mount, which is instantly. So this really depends on the performance of your VM host to be able to spin up your VMs. So just to reiterate, we have all of our endpoints that we're protecting. We created a backup repository on our active backup for business application on the on-site NAS. Then we took our snapshots with snapshot replication and replicated that repository over to our off-site NAS, and now we are protected. But we can also add an additional layer of protection, so we can push our data to the cloud. Now, Synology has a cloud service called C2 Cloud Storage, and there are other third-party cloud services that everyone is familiar with, and you can utilize those services to add a third layer of protection as well. Now, it's as simple as using our license-free application called Hyper Backup to push your data, your replicated data, to a third-party cloud of our very own C2 Cloud, or you can have your data in a third place as well, and it can also be protected in case of disaster. All right, that concludes our webinar for today. If you're interested in learning any more about our products or features, or if you have your own success stories you would like to provide, or any technical questions that you have, we've added some links here for you to access. And if you would like a one-on-one demo session or any kind of assistance, please feel free to contact us at any time. And thank you everyone for joining. See you guys on our next webinar session. Take care.
Thanks, Sedef. I really appreciate that presentation, and so glad to have you around to answer some more questions. Before we jump into some audience questions, I do just want to quickly point out that we have a poll up on the screen for you here. What we're looking for is what additional information you would like to get about the Synology solution. So your future self is going to thank you right now for clicking on that poll because Synology is going to make your life easy. They're going to hand you exactly the information that you want to follow up on this awesome presentation and discussion we're about to have. So click on the poll. While you're doing that, Sedef, you ready to jump into some questions here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I want to start with this one here because we actually got this asked in a few different ways. Some questions about Microsoft 365 backup, storing things on-prem, a question about if what plans in Microsoft 365 and Teams ABB is going to work with. So just wondering if you can sort of address all of that. I've combined like 5 questions in one. Take it away.
No problem, no problem. So Microsoft 365 does work with OneDrive and SharePoint and Teams as well. It's definitely able to back up your calendars, contacts. It gives you a wide array of endpoints that you can actually back up. So it's a really great application to use. It makes it easier for everybody to be able to access their emails and restore any kind of files that are important to them. It's actually a really great platform, and of course it's license free, so you don't have to worry about cost on that end. But there's a lot of great features and ways for you to search the files that you need to restore.
Love that. That's a great answer. Thank you for answering 3 questions with one go there.
No problem.
We had a few questions wondering, for a lot of people out there, there's a lot of strategies that they're, learning about today and kind of wondering where they should jump in. So if there was one mitigation strategy, ransomware mitigation strategy that you would suggest that everyone out there really pursue and think about, what would that approach be?
Definitely to make sure that you have a correct 3-2-1 backup solution. You want to make sure that you don't have all your eggs in one basket. You want to make sure that if anything does happen, any kind of ransomware attacks, that you do have a fail-safe plan, and you want to make sure you have that fail-safe plan even before you start your backups to get started. So that you have in any kind of event of a failure or any kind of attack, that you have a fast enough way for you to get yourself back up and running instead of having to worry about dealing with days and trying to come back online. So it's great to have a great backup solution to have yourself prepared.
That is good advice for all of us. We are running very short on time. I'm going to sneak in one last question here from Linda for anyone out there that maybe is thinking a little bit more on-prem and offline. So she's wondering, is Synology available offline and not on the cloud? Does it require the cloud as some processes and data may be secure and require levels of security that are not available on a cloud-based system?
So our devices and backup services can be completely offline without any kind of issues. The only time internet access is used is pretty much for remote access.
Perfect. Well, there you go, Linda. And I know we're not getting to a lot of these questions out there, so please do keep them coming. And Sadaf, if your team has some time to hang out on live chat, there's certainly a lot of interest here in continuing this conversation. Before you take off and leave us today, for somebody out there that is really chomping at the bit, ready to get started, wants to learn more about Synology, what do you recommend that they do? What is their first step?
Definitely go ahead and reach out to us. We have a lot of great support on our website. You can go ahead and chat support and try to either call or chat, or you can reach out to us. I should have my information on the presentation itself. So just reach out to me one-on-one, and I can definitely take care of any kind of product questions you have, any kind of demos that anybody would like to learn a little bit more about with Synology. We definitely are here to help and here to support.
I love that. Well, thank you so much, Sadaf. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. I appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to leave that poll up for another minute here. I do want to remind you all also to head on over to the Handouts tab if you haven't already done that. You can actually get the PowerPoint presentation from Synology, so what we just walked through with Sadaf. So if you want to get that information and the links and everything that was included in that presentation, because I know that went by quickly, head on over to that Handouts tab, click download, and you can have those to share with colleagues, coworkers, or just review on your own a little bit later. I'm also going to take a minute here and give away another prize. So up next, we're going to offer another $500 Amazon gift card to someone lucky and live here with us at the MegaCast today. Our next lucky winner of a $500 Amazon gift card is Brian Roden of Arkansas. Brian Roden of Arkansas. Congratulations, Brian. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. A reminder that there are still a lot of more chances to win gift cards. We haven't even given away a Samsung phone yet, plus that best question card from each of our sessions. So keep those questions coming. But for now, we are going to keep zipping right along in the MegaCast here because I'm very excited to introduce you to our next presenter. We're going to be chatting with Adam Margette, Product Marketing Manager at Unitrends. Now, this is a familiar face to many of us here. Adam, it is always a blast chatting with you. I know you have some great content lined up for us today, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Adam.
Awesome. Jess, thank you so much. And good afternoon, good morning, good evening to our audience out there, wherever it is that you may be dialed in from. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you all today around a really pressing topic and one that's been sort of a scourge for IT professionals for a number of years. And that is ransomware and why we're all here today. But ultimately, with our unified platform at Unitrends, Unified BCDR, we hopefully will give you the tools to detect, deter, and defeat downtime so that you can emerge as a survivor from any sort of disaster-related incident. As Jess had mentioned, my name is Adam Margette. I'm the Product Marketing Manager here at Unitrends, where I've served in this role for about the last 3.5 years, but I've been with the company for more than 6. My LinkedIn is on the screen there as well. I would love to connect with each and every one of you if you would like to engage there. You will know where to find me. As far as I know, I'm the only Adam Margette that works at Unitrends. But anyway, let's dive in directly to our content. I don't want to belabor the threat landscape and the changes that we have gone through since the pandemic, but I think that it paints a pertinent picture to understand where cybercrime is headed and some of the tactics and techniques that threat actors are prominently using to disseminate malware, malicious code, and ransomware. COVID was the big start and really accelerated the digitization and the shift towards hybrid cloud and really hybrid working environments. And while there was an initial uptick of phishing attacks that was massive, that volume continues to persist, and we see attacks increasing annually. If you follow IBM and their X-Force Threat Intelligence Report, 2022 was the first year in several that phishing actually overtook things like RDP and other potential vectors as the leading attack vector for organizations. So ultimately, we see cyber attackers leaning into social engineering. They're attacking the weakest link in our firewalls, ultimately the humans that are prone to errors, prone to click, and they've really increased and improved the sophistication of a lot of these tactics. IBM found, for example, that when vishing was used, the use of voicemails as a part of phishing campaigns, the click-through rates increased by nearly 300%. Ultimately, as these attacks are increasingly sophisticated, our end users are not equipped to defend them. More than half of the employees out there will fall for a spear phishing attack. So a little bit of research and targeting. And when we think about the breadth of information that's out there, people can find us on Facebook, on LinkedIn. They know where we live. They know where we work. It's easy to guess potentially common passwords or to lean and craft messaging unique and personalized for that individual. And ultimately, that's where we see ransomware a large minority of the time coming into organizations. About 45% of ransomware payloads are delivered via phishing, but they're not just attacking on-premises systems. We've seen a shift as our data has moved. Adversaries have changed tack as well. And they're attacking SaaS applications, cloud containers, and workloads that aren't within the company firewall, potentially easier access for these threat actors in some cases, or the protection of the recovery aspects of that may not be as robust as on-premise systems. But ultimately, what we're finding is that in roughly 4 out of 5 cases, attacks against on-premises infrastructure, organizations are able to fully recover, but that recovery rate drops precipitously when it's attacks on SaaS application data, dropping to nearly 50%. Another challenge is the overall cost to remediate these attacks, and that cost overall is rising. IBM reported that the cost of a data breach has reached an all-time high. On average, globally, I believe it's $4.35 million, and the time to contain a breach has also increased steadily since 2018. What's really scary here is that the time is going up because a lot of these threat actors are finding ways to obfuscate their presence within your organization. In a lot of cases, attacks may be setting up fraudulent admin accounts. They may infect other systems or create sleeper systems within the network that detonate at a later time. Or, once you think you've contained that breach, come to find out there was dormant malware that wakes up in those sleeper systems, or it's been persistent and present within backups as you were taking backups before that malware detonates and it's going through its period of gestation. Now that malicious code is backed up along with legitimate data. So they've come up with all sorts of new tricks, and it's taking our teams and the white hats more time to track down the bad guys and contain these attacks. So what do we know about ransomware today? Our employees are targets, as you had seen, delivering a large majority of our ransomware payloads. Ransomware avoids detection, creating in that attack loop through the use of gestation or dormancy, and our backups are under attack. Findings from AV Test Security 2021 report revealed that almost 4 out of 5 variants of malware created in the last 24 months were designed to target and penetrate Windows operating systems. And if we have any folks that are joining us globally, Australia and New Zealand have really pushed down mandates through their Essential 8 methodology, which is in essence creating a layered defense to secure and protect Windows systems. The dominance of Windows in the marketplace today makes it a really attractive target for these threat actors. So at Unitrends, we've devised essentially 5 key pillars or 5 key tools that are a critical aspect of your ransomware survival kit that we're going to dive into here. The first aspect is ensuring that we can protect all of our data. As we had mentioned, it's not just on-premises systems, but SaaS applications as well. The Unitrends platform encompasses several modules that enable you to protect data regardless of where it lives, depending on kind of your organization's journey and where you're at. If you're still reliant and running operations primarily on-premises through satellite and branch office locations, we've got dedicated physical appliances as virtual appliances as well that are really the foundation of Unitrends protection. As your workforce starts to extend into the cloud, to SaaS applications or remote offices and branches, we've got cloud native technologies as well as direct to cloud technologies to facilitate the protection of those workloads. Now, with regards to these aspects that you're seeing here, you can start with any one such piece. And as you grow or adopt or as data moves and you need now protection, you've migrated Exchange on-prem and now that's living in Office 365, you can adjust and adapt that licensing with Unitrends, but we also give you one place to manage and view it. You've got a singular SaaS-based portal that's that one window into your backup world. So you're not juggling through multiple interfaces, standing up additional proxies and gateways. We really want to deliver you a clean, concise experience. That starts with our turnkey appliances, where we've converged not just backup and recovery functionality, but some of the supplemental and complementary engines as well. Things like WAN acceleration for replication, deduplication and compression for data reduction, data encryption. Those are all self-contained engines that run out of our turnkey appliances. We've reduced the local footprint that you need to orchestrate and facilitate that backup and recovery infrastructure and reduce the number of vendors that are required as well. So in an incident, when it seems like the worst has happened, we ran into the plant, we've pulled out network cables and we're trying to figure out how do we get things back, you've got a single vendor to call. It's not, do we call our storage vendor? Do we call the software vendor? With us, you're calling Unitrends. So with those protections and deployment options in mind, it starts with the deployment of one of those hybrid cloud appliances, and we can protect more than 250 versions of applications, operating systems, and hypervisors. Spanning, again, is that cloud-to-cloud backup for your SaaS applications like Microsoft 365, Google Workspace, and Salesforce, so that ensures that the data is backed up. Now, we want to ensure that we're following, at minimum, the 3-2-1 rule so we can get copies of that data off-site. Beyond local isolation of the appliance, beyond firewalls, prohibiting inbound traffic from the internet, we want to ensure that as our outgoing traffic is going over the WAN, we can get that data into either a secure cloud location or else to removable media, which could be physically disconnected to create that air gap from our local appliance where we've got backups that are hot and ready and recoverable. We still want to ensure that we've got a redundant copy that is off network in a secure location or a secure facility to facilitate recovery should anything happen to that local appliance or local deployment. The use of that air gapping technology or the replication to the Unitrends cloud ensures the data is immutable. In other words, it cannot be modified by any sort of source or external factors. It's fixed on the target for the duration of its retention period. You can read data from the cloud or re-import those disks, but a threat actor that has gained access to your network cannot find those backup copies in a network attached location. They've been taken off network, and your local appliance has no ability to write or enact changes to data to the Unitrends cloud once it's been written to the target. So from a topology standpoint and what this might look like for your environment, and really we've up-leveled from that 3-2-1 data protection to what I'm calling 4-2-2, really to facilitate both compliance, retention, and recoverability. So that local appliance is protecting your physical infrastructure, virtual machines, application data, storage, and so forth locally. And a backup copy will be retained on that local appliance for use in an on-premise recovery scenario. From a long-term retention scenario, and also in that air gapping use case, we can replicate to disk, tape, another storage location, or else to the cloud. The disadvantage to that media is that we would have to retrieve it, rehydrate it before we can perform a recovery. So our recovery time objectives, or our RTO, is going to suffer. But through that single screen of management, you can choose where you want to replicate data to in a DR scenario. You could leverage the Unitrends cloud, and we're going to explore that option in a little bit, where we have a white glove disaster recovery as a service to help facilitate the actual failover and the hosting of your mission critical workloads. If you have a relationship with a public cloud provider, you could deploy a virtual appliance that's paired with your on-prem appliance, where you replicate backup copies into AWS or Microsoft Azure to perform DR in a cloud, in a public cloud scenario. Or if you've got multiple locations, secondary sites, branch offices, sometimes in the public sector where we do a lot of our work, the city government may collaborate with the local school district. One appliance might be at City Hall, another might be at the high school. In sort of that sort of scenario, you can replicate from site to site, leveraging the Unitrends cloud. And just to make mention, for those work from home users, you're leveraging the Unitrends cloud with our direct to cloud technology. Now, a part of being able to recover is ensuring that backups are good. And I'm sure that nobody on this call likes coming in after a nice long weekend. Maybe your football team just won and you're going into the Super Bowl if you're sitting in Philadelphia or the Kansas City area here in the United States. Nothing can ruin that morning first than a bunch of failures and alerts from your backup appliance. And we're solving that challenge by leveraging some of the technology within our ecosystem and dedicating it or directing it into the infrastructure use case. We call this Helix. It's still pretty new, but what Helix is designed to do is it's a SaaS-based agent that lives on the assets that you're protecting as well as your backup appliance, and it's looking for issues that would prohibit a backup from being taken successfully. Things like VSS writers in a failed state. There isn't sufficient space to mount a VMDK before we take a snapshot of our VMware virtual machine, so on and so forth. And Helix will remediate that action, perform a service restart or other actions that it's been coded to do. And we'll do so within off hours or within the parameters that it's set, so we're not interrupting production. But ultimately, when you come in on that Monday morning, you're not coming into a bunch of alarms and alerts from your backup appliance. You might come into an email from Helix that looks a little something like this. It describes the issues where we saw an issue with a particular service, the action that we had taken, and the current state right before we send you the email. So we've fixed that service. The backup kicked off shortly with no errors. Now, kind of an unintended use case of Helix that's really interesting. Our support team has received a lot of calls, especially recently from customers, really over the last 12 to 18 months. We've seen this really accelerate since Helix has gotten out there more among our users, but it's helping customers identify malware and ransomware, not directly by saying, hey, we found ransomware on this particular client or system, but when the same service has been failing and is being remediated time and time again. Customer comes in one day, a service, you receive this email, okay, this particular service failing once could be a hiccup or a blip. They come in the next day and the day after that. This should be a healthy client, they're thinking. So they go in to investigate and they find that it's ransomware or malware that's messing with those services. And that's a common tactic. They're trying to eliminate backups from being run successfully. If they can find backups on a network accessible location, in a lot of cases, they're detonating and deleting those. But we've got sort of another set of eyes where we've got visibility into some of the early processes, that early stage malware that is starting to disrupt backups as a part of its strategy or its plan. On the spanning side, spanning is entirely cloud-to-cloud backup for Microsoft 365, Google, and Salesforce. We even have some cloud-level redundancy in that spanning stores the backups in a SOC-certified AWS tenant. So we're actually kind of insulating against cloud-level downtime events as well as they may pertain to Microsoft or Google with spanning. It's native cloud-to-cloud backup to ensure that attacks against your SaaS infrastructure, you've got a redundant copy of that data and you're able to recover there as well. So our data is protected. The next piece, we've talked a little bit about Windows. We've talked a little bit about the techniques for dormancy. How are we securing the backup architecture and ensuring that we've minimized the potential for data loss or disruption? With the Unitrends appliance, we're deploying turnkey appliances that are built in hardened Linux. And as I'd mentioned earlier, there's a large majority of malware that's being designed to penetrate and execute against Windows-based systems. So there's a little bit of camouflaging the backups. It's not those common file extensions that they are hunting for. And the hierarchical nature of the Linux architecture makes it very, very difficult for a threat actor to compromise unless they gain root access or the access to the root password is identified or revealed. As we're working within your environment, we're also using TLS level technology or secure socket layer technology to establish a secure connection between our agents and our Unitrends appliance. You can think of this as almost like a Bluetooth connection, if you will, but it ensures that there is no unauthorized communication into the appliance or via those agents. We are leveraging role-based access control as well, so that you can set user scope and permission. And this is really critical when we consider, the ability of a compromised actor or a compromised account to enact changes or damage to backups. You can set the role of the users that might be coming into the environment and restrict them to only being able to perform certain functions, such as backup and restore, or only have access to certain systems. And of course, we're leveraging 256-bit AES level encryption on all data in flight and at rest between Unitrends source appliance and any targets that we are replicating to. On the spanning side, our portal is protected on the front end with multi-factor authentication, and that goes for Unitrends as well. Our UniView portal is MFA enabled. With regards to accessing the data on your tenant and identifying what we need to back up, we're a little bit different from some of the other solutions in the market. There are a lot of vendors that are using service accounts. Ultimately, it's an unmanaged account with an elevated set of permissions and usually some commonly accessible or guest credentials. We're ensuring that we secure the access to backups by using API level integration with OAuth 2.0. We have bring your own encryption keys, so you can manage control and access to the encryption keys and recall those at any time, especially in highly regulated industries like healthcare and finance. They need to have really granular control over that data. You can do so through your managing encryption keys, and we are leveraging AES 256-bit encryption there as well. So we are protecting the data. We have secured the backup environment. The next piece is how do we detect for anomalies and other malicious activity that could ultimately lead us down that ransomware rabbit hole. On the Unitrends perspective, our appliances are equipped with a predictive analytics engine. This is a combination of artificial intelligence and machine learning, a number of algorithms that run on the front end of our appliances that establish baseline patterns of behavior for the data that we're ingesting and working with based on a number of heuristics. We're looking at the entropy or the overall randomness of changes, data density, level of change rates, but there's a lot that goes into that formula. I can't give away all of our secret sauce, but ultimately, if thresholds are breached that would indicate or probabilistically match the behavior of malware-infected systems, it triggers an alert through our UI dashboard via our predictive analytics engine. We identify the systems where we've noticed the behavior, the date, time, the source, was this through backup or the synthesization of a backup copy in order to alert you. And we're also going to flag any suspected backups or backup copies within the interface so that we prohibit or prevent recovery efforts through the use of infected files or potentially infected files. With regards to SaaS defense and beyond protecting the backups themselves, we're bringing some of our technologies and our integrations through the wider Kaseya ecosystem to help protect employees and users on the front line as well. We talked about the prevalence of email-based attacks and phishing attacks, and through our Graphis technology, you've got front-end protection for your users, actionable warning banners that will identify things like URLs that are asking for login credentials. But overall, we're measuring more than 50 different attributes of people, communication patterns, devices, and networks to establish trusted relationships and identify emails with malicious intent. This also goes for spam, but it's a kind of a fun way almost to gauge or get employees to take part in the defense of the overall organization. There are actionable buttons on these banners that you can click to either mark an email safe. If we set up a new vendor and we just don't recognize them through the tool, we can mark that safe so they start to build history on that domain, or we can mark it unsafe to ensure that we are pulling that out of the recipient's inbox and any other inboxes as well. On the back end and integrated into our spanning interface is dark web monitoring, where we're looking at more than 600,000 dark web sources, internet relay rooms, chat bulletin boards, etc., to identify potentially exposed credentials on the dark web. You can take proactive steps to have that cybersecurity hygiene conversation with your employees and proactively secure any accounts that may be at risk. So beyond detection, and really the most critical piece, and one that we know is a challenge from a lot of organizations, is the ability to test backups. And we understand there are challenges to testing. It costs a lot of time, it costs money, it can disrupt production systems. We're solving that through automation, both locally and in the cloud, and increasing your confidence by executing DR runbook tests that certify and validate your backups down to the application or the services level. So you can orchestrate DR runbook testing to identify potential recovery issues, but ultimately ensure that from a compliance standpoint and a recoverability standpoint, operationally, our backups and those dependencies are being met. So we know with confidence what our recovery point and recovery time objectives are going to be. That's common criteria, backup testing, and some of that reporting as we've seen for cyber liability insurance. And if it's something that you're talking about with your provider, there are things both from a technical perspective, such as MFA, and operationally, that backup testing that's really important. And I wanted to share with you a quick story from one of our customers. They're a large chemical company that's headquartered here in the US, but they have operations across multiple continents. They're protecting about 200 terabytes and more than 650 virtual machines with Unitrends. And they were hit with a ransomware attack that infected their Hyper-V environment over the summer. And ultimately, what happened was after a couple of weeks of mitigation, triage, they're getting ready to recover. Their Unitrends appliance was not impacted, so they were thinking, they contact their cyber insurance provider, the network is clean, we've gone through this process, we're ready to move our backups into production. And cyber insurance said, hang on one second, whoa. Before you do that, we need to ensure that these backups are clean and free of malware. So what the customer ended up doing was they used that same testing orchestration technology to spin up isolated labs within a sandbox. And in batches of 10, they went in with VMware Carbon Black to perform deep scans of the malware with another third party to validate that the restore points were clean. So they used Unitrends technology to orchestrate and facilitate the lab spin up in conjunction with our testing and VMware Carbon Black to satisfy both business continuity and their cyber insurance requirements. So that testing is a really critical aspect and one that we're helping to automate for our customers. But ultimately, we know that things can go wrong and the ability to recover is really critical. What you're looking at here is data from Unitrends State of Ransomware survey report that you can view and find on unitrends.com. But there are a number of techniques that may be employed depending on the severity of the malware. File level restores might be fine to replace infected files in the event of lightweight scareware. We may need more robust methods. But ultimately, Unitrends supports a number of recovery technologies, whether it be file and folder recovery, bare metal restores, instant recovery of VMs and Windows images. And when you're replicating into your secondary environment, you've got similar capabilities at hand. Granular recovery options all the way through full recovery and orchestration of those systems, as you saw through some of that DR testing. And then spanning is there for your SaaS data to ensure that files, folders, contacts, and other sites are able to be restored. Now, we mentioned the Unitrends Cloud earlier, and that's a key part of our story and our disaster recovery as a service. And ultimately, what that looks like for our users is you've got that same level of protection locally, and you choose to replicate to the Unitrends Cloud, where similar to recovery assurance, we're going to load up and go through with you as part of the onboarding to define your DR runbook. And what does performance and failover need to look like for you? In the event of a disaster, our team will execute that DR runbook, spin up those workloads into the Unitrends Cloud, where you can run until you need to fail back operations to your local site, and we assist you through with that failback process. So there are a number of options for recovery as well, support a number of different scenarios. But ultimately, in recapping and what we're driving towards, again, kind of in your toolkit, is the ability to protect all of your data at minimum 321 locally, on-premise, as well as in the cloud. Securing the architecture and protecting those backups themselves, they are increasingly a target of these threat actors. Of course, being able to test is critical in having that confidence and that knowledge that we will be able to restore. Detecting, protecting both our users and the accounts that could potentially be compromised, as well as what's in our environment today. And of course, the ability to recover should those occur. I apologize, Jess. I think that I'm right at time here. So we do have some resources for the audience. But if we have time for any Q&A, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Adam, that was such a great presentation. And I was just, I was afraid that we were not going to get it all in. And you did, because you're a rock star. We're going to be very short on time, but I am going to bend the rules and sneak in a quick question here because we have a lot and I want to at least get to one or two. So I'm going to start with this one here because I think it's a good conversation to have. Does Unitrends offer local immutability?
So, we hear a lot of vendors talking about local immutability, and it's an interesting question, and I want to be careful about that. In a lot of cases, what these vendors are doing is local immutability isn't a feature of a particular product, but more so something that's enabled as part of Linux, the Linux architecture, and it's enabled at the repository level, either when you're creating a new backup repository or modifying an existing one. So it's utilizing a native file system feature to flag that immutable attribute within the backup chain of any applicable files. Now, that is a good step to take, but there are still a number of risks to even keeping that data that's marked immutable on premise. Should a threat actor gain access to the backup system through a compromised or a privileged account? Should they be able to disable that GUI toggle? Should they have physical access to servers or machines? There are a number of risks that are still present. The Unitrends appliances are hardened when following best practices. Very, very difficult, as I had mentioned, to that hierarchical Linux architecture to compromise the backups, but Unitrends is really achieving that immutability through the use of our cloud or through the use of that replication to media that is off network and physically disconnected. So I don't want to say yes that we offer it locally, but also, take caution and really, again, it's that 3-2-1, ensuring that you've got that redundant copy off network that we think is a really important part of that strategy.
I really appreciate that answer and a little bit of context around it as well. Adam, as I said, I so wish we could keep going with this. We have so many more questions and we're just not going to have time to get to all of them. If you have a chance to hang out a little bit on live chat, that would be great. We can get some of these questions answered and we will make sure that all of the questions asked for Unitrends get to the team. So you'll get a response back at some point. Before you run though, Adam, if somebody out there is ready to jump in, wants to get started, is totally in love with Unitrends, as I'm sure everyone out there is right now, what do they do? What is their first step?
The first step, well, you can respond to our polling question and let us know if you'd like more information. But you can also find a number of great resources on unitrends.com. That's a great place to volunteer or raise your hand if there's additional resources or information or help that we can provide. And if you don't want to go through the website, you can get directly to us via info@unitrends.com. We're a member of our team. Maybe even myself would be happy to jump in and assist you however we can.
Well said, Adam. I think it's time we get to that poll. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you as always.
Absolutely. Jess, thanks you so much. And thanks again to our audience. It was my pleasure.
All right. Well, you can see that poll up on the screen for you here. What we're looking for is what additional information you would like to get about the Unitrends solution. So let us know what information you would like to get. Thanks again to Adam for that presentation and for sticking around to answer some questions. And so once you've had a chance to fill out that poll, I'm also going to suggest that you head on over to the Handouts tab. You can download the Unitrends checklist, 5 Pillars of Ransomware Defense. Really fun, engaging resource, great to walk through some of those foundational pillars. So definitely check that out, save that for later. But before we get into our next session, it is time for a grand prize giveaway. So that means not only am I going to give away a $500 Amazon gift card, I am also going to give away a Samsung Galaxy Z, I'm going to say Z this time, Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phone. Okay, you ready? I'm going to remind you again, as you all know, you do need to be here live, present at the MegaCast with us in order to win. All right, so first up, a $500 Amazon gift card going to Maura Ennis of Massachusetts. Maura Ennis of Massachusetts, you have won a $500 Amazon gift card. And then our next winner of a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phone, is Joe Reese of California. Joe Reese of California. So congratulations to Maura on your gift card and Joe on your new phone. As always, we will get in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap today. Now, don't forget, lots more chances to win, plus, that best question card from each one of our sessions, and we're looking at that after the fact, so keep those questions coming in. All right, well, folks, I feel like I'm stalling already. Okay, I'm going to bring out our next presentation. The reason I'm stalling is because there's a bit of a surprise style to the format that we're going to jump into in just a moment, and I'm going to tell you about that. Let me introduce our next speaker. So Tim Wilmore, Senior Solutions Engineer, here with us from Keeper Security. And Tim and I have a very special treat lined up for you all. So give me 2 seconds because I'm going to hop back on camera. I'm going to join Tim here in just a moment, and we will tell you all about it.
All right, well, welcome, Tim. And today, you and I are going to be doing something a little bit different. We were chatting with the Keeper Security team, and we were inspired by that show some of you might know of, Hot Ones, where they eat kind of progressively hotter chicken wings. And we kind of like the authenticity and a little bit of that challenge of trying to speak about something while, say, experiencing physical discomfort, you know? Yep. So the Keeper Security crew challenged Tim and I to a version of that here today. So this is what we're going to do. We'll tell you all about it. All right. I'm going to ask Tim some questions about Keeper Security. And as we do, we will be eating, yes, thank you, Tim, these Bean Boozled beans, which have lovely flavors here. You know, like used bandage, vomit, and rotten egg, also mixed in with the usual flavors. So we don't really know what we're getting here. So it's going to be a little bit of adventure. Tim, what do you think? You ready?
Let's do it. Yep. It's like an old bandage. Rip it off and get it over with, right?
That's it. It's like an old bandage. Okay, so Tim and I agreed that we're going to start with these blue ones here because they are either toothpaste or berry blue. So Tim, get your bean up. Cheers, my friend. Okay. Oh God, I got toothpaste. Okay, that's a nice minty start.
Yep.
Wow, what'd you get?
I got toothpaste too.
Great, Tim. While you're
I'm
enjoying
good for the day. I don't need to brush anymore.
Yeah, while you're enjoying that, what does Keeper Security do?
So cybersecurity starts with protecting your passwords, concealed secrets, and all that. And that's exactly what Keeper does. Just protects all that secret information for you. Now I got to wash that down.
Yeah, great. Expanding on that a little bit.
Yep.
So cybersecurity, obviously, that's and protection. That's a great place to start. Can you give us an idea of what is the problem you're trying to solve?
Yeah. So most breaches are due to weak or stolen credentials. Like 81% of all breaches are because of compromised passwords. We're just trying to prevent that, more or less.
Okay, nice and easy.
Exactly.
I think we have to do another bean before I ask you the next question.
Oh.
What color?
Let's do the green one. The green one with the dark dots.
Oh gosh, that's one of those is booger. Okay.
Yeah, so but it could be a pear.
This is juicy pear or booger. Oh God.
I got pear.
I got booger. Oh no.
Tastes like when you were a kid?
That's so bad. Okay. Tim, who uses your product?
Quite literally millions. Like really anybody can use your product. We've got a consumer app. We've got a business-to-business side. We've got enterprise. So really anybody with every size of organization, from one person shop all the way to federal government, large enterprises and organizations. So really anybody.
Okay. I can breathe again. And how would you categorize, the Keeper Security solution? What type of solution is it?
We really consider ourselves to be a next-gen PAM solution with perimeterless and multi-cloud IT environments. Like there's really not much that we can't do.
Okay, I want to ask you another question about that, but I think we have to do a new one.
Okay.
Man, I
I
really
picked
don't.
the last one, so you do this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick the brown one because I have a lot of them, which is either liver and onions or cappuccino.
That's bad because I don't like either one.
Yeah, this is okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I don't think I've ever eaten liver. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I have liver on onions.
I got liver and onion. Yep. Yeah, I did.
How does
I
my
don't know
grandmother
if-
eat this? She
I'm
loves
like,
onions.
it's on my tongue. I'm trying not to taste
Ugh.
it. I want to ask
Down.
you about Pam. Okay. I want to ask you about Pam. So, because the first question that we got in our chat was actually somebody asking questions about password managers. So let's dig into that. So Keeper as a password manager, can you talk about the PAM offerings that you have?
Yeah, the password vault is what most people know Keeper for. We also offer a market-leading tool for privileged session management, secrets management, privileged account credential management, and of course the credential vaulting and access control, of course.
Okay, sweet. So all the things.
All the things, yeah.
So then, can you put yourself into sort of the market for us? Where do you see Keeper sitting in that market then?
Yeah, we see ourselves as a more affordable option, easier to manage, and much more robust competitor than legacy PAM tools, kind of like Delinea, CyberArk, or even BeyondTrust.
What about the other password managers? Are you seeing yourself kind of in the same category as password managers?
Yeah, of course. No, we do offer a robust PAM solution. We still offer the Password Vault as a standalone solution as well. So if you just need that, then great, we can take care of that need as well.
Okay. I have an audience question I want to get to next, but I think it's time for a new one. It's your turn to choose.
Oh my goodness. Let's go. We just need to get this one out of the way. The yellow one, the buttered popcorn or rotten egg.
No, Tim!
We're gonna have to get there eventually, right?
Oh, it's bad either way.
I think I got that one. Yeah, it's this one. Oh,
Are
man.
you ready?
Can we? No. I'm gonna watch you go first. What'd you get?
I don't know yet. It's really taking its time. It's really scary. I think it's buttered popcorn.
Yes, I got buttered popcorn too.
I mean, it doesn't taste great. I don't like the buttered popcorn flavor.
This doesn't taste like movie theater popcorn at all.
But I don't think it's okay.
It's not
It's not great though. Okay.
No.
Audience question. we had someone out there wondering, besides why we are absolute crazy pants.
True.
If you could give a little bit more detail on sort of the key uniques. So especially if you're looking at password managers, what makes Keeper Security stand out as a password manager?
Yeah. So now how are we different? Security really is number one. Keeper is the most secure, certified, tested, and audited password security platform in the world. We hold the longest standing SOC 2, Type 2, ISO 27001 certifications in the industry. We're GDPR compliant, we're CCPA compliant, FedRAMP, and now state RAMP authorized as well. And we're certified by TrustArc for online privacy. We're also PCI compliant as well and certified. So got a lot of those compliances in our favor.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. I'm going to ask you the same question for Pam. What makes you unique?
What really makes us stand out is that we're cost effective. We provide fast provisioning, pervasive visibility, and ease of use. I mean, here's something easy to use, right? That's just much more user-friendly deployment without sacrificing on the security.
Boy, that ease of use thing really comes up a lot, especially because we do have a lot of folks in the audience with us today, from sure. It's just really hard to that are like, you keep getting hit with like after flavors.
Yeah.
We have a lot of folks out there with us who are from all sizes of industry and organization. And so ease of use, I think often we think of that as being applicable in a small team, just because you're short on resources. But in big companies, sometimes you're running so fast and you're trying to do so much that you end up with the same restrictions. So dig into ease of use a little bit. Tell us a little bit more what you mean by that.
Yeah, it really starts out from deployment, and deployment really takes less than 2 hours. It's really easy to get deployment or Keeper deployed out there. Our solution is also just very intuitive with the unified admin console and really intuitive and modern user interface for every employee on really all device types. So you're talking about your mobile devices, your device types, command line, you name it. So we have a lot of experience in the customer space that really helps us create business tools that people actually really enjoy using. Helpful there.
Yeah. What I really enjoy using is not something that we are currently experiencing.
No.
Is it your turn or just my turn? Because you picked the terrible buttered popcorn rotten egg combo.
It could have been worse.
I think
Maybe.
I can't do it yet. I don't think I can risk the barf yet.
No.
But I am going to try. Nope, I'm not going to do stink bug. That's not next. What is this? Old Bandage pomegranate. You want to try that one?
The red one?
I mean, want is not the right word. Let's try Old Bandage pomegranate. Okay.
Sure.
No, Tim.
All right.
I got Old Bandage.
I got pomegranate.
How do you get it? Your team sent me a bad bag.
You got all the bad ones.
Oh my god! It actually tastes like you can like taste the like cotton bandage is like sucking the moisture out of my mouth. Okay. Yep. That one almost came up. Okay. What? I think you said earlier you've talked a few times about cost effective.
Yep.
Can you tell us what makes Keeper Security cost effective?
Yeah, absolutely. We're an all-in-one platform, so fewer products to purchase, easier for IT to manage because you need fewer people to implement it because that easier short implementation time we were talking about earlier. But also, the price is simple with no implementation fees, so there's no add-ons with regards to that. So
that's a big one. Hidden and add-on type thing. I'm gonna pull a question from our audience now. So Mike here says, I imagine an all-in-one platform makes it easier, but most IT teams now use different solutions and platforms. So how does Keeper integrate with those?
We basically integrate with your entire IT stack, including all main single sign-on providers, your DINI providers, your Active Directory. Really, we have over 50 out-of-the-box integrations. So you name it, we should be able to plug and play with it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm stalling. I'm gonna ask one more question before we do a job.
You need to get the little bandage down.
The bandage is just, it's like it's right on front and center in my mouth right now. So I'm gonna switch while we breathe. I'm gonna switch the topics a little bit because I think we've been kind of focusing on passwords and a little bit of your key uniques and things, but let's zoom in a little bit now more towards that security side of things. Obviously that's a really important talking point and an important aspect of why folks have joined us here today. So for anyone out there that is wondering about this now, how can somebody know and understand that Keeper is a secure choice for them?
Yeah, Keeper is one of the few cybersecurity platforms that uses full zero knowledge secured security. So we utilize a unique encryption and data algorithm. So really what that means is every single record inside that your vault is encrypted, every single shared folder in there. So it's just a really complex encryption model. But we also have it so that only one person has full control over their vault at a time. All the encryption, decryption takes place locally on that device. And so this makes it really secure. You're not gonna be able to find that kind of security anywhere else.
Okay, so encryption, how is the data encrypted?
Yep, so Keeper is built with a multi-layer encryption system based on client generation encryption keys. That's where I was saying client side earlier. It's all encrypted with 256-bit AES, record level encryption, folder level encryption, and it's all done client side. So all the content of the vault is encrypted, including logins, file attachments, TTP tokens. Every single field in the record is fully encrypted.
Awesome. Okay, I'm stalling, but I think we have to do another one. So
okay, do you want me to pick or do you want to pick?
It's your turn. I chose the last one, unfortunately.
I was curious about the white one with rainbow speckles because you eat the birthday cake or dirty dishwater, and I'm genuinely curious, how did the people at Jelly Belly know what dirty dishwater tastes like? Did people just go like to the kitchen and take a swig of it and know, or?
Yeah, it's a really good question. If anyone has insight into the poor humans who had to taste test all of these, let them
Jelly
and I
Belly
know.
food scientists. Oof.
Yeah,
they earn their pay.
Well, here we go.
Here's the birthday cake, I hope.
Here's the birthday cake. Hopefully it's birthday cake. I have not had good luck.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh.
That just tastes like soap.
That was not birthday cake. I still taste it too.
I haven't swallowed yet. I can't.
Get it down. Just get it over with. It's like the old man just rip it off and.
Oh, it almost came up. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, so bad. Okay, time for an audience question. So, this one coming from Paul. How does this work for a user who logs in with SSO or passwordless technology? Go, yeah.
Let me catch my breath here. In this case, elliptic curve cryptography is used to encrypt and decrypt data at the device level, again, client side. So a local private key is used to decrypt that data key. After that data key is decrypted, used to unwrap the individual record and folder keys. So those record keys then decrypt each of the stored record content, right? So each encrypted data key is transmitted between the user's device through a push system or a key exchange that we have called device approval. So it's the way that users can log in through single sign-on, which is managed by either the customer to preserve zero knowledge. So Keeper, we don't have access to any of that data to decrypt any of these users' devices. That's how we're able to maintain zero knowledge.
Oh, so you're not the employees of Keeper don't have any visibility into users' vaults.
Correct.
Great. My mouth is coated with soap right now. This is one of the worst ones that we have had. I'm
memorable.
We're gonna go back to we're gonna go blue again is what we're gonna do, because I'm hoping if I get toothpaste, I'm not gonna hate it this time.
Right. Toothpaste is basically mint.
Okay. Yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah. Toothpaste again. How do I keep getting the bad ones? I kind of want berry blue. No.
No, it's toothpaste. All right, toothpaste too.
Toothpaste for you too? Okay.
It's minty fresh.
I do feel much better. This is our palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Okay.
Toothpaste.
This is, we're great. Really just embracing the toothpaste now.
Thankfully, I've got a couple more.
We can't talk security really without talking zero trust.
True.
I think zero trust is something that, this comes up a lot. It's hard to separate out the reality of something sometimes when it gets so much momentum, because, it can feel a bit buzzwordy. So can you talk to us about zero trust and how that does or doesn't fit in with Keeper security while I drink water?
Yeah, of course. Zero trust really assumes that all users and devices could potentially be compromised. And so each user must be verified and authenticated before they can access a website, application, or even a system. So this cybersecurity framework underpins a Keeper cybersecurity platform.
Okay, what about cryptography?
Okay there?
I'm gonna be fine.
Keeper utilizes cryptography. Has been certified and validated by NIST cryptographic module verified programs, CMVP. Can't get these letters out.
Oh.
So it's the FIPS 140-2 standard. Man, I
Okay,
got
yeah,
that toothpaste
that's something.
still in my mind.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks out there are familiar with the FIPS 142. Anything else that they should know about?
Yep, SOC 2 Type 2, ISO 27001 certified, FedRAMP, Impact 2 level, moderate, state ramp. So you name it, we've earned it.
Nice. Okay, yeah, FedRAMP and state ramp.
Yep,
Great.
Both.
Okay, time. Yeah, I think you did the last one. So, or wait, no, I did toothpaste.
Yeah, you did toothpaste. You wanted to kind of.
That was my palate cleanser. That's a cheat choice, but I'm taking it.
I don't know.
Don't do it.
Which one?
Well, I can see there's two next to each other that I really don't want to eat. One is barf and one is stink bug.
Yeah, but we probably need to knock those out, right?
I think we need to do them.
A green with the dots. Hopefully it's
green.
No, that's no, that's the booger. Sorry. This is more orange.
Yeah, barf.
Is it orange with the red dots? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're doing orange with the red dots, and then next we'll do the toasted marshmallow stink bug. So this is either barf or peach. This is where we lose it right here. If this is barf, I'm not swallowing this. Oh, you're peach.
Me too.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Okay. Woo! Man, peach has never tasted so good. I am so happy right now. That was actually like scary. My heart is racing.
Me too.
While you're eating that, we had an audience question about pen testing. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, Keeper performs periodic pen testing with third-party experts. We use partners like NCC Group, Sakarma. We also use CyberTest and also independent security researchers against all of our products and systems, so not just like our password manager. Keeper has also partnered with BugCrowd to manage its vulnerability programs, like our bug bounty program is through BugCrowd.
All right, we're running low on time, which means I'm going to make us do another one. Let's do the stink bug toasted marshmallow.
Which color is that?
That's the brown one with the brown dots. It's just very upsetting.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Oh, well, okay, yeah.
I only have one of these. Oh, you already did it. My bad.
Oh, I don't like it. Whatever it is, I don't like it.
It's not marshmallow.
Oh!
Oh.
Yeah, that's stink bug. That is stink bug.
I never knew what stink bug tastes like.
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Tim, how long does it take to implement Keeper and deploy, especially at an enterprise level?
It literally takes under an hour or two, just depending on the integrations, what you want to hook into it, but it's a pretty short implementation.
Okay, great.
Yep.
and Keeper has active threat monitoring?
We do, yeah. We have a service called BreachWatch. It's our dark monitoring tool. It can be used to, we partner with a third-party database, so we just basically do a password scan, and we can alert users if a password has been found rather than BreachWatch, send them alerts in real time so they can take action on it.
Okay, I'm just pulling a few questions from our audience here because we're going to run out of time here. Fortunately, we're going to run out of time here, Tim. I've never said that before. Does Keeper allow password rotation?
Yeah, absolutely. Keeper utilizes a strong randomized password generation tool to assist users in rotating passwords. So it eliminates the whole password fatigue thing, so it gives you all strong passwords.
All right, one last one from the audience, and then I'll ask you my final question, and we'll do one last test. Can Vault records deleted accidentally, or if they're deleted accidentally, can they be recovered?
Yep, absolutely. They can recover them from the deleted items folder. You can put a policy on it so users can recover them if you want to.
Awesome. Okay, Let's pick our last one. And then I have one last question for you. Is there something we haven't, is there one we didn't try? Did we do the pink birthday cake or the pink one?
We didn't do the strawberry smoothie or dead fish.
Ah! We're really ending with the worst one.
We can do toothpaste after this. That can be our palate cleanser.
Yeah, okay, so the strawberry smoothie one is the one that is beigey orange. Is that right?
Yeah.
Like a solid orange, not a clear orange? Okay.
It's got, so there's no dots on it? Okay. It's kind of hard to tell in the little small picture there.
Oh my God.
Did you do it?
Yeah, it's not banana smoothie. It's really not banana smoothie. Oh no.
Man, I got lucky.
How did you do that?
Either that or dead fish tastes great. No, this tastes like strawberry.
Tim, if somebody out there wants to get involved with Keeper Security not doing this, what would you recommend is their best way to get started?
If they want to get started with Keeper, just go to our website, keepersecurity.com. At the top right corner, we got a button called Try It Free, get a free 2-week trial. It'll partner you up with one of my incredible sales reps. You might be fortunate enough to be stuck with me on a call or one of my other talented sales engineers or solution engineers, and we'll get you ready to rock and roll. And we probably won't be doing Bean Boozled on the call unless, of course, you obviously want to, and we can arrange for that. Yeah.
Always be prepared for.
Be prepared. Yeah, we got this.
Well, Tim, I can honestly say this is more fun than I expected to have, eating some of the worst things I've ever had.
That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. And I want to say thank you to your team, but I
don't know.
Might have some other words for them off screen. Now I have to continue on, but thank you so much for being here with us today, Tim. It really has been a great time chatting with you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Sorry. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I'm still choking. Excuse me while I throw all these Jelly Bellies in the trash immediately. What a great time that was. I hope you all enjoyed that. I have to say I was scanning through the comments and questions as they were all coming in. I appreciate all of the suggestions and ways to whiskey and vodka to wipe out the Jelly Bellies. I think as soon as we wrap this MegaCast, I will be doing that. And we'll probably not be eating Jelly Bellies for a very long time. But that was a lot of fun, and I want to thank you all for coming along on that with me. I've put up a poll here. What additional information would you like to get about the Keeper Security solution? Please do take a second and click on that poll there. Also, head on over to the Handouts tab, and you can get the handout from Keeper Security. Sorry, still recovering. It's the leading cybersecurity platform that protects passwords, secrets, and access to infrastructure. Such a great read. It's going to dive into some of the great info that we just got from Tim, among all of the other fun that was happening. I'm going to go ahead and give away another prize, and I promise you it's not Jelly Bellies. It's much, much better. We're going to do a $500 Amazon gift card. And so up next, I'll remind you one more time that you do need to be present live here at the MegaCast in order to win. Our next winner of $500 Amazon gift card today is Drew Plaster of Oregon. Drew Plaster of Oregon. Congratulations to Drew on your gift card. And hey, we're all winners. All of you are winners just because you did not have to just eat that bag of Jelly Bellies. So congrats on your life choices. Clearly better than Tim and I's. And as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap up the event. Don't forget, still lots more chances to win a prize today, plus a best question card from each session. So keep those questions coming in. All right, but up next, I am very excited to bring in our next presenter who has promised me not to make me eat anything weird or unusual or terribly flavored. So already my favorite of the day. We're going to bring out Eric Younghunts, Principal Product Manager, Advanced Threat Protection and Advanced Cloud Sandbox. And Eric is, of course, joining us from Zscaler. Eric, thank you so much. I am so excited to welcome you to the MegaCast today. I'm going to go drink some water, and I know we want to leave some time to chat, do some Q&A at the end, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you so much, Jess, for handing this over to me. I'm really excited today to present to you guys about really what we see here at Zscaler as a really truly differentiating and simpler approach to ransomware protection. My name is Eric Younghunts, as referenced earlier. I'm a principal product manager here at Zscaler. And I can't wait to dive into this topic with you because I know ransomware is on the top of mind for all of you out there, especially for the IT practitioners in the room. So let's talk a little bit more about ransomware in the current state. And then we're going to talk about kind of where we potentially see things going, but also really how to really actively prevent ransomware from even entering into your environment or even becoming an issue inside of your organization. So recently, we actually published a really interesting report about the state of 2022 in the context of ransomware and why it's really important to understand the historical record of ransomware to today is the fact that realistically, we know that there has been a significant increase in ransomware incidents over the past few years, and it has been steadily increasing year over year. And what does it really mean for you? It means essentially for the practitioners in the room, for the CISOs in the room, et cetera, you always are worried. There's a constant concern that potentially you will be impacted by ransomware in some way, shape, or form. And as a result, that will cause business downtime or significant impact to your brand. And realistically, what's interesting here is that we've noticed a significant effort by the adversary to take advantage of that. They know you're worried. They know you're concerned. And that's why they actually focus on multiple different techniques with ransomware to ensure that they are driving the success and outcome they expect, which is for you to pay the ransom. So what that really means, the increase in double extortion ransomware. We're going to talk a bit more about double extortion, what that really means truly in the context of a breach that just happened a few days ago in this context. But this all starts with ransomware as a service, meaning that we have adversaries that are working together. They are working in concert with each other to make sure they are all being successful and they are all gaining the amount of money expectations that they need to run their business. And they do run it like a business. The unfortunate part about this is that we've also seen a pretty significant uptick in supply chain attacks as a result. So instead of actually going after, for example, individual companies, individual users, they start targeting MSPs, businesses that supply information or supply IT resources to organizations. Why is that more advantageous for the adversary? Because that means they can infect more people and potentially get more money. And then really interestingly enough, I think over the last few years, more specifically, we've seen this rise in geopolitical attacks. We saw this obviously with the attack in Ukraine and the concern about the potential of using ransomware or wipers in the context of a geopolitical conflict. We've also seen this as a nation state actor targeting just generally the Western world, so to speak, knowing that they actually have more resources, more money, and more willingness to pay. And that's kind of been an interesting kind of tactic that's been seen over the last few years that combines with that double extortion and other functionality we've seen from these adversaries in the past. Let's talk about this more distinctly. You know, if you think about the scheming here and what has really kind of been the escalation over the past, I would say 10 years or so, it really started with a single user being infected. If you remember back maybe 10 years ago or so, there was CryptoWall, CryptoLocker, these types of ransomware families that were out there, but they really only chased after single individuals. They would infect your uncle's computer, they'd infect your grandmother's computer, hold all their photos for ransom, but the ransom itself was very, very low as well. So meaning that, basically you're only paying for $500 worth of photos to be restored or Word documents, et cetera. That kind of really shifted, especially in the context of the amount of money and the amount of payouts the adversaries were receiving, which is why they started focusing on these double extortion or more enterprise level attack cycles, because they knew they could potentially get increasing amounts of money from a larger organization based upon how and when they went after a particular actual organization. So to give you an example of this, so double extortion, encryption and exfiltration. What this really means is that instead of me just encrypting your data and saying, hey, that data can't be available to you until you pay the ransom, now we moved into I will steal your data, steal all of your confidential data from the organization. I will post that publicly, and then I will encrypt that data, which then means I now can show to the person on the other end, I have access to all the confidential personal data for that organization. Also, you probably imagine that can include damaging information about information or dealings they've had with certain third parties, for example, even financial information, et cetera. And then they leverage that to further pressure the organization into actually paying the expected ransom that they've set for that organization. Now that has actually even gone even further with adding on top of this DDoS. So distributed denial of service. So saying that not only am I going to take down your business in the context of actually availability, so no one can access your website any longer, I also have access to all of your data, which is fully exfiltrated from the organization. And you have no access to your own data because it's completely been encrypted by the actual adversary locally. And that has become a bigger and larger threat than we've previously in the past, more dramatically so when you add on top of customer communication. So we've actually seen in some cases where an adversary will say, I have all their data, I have encrypted everything, they have no access to anything locally, I've taken down their website, all their public facing presence on the internet, and by the way, I'll start contacting their customers, actually letting them know that I have access not only the organization's data, but their data as well as a result of that compromise. And that is such a damaging situation for a brand. And as you can imagine, as these threats start to escalate, the propensity for the actual person on the other end to pay or to negotiate in some way gets higher and higher and higher. And we'll talk about that with actually a real world example from just a few days ago in a moment. But realistically, what makes it so challenging? And I'm going to take this in very distinct terms. The reason why this is so challenging for an enterprise or any organization of any size to prevent against is that truly it is as simple as ensuring that the adversary, is able to bypass all of your legacy security controls. Now, why is this important to understand? Think about in the context of, every organization, every enterprise has a number of security controls in their environment. We can kind of name a few. We already know that every organization has a firewall. Every organization has some type of intrusion prevention capability. And every organization has a URL filtering device and maybe also an antivirus functionality. So I mean, living at the endpoint, protecting the endpoint from something. If you think about this, those 4 different capabilities, that adversary needs to make sure they are able to bypass each one of those very, very easily. And what's interesting is that they figured out methodologies and ways to bypass those traditional security controls in a very rapid fashion through what we consider to be a lot of automation and a lot of thought that goes into that pre-delivery or that reconnaissance phase to understand really what they're up against and how to be successful in their operation, which is getting your data and getting the money they expect. And they've done this through basically abusing reputable sites like Google, Dropbox, Box, et cetera. We've seen adversaries focus on these enterprise level applications to be leveraged for these types of purposes because they obviously know that those applications will be allowed inside of any enterprise organization. So hence why the focus is really on, if I know a way we can bypass all these traditional security controls, and that's as easy as focusing on a delivery methodology that leverages a trusted, well-known service to your organization, that's exactly what they will do. Now let's talk about bypassing a bit. Like realistically, how does an adversary bypass a particular technology? Let's take an example of antivirus. This is really interesting for me. I've spent a lot of my career focusing on adversary tools, how they operate, what they leverage. And this is actually an advertisement. This is an advertisement available on the internet for a service that guarantees that when you buy their service, you will be able to bypass Windows Defender. I'm sure everyone in this room understands Windows Defender. I've heard Windows Defender before. Windows Defender is the basic antivirus capability that comes with Windows. It is typically the barrier to entry for an adversary to gain access to a particular PC. Now you can see here, it's basically saying exactly what they offer. I make sure that the file you give me, which is a ransomware file typically, will be able to bypass Windows Defender effectively and also be able to remove itself, what they call melting of a file, from the system after the execution is complete. Now, why is that important? Again, I gain access to your machine, I bypass what is traditional antivirus controls, I execute my ransomware across the organization, I get all the data I need out, and thusly I actually remove the initial ransomware infection from the user as well, so you, as the practitioner or the security personnel, has no idea even how this happened. And that is such a big challenge for so many organizations because by the time they see the ransomware pop up or they start hearing from their users that they're unable to access resources, that is realistically the time frame that the adversary has to be successful, and also make sure they're covering their tracks to make sure you can't figure out how they got there, what they did, and how they went through their operations. Now that's what I was talking to earlier. This is actually a real example of a customer, not of ours, but a customer of many security vendors out there that was compromised on February 6th. So that is literally within the past few days. Now, what happened here is that by the time the Lockbit administrators, we'll talk about this in a moment, gained access to the organization, they were able to quickly exfiltrate all of the data available throughout a number of different systems inside the organization. They posted all of that data on the same day they gained access to the organization, and they set a deadline for payment at 14 days. So literally stating to the organization, this is a publicly facing website, by the way, this is their PR website for Lockbit, saying, we've compromised this organization, we have all of their data, we also have examples of their internal documents. And in fact, I didn't take a screenshot of this, I didn't think it would be appropriate to show, but one of the documents actually includes a canceled check from their own organization's primary financial account, I'm guessing, that includes their account number information on the document. So very, very key functionality here for the adversary. They're publishing only the documents they know are going to do the most amount of damage for that organization. You can see here some price points. $5,000 to extend the deadline for 24 hours. What does that really mean? Extending the deadline for the full payment of $600,000 on a daily basis. So here's what's happening right now. I kind of did a little research on this company. Hasn't been publicly published yet that they were impacted by ransomware, but this company has actually hired a negotiating firm to negotiate with the actual adversary here to figure out how they can reduce the overall cost. And what's interesting, that is why the adversary posted this specific message saying, the longer you delay your payment of $600,000, the price point is going to go up $5,000 per day. Now, in the end, what really happens with these types of scenarios, if the actual organization does not pay the ransom, can you guys guess what happens? The answer is that data is exposed and basically dumped out into the world. And now that organization has a bigger issue or bigger challenge, essentially, trying to do damage control and prevent that information from actually being available to the general internet, which, as we all know, will never, ever happen. So realistically, here we are. This is the end stage. This is an organization, absolutely had a firewall, absolutely had antivirus, absolutely had IPS or intrusion prevention services, absolutely probably had URL filtering. So how did we get here? The answer really truly is that you need to transform your security. It is not as simple as I will get a new URL filtering vendor, I will get a new IPS vendor, or I will get a new antivirus vendor. That doesn't fundamentally solve your problem in any way, because the problem really is that data is everywhere. Users are everywhere. The majority of the traffic that passes into your environment is encrypted, which you're completely blind to with a majority of the typical traditional security controls. And the internet is now the corporate network. I think we all know this, especially with the example of COVID. We all went home. We all started to realize that, hey, if I disconnect from VPN or if I disconnect from some type of service providing some type of connectivity, hey, my Zoom experience is a lot better. Or, oh, I'm able to access Salesforce or Slack even faster than I have before. And the problem is that this has created a scenario for the adversary where it's right for them to go after individuals, find their way in through that individual into a network infrastructure, and take advantage of that trusted relationship between the user and the network to gain access to what they need, which is data, and then push their encryption routines into that environment. So considering this, we really truly need a much simpler approach. And I say this in a very, from a practitioner perspective, simpler means that what you're able to do from a security perspective is minimize the attack surface. So meaning that no longer are your applications, is your VPN termination point, is your corporate presence available on the internet for all to see. Why is that important? If you think about me targeting a particular organization or an adversary targeting an organization, the first step is who will I target, how will I target them, and with what? If you remove that functionality, if you remove that visibility, that means that it's so much more difficult for an adversary to figure out their methodology for gaining access into your environment. After you remove the attack surface, meaning that you're not exposed to the internet in any which way with your applications or your users, then it moves into preventing compromise, making sure that we're actually able to prevent a user from being compromised when they are accessing the general internet. And we'll talk a little bit more in a few minutes, but I think it's really important to understand preventing compromise is a multi-layered approach involving multiple different security technologies that work in concert together to deliver the best security outcome for the organization. This third piece here, which is actually really interesting, is lateral movement. A lot of people don't think about this, but the adversary, especially in the ransomware attacks, they operate with the concept of lateral movement. What is lateral movement? Really think of it as, if you're sitting next to someone on a bus and that person is sick, most likely you are going to get sick as well. That is exactly the connotation that we have within quote unquote lateral movement. It is about identifying individual users that have access to privileged resources, and in some cases have access to the entire network infrastructure, which is a traditional flat network, allowing me to move throughout the organization.
And finally, we have stopping data loss. Now, stopping data loss is, kind of as the last step, as we saw before, from an adversary's workflow. Realistically, your job is to make sure there's not an adversary attempting to exfiltrate data from your organization, and obviously leverage that in the context of a potential ransomware incident. So let's kind of talk about this in the real terms, what I would consider, in the context here of every ransomware attack has the same story. What I mean by this is that every situation that plays out that involves ransomware always includes these 4 phases, such as that initial phase of attack surface, understanding who to go after, how to go after them, and with what, like I alluded to earlier. This is so key for an adversary. You need to figure out the way into your organization. That can be through a user, that can be through a VPN device, that can be through an application, whatever it may be. But once they've gained access, the next piece is actually gaining a foothold or performing that initial compromise. I need to make sure I have some type of back-end access or some type of backdoor access to that network or set of users, for example. And that typically can fall in line with file-based threats. That can also just be credentials that they've stolen from phishing or other mechanisms as well. Once they gained access to that initial compromise and the reconnaissance phase, then we're into that lateral movement. And as I alluded to earlier, lateral movement really is about abusing the trust relationship of the network. Meaning that if I have a user, I land on their machine, I know exactly who they're connected to, adjacent to, shall we say. Also, I can typically find shared backup credentials or shared administrative credentials. Maybe the local administrator password is the same across all machines. Well, then I can leverage that trust to then move across the organization and actually go directly after all of the assets versus single assets. And that's typically what we see in most large-scale ransomware outbreaks, right? You hear about hundreds of machines that have been infected or the entire network has been impacted. That is by design. That essentially means that the adversary has collapsed or created such havoc inside of your environment that your willingness to pay skyrockets every moment that your business is unable to operate. And at the very end, as we kind of talked about earlier, execution and data exfiltration. What this really means in a ransomware scenario is that obviously the data needs to be exfiltrated first. That's the first stage before they move into that encryption phase. Now, what's so interesting, if you think about this, they can be very strategic about how they exfiltrate data, working in the middle of the night or working in different time frames where there's not a lot of people watching. And that's exactly what I've seen in the context of different ransomware incidents I've seen play out over a number of different customer environments as well. Now, I'm going to kind of give you guys a call to action. I know for some of you, this is a lot of content. We talked a lot about different adversaries, how they operate, etc. There's some pretty simple things you can do to understand if you are truly potentially exposed to some of these scenarios inside of your environment. The way you can do this, we have a website we've stood up. It's a free website. You can go directly there now, behind your existing security stack, and run a few tests to see if there is a potential that you could be impacted by ransomware. This test is a non-invasive test, but it basically just checks to see if there's some basic functionality available to you, and actually some advanced functionality too, to see if you really are able to stop an adversary when they're attempting to deliver ransomware inside of your environment. So definitely take a look at that and definitely leverage that for your resource pool as well. Another great thing we've done every single year for the past few years is actually publish a State of Ransomware report. Now, the State of Ransomware report actually looks at our own customer base, understands research that our own Threat Labs team has provided or is actually actively researching about the adversaries, what they do, how they do it, and then applying that into a report format so you can actually understand at a true practitioner level where you can focus a bit more effort and potentially stop these adversaries at different stages of the actual attack lifecycle. Now, I do want to take an opportunity to answer some questions, and I know we have quite a bit. Jess, why don't you go ahead and get started with the first question?
We do, absolutely. Thank you so much, Eric, for that awesome presentation. We are getting lots of questions in, which I love. Definitely struck a note with the folks out there. So I'm going to start with this one here. You mentioned that ransomware bypasses traditional security tools. Why is that so easy?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. I did mention about how ransomware bypasses traditional security tooling. And realistically, the reason why it's so easy is the adversary knows a lot of these tools are typically very disjointed from each other, meaning that your firewall doesn't talk to your IPS doesn't talk to Euro filtering, and Euro filtering most likely doesn't talk to your endpoint security solution in some way. So what this really means is there's different ways an adversary can leverage that lack of inherent interoperability to actually be able to bypass any which particular stage. So to give an example, bypassing a firewall is relatively easy for the most part. Leverage a protocol that is known, that is accepted, and widely used in the organization. Web traffic, SSL traffic, email, whatever it may be. Simple, straightforward. IPS, very similar. IPS is all pattern matching, so as long as we don't match a pattern, we're good to go. And actually, interestingly enough, most ransomware families today don't exhibit any network activity when they are performing encryption because they know that was actually could be a Achilles heel. If you can detect it, you could potentially prevent them from performing encryption, and that means less money in their pocket. So again, another interesting way of using the adversary's knowledge and what they know about traditional network security architecture to then be able to easily bypass traditional network security controls. Great question.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we've got some gold star audience members out there. So this one seems like another good one to dig into. How is lateral movement a key for ransomware success? Why and how can Zscaler prevent that?
So another great question too. So lateral movement, as I mentioned, it's a key for ransomware success. And why is it a key? Because realistically, if I encrypt single machines or single users, most likely that's not going to do the damage that I expect for you to get the payouts that I'm expecting. Remember, we're talking about $600,000 to that one organization that was recently fully encrypted. So if we think about that, the goal of the adversary is to disrupt the business so heavily and make it so difficult that you must pay the ransom in order to get your data back to continue your business operations. And that's kind of the really interesting part here is that lateral movement is about, again, that trust, the inherent trust that a network provides. I typically trust every adjacent device to myself inside of a network infrastructure. That is the abuse realistically, that's what the adversary can abuse to take advantage of to make sure or to then deliver that ransomware sample out across the environment.
Okay, this will probably be our last question that we have time for. You showed a slide talking about bypassing Windows Defender. How does Zscaler address that?
Interesting enough, we actually have a sandbox technology that operates inline. What that really means is that we can hold a file, wait for that file analysis before we allow delivery to the user. Now, what that entails actually is a sandbox process where we analyze a file inside of a virtual machine and see exactly what it does, and then try and match that behavior to known malicious attributes. One of those malicious attributes actually is if the actual file attempts to down or disable specific security controls. If I see you as a file attempting to disable Windows Defender, attempting to turn off different security functionality, I can pretty much guarantee that you're going to be malicious. And as a result, we can take an action of block, meaning that we don't allow that file to be delivered to the user because we have seen this specific activity. So another great example of really what you can achieve when you are in a full zero trust architecture with Zscaler. And again, that sandbox technology operates in line and can block a file even before it arrives at the user's doorstep. So a great example and a great way to talk about how zero trust really even further extends the network security concept even further than you probably could imagine by being able to take these examples and actually stop files and hold them while we perform analysis.
Well, I love that. And I think that's a great note to end on. As much as I wish we could keep going, we are pretty short on time. So Eric, before you leave us, if somebody out there is really chomping at the bit, they're ready to jump in, they want to get started with Zscaler, what do they do? What is their first step?
Now, one big action item for us, if you are interested in talking with Zscaler, please go to our website, zscaler.com. You will see in the upper right-hand corner a link directly to a requested demo. You can fill out your information there. We'd love to hear from you guys and talk to you about how our solutions work, how our network security stack functions, and more importantly, how we can really meet the needs of your organization while providing you far superior security with a very little minimal overhead, especially talking about a cloud-based service. So thanks so much for your time, Jess, today, and looking forward to seeing the rest of the presentations today. Thanks so much.
I love that. That is a great way to get started. And thank you again so much, Eric, for just a really fascinating presentation and for sticking around to answer some audience questions today. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you.
All right, and we've got that poll up for you all. What additional information would you like to get about the Zscaler solution? So take a minute right now and click on that poll. I want to say thanks to Venkat, who just sent a great presentation. High five to Eric, which I totally agree with. Thank you so much to Eric for that really wonderful presentation and sticking around to answer some questions. Now, the Zscaler team is actually going to stick around and answer some questions on live chat as well. So even though I know there was quite a few questions that we didn't get to in the live Q&A section, you will get some answers back now in live chat. So keep those questions coming in, and the team is here to kind of get you some answers. And if you are looking to learn a little bit more right away, head on over to that Handouts tab. You can actually download Zscaler's 10 Ways a Zero Trust Architecture Protects Against Ransomware. It is a great read, some awesome info, so be sure to snag that and save or share after we wrap. But I'm going to pause here for a minute because up next I have even more exciting gifts than I was actually going to start a prize giveaway, but instead I'm going to give you the gift of a brand new moderator. So David Davis is here with us. Hi, David.
Hey, Jess.
Hi, David. I need to go wash some of the jelly bellies out of my mouth, so I'm going to hand things over to you for a little while.
You take your time, Jess. You deserve it. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Thank you, my friend.
But I feel badly
less
for
fun
you.
to, yeah, it was less fun to be a part of it, but
right.
Take it away, David.
All right. Thanks, Jess. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. I'll just leave that up here for another moment while I announce our next set of prize winners on the MegaCast today. Let's see. We have another Amazon $500 gift card. This is going out to, wait, is it $500 or $300? Let me double check. I don't want to announce the wrong prize. Keep answering that poll if you haven't done it yet. All right, it is $500. Okay, another $500 Amazon gift card. This one's going out to Gilbert Marlowe from South Carolina, my home state. Congratulations, Gilbert Marlowe from South Carolina. And then our next grand prize, this is going out to Lou Pellegrini. Lou Pellegrini from New Jersey. Congratulations. You won a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phone. That is really cool. It looks like the Star Trek communicator. It just flips open. So I hope that you enjoy that new phone and you know, show it off to your friends. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. It's now time to move on to our next presenter on today's MegaCast event. I'm excited now to welcome Jonathan Echevarria, Enterprise Architect at ReliaQuest. Jonathan, are you there?
Yes. Hi, David. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being on the MegaCast. Take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our talk, Defense and Dev Strategies for Ransomware Threats. My name is Jonathan Echevarria. I'm an enterprise architect for a company out of Tampa, Florida called ReliaQuest. We have an open XDR product called Gray Matter that helps take in a lot of your disparate data sources, help you integrate them, and then we also have a managed security service offering as well. All right, so let's get started talking about this. And the very first thing that I want you to understand straight away is that ransomware is a business. And you should approach your ransomware threats and the threats of ransomware as a business, right? Because they operate exactly like one. It's not like the days of old where it's just some kid sitting on a screen in the middle of nowhere. These are proper enterprises and organizations. So what your goal ultimately is you want to increase their spend through your implementation of defensive strategies. The more security controls you have, the more logging you have in place, the more automated solutions that you have in place. These all make it harder and make operating against you more expensive for these ransomware enterprises, right? Consider the fact that they invest in research and development in the same way many enterprises do as well. They stay up to date with evasions. They stay up to date with novel techniques. They hire programmers in order to constantly improve and iterate on their own tooling. You should be doing the same and investing the same as well. So if there's anything that I want you to walk away with today, right? It's going to be this. And I want you to adopt and assume breach mindset. Security controls alone are not enough to prevent attack. And when I say assume breach, I'm referring to the strategy of always assuming that, right? Efforts, of course, should always be spent on attack prevention, but you gain a lot more strategy-wise from attack detection and containment. So a key strategy there is understanding your environmental baselines and it lets you quickly identify abnormalities. But the only way that you can do that, right, is by collecting as many different disparate data sources as possible. Sure, EDR is a great thing to have, right? You get all of the logging on the endpoint and you can see everything that's happening. But also, collecting information from your email gateways, collecting DNS information, the more you can measure, the more you can baseline. Consider all phases of the infection and invest throughout them. Don't blow all of your budget on one security control like phishing prevention, then not spend anything on backups. Sure, pay for the phishing defenses, but don't rely on them as your sole line of defense. And that will help you move towards understanding your environmental baseline. An example of this is going to be like DNS queries, right? Some things that you would want to watch out for. Is this the first time the domain has been queried on the network ever? Is this a rare domain to be querying? Is this the first time we've seen a group of computers accessing this domain? Those are the sorts of things that you want to look for. So I said this before, and it always bears repeating. Always assume breach. You are not special. You are not immune. Your tools will not save you, and do not let your ego turn you into a victim. Invest and assume this mindset. So we'll talk a little bit about defense in depth strategies. And when I say defense in depth, I'm really referring to the security approach of establishing layered detection pipelines and security controls throughout your network. So to dig into that a little bit, right? First, you have your security controls. These are your app firewalls, like a Palo Alto firewall. These are your EDRs. These are your email gateways. These are typically like the actual tools or softwares that you end up buying and deploying within your environment. They can act as controls, like a firewall blocking an IP address and help you mitigate risk. But with EDR, for example, they can also help serve your detection pipelines, right? Which are the logical processes that you have in place to collect, process, analyze, and react to events that are happening inside your environment. This isn't just about collecting logs, but it's the pipeline of collection to reaction as a whole. You should spend efforts focusing on the variety of that, and going back to that assume breach mindset, consider your own environment, the different mechanisms an attacker may be able to leverage in it, and that can help assist you with prioritizing what's important. So to build onto these, right, your controls and your detection pipelines, that all incorporates a layered security design. When new elements get added to the architecture, always spend a little bit of time thinking and considering how it affects the security posture of your organization as a whole. You adapt a new, you adapt a new technology. What are the risks that are associated with this? How does this affect our backup strategy? How does this affect our detection pipelines? What new actions does this open up for us to be able to do? And with all of that layering, it really kind of makes you have to move beyond the traditional MDR into collaborative response. Partner with your security providers, right? It's very hard to manage the multitude of all of these event sources and detections that are coming in. Sure, you can forward everything to your SIN, right? But then you're kind of missing out on the response portion. You can forward logs, but there's sometimes extra things that you can do with the APIs, right? So APIs are very difficult to deal with and keep up with. You almost basically need a dedicated dev team just to focus on integrating with all of these things. Ideally, if you're partnered with someone that does a little bit more than just like traditional MDR work, you'd rely on their vendor integrations so you don't have to manage that. A really great example of that is like Office 365 activity. The detailed access activity that you can forward through the logs is okay, right? But with the APIs, you can start to do things like search for abnormal content within the emails inside of your organization. And that's something that can really only be done through the API, and relying on a more collaboration with your partners can really help enable that. You might want to drive an investigation. You might want to collaborate on an investigation or even just observe it. You need a partner with that sort of flexibility and transparency. Simply getting a reach out at the end isn't typically sufficient, right? And that's what a lot of your typical MDR vendors or providers will end up doing. So we'll spend a little time talking about the ransomware attack lifecycle. And this is kind of like a common representation of the different phases of a ransomware attack as it applies to this lifecycle. This isn't necessarily reflective of the entirety of the operation itself. So like the negotiation phase is something that would be in the entire life cycle. But this is the life cycle as it applies from things that you can do. On the top of this graph, right, there's the different phases: initial access, user actions, account compromise, PREVEST, lateral movement encryption. And on the bottom are some typical security controls that you could have for each phase of the life cycle. So to start with, right, we'll talk about the most common vector that we typically see with ransomware attacks, and those are phishing attacks. Most ransomware incidents that I've dealt with in my experience start this way. Keep in mind, right, this isn't the only way that they get in, but you want to spend efforts combating these types of attacks especially, but don't necessarily put all your eggs into one basket. And that kind of goes back to the assume breach and defense in depth mindset. I always like to say to try to achieve a state where you can trace the entirety of the interaction. So an email gateway, for example, sure, you're going to see the email come in, you're going to see it has an attachment, and you're going to be able to tell, where's it from. Are you going to be able to detect whether or not, the user opened it, whether or not they clicked it, and if they clicked it, is that something that you're going to be able to investigate? Are you going to be able to investigate what modules it had open, right? So you should be able to answer things like who sent and received the email, and that's your email logging. Did the user visit the link? And that's going to be your traffic logging. Did something run? That's going to be your process execution logging. Did the user, credentials get compromised? And you're going to see that through your authentication logging. Again, your goal is to increase the difficulty for the attacker itself. And you can do that by restricting what they can do. Prevent the user's credentials from being useful by enforcing things like strong MFA practices. Make MFA tokens useless to an attacker by moving towards a zero trust architecture, right? Such as requiring client certificates for authentication. Sure, I could get your credentials, but if your authentication system is going to prevent me from using them because I don't have the client cert, then that makes it a lot harder for me as an attacker to operate. Even if they capture MFA, they can't leverage the credentials without additional work, which gives you an additional opportunity to detect the attack, which puts you in a much better state of preparedness. So on that note, we'll talk a little bit about authentication, right? Because phishing doesn't always lead directly to code execution, but almost always leads to authentication in some aspect. The attacker may opt to abuse the user's credentials instead of just trying to log into their machine. This is generally an easier strategy for an attacker, but it honestly increases the risk a lot for them. I love authentication logs because they're a really good source of data for kind of going for that defense in depth strategy. They help you baseline detections a lot. And as you collect authentication events historically, you can start to baseline what looks normal for a user, what looks normal for an admin, and you just keep adding and collecting as many artifacts as you can. The more you measure, the more the attacker has to work to blend in. You should be able to answer questions like, where are my users logging in from normally? What time periods do they normally log in from? Like what time zones and what are their normal work hours? And those are the sorts of things you can see by looking at those logs. Can you tell the first time that they authenticate to a service that they haven't before? An example would be like, if you had Okta and all of these multiple apps, well, sure, they've been provisioned this app, but they've never logged into it before, and suddenly this is the first time that they're logging in. That may or may not be suspicious, but it probably is suspicious, especially if it's outside of their normal operating hours, right? Can you tell what fingerprint they're logging into an endpoint with? And that could be something even as simple as looking at the user agent. And, we run these sorts of hunts for authentication activity a lot, and the user agent, and looking at the user agent information, again, collecting as many signals as you possibly can, is one of the most valuable tactics that I end up using when we're doing threat hunting, right? If a user agent for an authentication has historically reported as a MacBook, and then suddenly you see a successful authentication with Python requests, that should immediately raise an alarm. It's a lot easier to whitelist these user agents than it is to blacklist unknown ones. And finally, also look at administrative behavior, right? Compare how different like what admins are doing might look compared to a normal user. Do your normal users ever open the command line? In my experience, probably not, right? But I would expect an administrator to do that. Suddenly, if a salesperson starts opening PowerShell on their computer, should be a little suspect to me. So on the topic of the target selection, right? Try to put yourself in the head of these attackers and understand how they select the targets that they're going to go after. They really spend a lot of time focusing on minimizing your ability to recover from a ransomware deployment. So that means that as soon as they get access, they're going to focus on certain things. That's going to be making sure your backup services are rendered, inoperable. That's going to be affecting your ability to communicate and organize within your team. So let's say, you have access to Slack, they pop the administrative credentials for Slack and they take Slack down. Does your team have a way to collaborate and coordinate outside of that in a channel or method that, isn't necessarily tied to your infrastructure? That's the sort of things you want to be looking for. And then obviously, they're going to go after your security related servers to help mitigate your expulsion attempts of them. So with that, you should concentrate on maximizing your ability to recover from these sorts of scenarios. Things like cold storage backup systems. Sure, you can do a hot backup every 3 days, right? But have a weekly backup that's disconnected from the network and cold in order to ensure that you could rapidly recover. Failover, and also look at things like failover systems design, but separated authentication-wise, right? Not everyone should have, no one person should have all the keys to the kingdom. Try to segment your authentication in that way in order to raise the difficulty for an attacker to operate. With that, we'll talk a little bit about the toolings that they use, right? And in my experience, they rely very heavily on commodity tooling. At the bottom here, this is a export of the Conti playbook, right? The Conti playbook, Conti was a pretty big ransomware group. They had their playbook leaked by a disgruntled member. And a lot of the things that they go through are the same sorts of tools that pen testers would end up using. Things like Bloodhound, Rubius, Crackmap, MegaCast. You can see here that they're using PowerSploit and they use Invoke ShareFinder. If you focus on writing your detections for commodity tools, it'll help put you in a much more effective place. Always consider that their goal is to encrypt files, but in order for them to be able to encrypt files, they're going to have to somehow discover the files. So that means that they're going to have to enumerate what shares are available, where are the files. They're going to have to find this out, and sometimes that activity looks pretty strange, right? So focusing efforts on, hey, can we see their internal reconnaissance attempts? Looking for external recon, outside, external Nmap scans? Sure, right? That's okay, but that's hard and you end up getting a lot of noise. Looking for that sort of activity inside your network, that's not something that's, going to be very easy to hide inside of your production environment. So when you focus on these detections for commodity toolings, it's very effective. And again, I love pen tests. I love red teams. I always recommend people to do them because they use the exact same tooling. Right. So the other thing I would want to mention on, right, is going to be active defense strategies for ransomware. It's one thing to have the ability to collect logs. It's another to be able to respond to the threats and contain them, right? But what if you can trick your threats into exposing themselves? And when I talk about active defense, I generally split it into two categories. The first are proactive defenses. So these are canaries that kick an action off once they're triggered, right? Canary Labs is a great company, and they have a lot of solutions that they offer that you can very rapidly integrate, but also consider doing your own home brewed canaries, right? An example of that would be, let's say you have a company share folder. You hide a document inside that share and you call it something juicy. 2023 payroll slips February, right? No one should ever normally come across that in their day-to-day, but that's going to be something so juicy that a ransomware actor is definitely going to click on and open. Now, the moment that they access that document, it should generate a log. You write a detection for their attack, for their generation of like, oh, file was accessed, and suddenly you tricked them into exposing themselves, and you can immediately contain them. The other ones that I would talk about are reactive defenses, right? And these are automated activity that raise detections in case something is truly abnormal. So an example is going to be, okay, I have logging in place for whenever someone runs a command to delete shadow volumes on the server. Well, that's not something that you would normally expect, especially done from like a credentialed user. So having a reactive automated defense is going to be something like, hey, we see this user ran the command to delete shadow volumes. Cool. Isolate their host, block the IP off the network, call the security team, raise the sub one. Everyone should go all hands and start looking at it. So some things to look at are like any abnormal distribution of administrative accounts. Anytime your regular users fall out of line of their typical anticipated behavior. If something changes configuration-wise on something like a file server or web server, consider that a lot of the times when you set these servers up, right, you set them up with a baseline configuration, they set it up once, and they probably never touch it again, or they'll do like a minor tweak. And then, you know, it just lives until something happens. But your ransomware actors aren't going to open a change management ticket, right? Like, they're just going to YOLO it and make the change. So having a reactionary defense that acts off of these abnormalities is something that you strongly stand to benefit from. So really, what did we kind of cover today? The first thing I want to stress, again, make sure you have a variety of detection pipelines. Ensure you're collecting a variety of logging sources to provide as much context as possible. The more you collect, the faster you can baseline, and the faster you can detect abnormalities and respond to them. Again, always adopt a mindset of assume breach and combine that with defense in depth. If you trust no one, you'll never be disappointed. Defense in depth strategies are proven to help mitigate the threat of ransomware. Defense in depth has the primary goal of imposing costs onto your threat actors. But that being said, defense in depth is hard, and it requires an integration of multiple data sources, ideally aggregated into a single pane of glass. Which leads me into my last point, that you should leverage your security partnerships to achieve greater transparency and collaboration. MDR vendors often fail to provide that comprehensive defense in depth strategy needed to protect organizations from threats like ransomware. If you truly want to achieve effective defense in depth, look for services that provide greater transparency and collaboration between partners, ones that integrate with all of your disparate data sources and can help you come towards a more effective and automated solution and give you that single pane of glass for managing the security of your environment. So with that, we'll move into our Q&A section, and I'll be happy to answer some questions.
Excellent. Yeah, great presentation. Very well said, Jonathan. We do have some questions for you from the audience. And while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there. The question on the screen is, do you rely on internal resources or partner with an outside provider to defend against ransomware? We do want to get your feedback on this question. And let's see, I'll start off with this first question here from Heath, who's asking, when assessing possible service providers and subservice providers, what questions should a business ask to evaluate their ransomware preparedness?
That's a great question. One of the things that I would probably start focusing on is whether or not I wouldn't start necessarily with like a questionnaire, right? Like I would try to get a feel for what is it that they're looking for. Sure, you've talked to your typical MDR vendor and they're going to be like, hey, we have all of this whole pre-built library of detections. Cool, you have 1,000 detections, but how many of those detections are relevant to my environment? Are they trying to establish a partnership, or are they just trying to close a sale? Are they going through and understanding your environment and able to apply their offerings to you in a way that you'll stand to benefit from? Or again, are you just a line item on their yearly budget, right? That's the sort of thing that I would start looking for. As far as like specific questions, start talking about your actual architecture and move away from their offerings and see how they react to that, right? Like if you say, oh, I have a cloud environment that's, GCP heavy, I'm worried about this, this, and this. And then they just say, oh yeah, we have some GCP rules. Cool, right? But do I feel comfortable that, you're helping contribute to the security of our organization? Not necessarily. But if they start talking about your architecture and asking you questions and digging into it with you, that would make me feel a lot more comfortable when evaluating, a vendor like that.
Excellent. Yeah, great point. Great points there. Here's another good question from Noah. He wants to know, how many different security services should a business expect to use? That's a good question.
Yeah, that one, I'm going to give you my favorite answer. It depends, right? And it really depends on the maturity of your organization, the size of your security team. What are the things that you're able to spend resources effectively tackle, and compare that to what are the things that, these external security vendors can partner with you on, in the sense of like, in the sense of making it so that you don't have to spend those resources focusing on it, right? So example, going back to what I said before about the APIs, sure, I can have my security team focus on, collecting the logs from 365, but it would cost me more money to have them write actual integrations that apply to the API itself that allow me to collect more information and do more things with it. Does that make sense? So really, you want to just have as many vendors as you can effectively in order to reduce things that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do. And that's going to be dependent on, the size of your org, the skill level of your team members, et cetera.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very true. Another good question here. They're asking, have you seen any trends recently towards companies paying the ransom versus not paying the ransom?
Yeah, I would say that's actually going. I want to say that's actually going down because companies end up investing a lot more, and companies are getting much more effective. The defensive tooling is getting better. 5 years ago, maybe 30% of the companies that I'd ever look at would have an EDR. Now it's probably closer to 80%. Me as a ransomware actor, I would definitely go after the ones that don't have EDRs. So I would say that it's trending downwards in the sense that organizations are getting better collectively at recovering from the attacks. But of course, there's still almost always going to be events where people are going to be put in situations where they have to pay. So, make fixing them cheaper, make it cheaper to fix them than having to pay them, if you would.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're starting to run out of time here. Last question I want to make sure I ask you is, what should folks do if they want to get started with ReliaQuest?
Yeah, we have some resources available. Reach out. Just go to our website, www.reliaquest.com. We have a contact us form. Fill it out, and we'd be happy to. Someone will definitely reach out and be happy to help you along.
Excellent. Yeah, sounds like a great opportunity for a lot of folks out there to strengthen their ransomware defenses. Jonathan, thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you. Take care.
And I encourage everyone to check out the handouts tab there. It's there that you'll find a link to a ReliaQuest resource entitled Beyond MDR, Achieving Efficient and Effective Security Operations. Make sure that you download that resource before you go. It's a really well done paper. And if you haven't answered the poll question, now is the time to do it, because we are moving on to our next prize announcement on the MegaCast today. This is for another Amazon $500 gift card. This one going to Benjamin Jaffe from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Benjamin Jaffe from Pennsylvania. All right, and with that, it's now time for our next presenter on the MegaCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Aaron Murphy. Field CTO for the Americas at Veeam. Hey, Aaron, thanks for being on.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great. Take it away.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. Let's start on the first one here. You can see a mugshot of me there. I once heard a presenter from the U.S. federal government say that cyber security is a team sport. So I took that to heart, and really making sure everybody's better protected and more able to recover benefits all of us. So what I've put together, although much of it is Veeam focused, it uses a lot of our experience that can help you no matter what products you have. And Veeam, we have over 450,000 customers, and over 81% of those are in the Fortune 500. So we do have a lot of experience to share. In addition, we do a lot of primary research, that's independent research, and that informs us of customer trends. And I'm going to cover a little bit of that in the presentation as well. Okay, let's talk about the first set of data, and this is some of our research. You can see on the footnote there, and also some from Forrester. So more than ever complexity is a challenge. The cyber threats are more pervasive than ever. We know all this. We've been doing a data protection trends report, and each year we've been getting bigger and bigger with this. And this year it was 4,200 independent IT leaders, so not our customers, just IT leaders responsible for data protection. And it showed that over 85% of companies had at least one attack, with 2/3 experiencing more than one. They also reported that it was the most impactful in terms of the outage, and that's because of the scale of the attack. When data is encrypted, on average, it's up to 39%. Now, that's a good news statistic, because that's coming down. It used to be much more than that, and we used to frequently see up to 100%. But at 39%, it's a clear indicator that across the data protection industry, more customers are implementing technology in a way that's secure and protecting their data, and they're able to recover. So it's finally a ransomware presentation with some good news. Anyway, we know things are complex. Data is in more places than ever before. The hybrid cloud is the norm, and many people use cloud services as part of their backup strategy. Having mentioned all this complexity, one thing that is startling is that only 28% of companies update their recovery plans more frequently than once a year. So this is some guidance we think people should look at. Your systems change much more than that, therefore your plan should change much more than that. And when I interview customers who have successfully recovered from an event and ask them for some of their lessons learned, certainly in the top one or two, is that if we'd have done more recovery testing, if it was more automated, if we had better documentation, then we would have been better prepared. Okay, I put this slide in here, I think because I like it as a call to action, really. This is where we asked the 4,200 independent IT decision makers that if you have an outage of systems, can you recover in a timely manner in line with your business requirements? And is the data as up to date, or will there be more data loss than what the business expects? And of course, it shows quite a high reality gap of around 80% for both metrics. That's actually going down. It was bigger than that. And I think that was down to awareness, and people suddenly become more aware of this need. But I think the benefit of research and the safety of data like this is that you can show back to your organization that this is not a unique situation. Everybody's finding this a challenge because we didn't used to have to recover at such a scale. And use it to start a conversation, maybe start a program of change. And armed with this kind of research, you'll be able to do something about it. And the good news is there's some real quick wins that can put you in a much better position in terms of mitigating the risk. So we talked about it. With increasing cyber threats, infrastructure complexity, there's time-consuming manual processes, and often the need to move workloads to and from clouds. It can be harder than it needs to be, but the good news is, as I said, that with a few changes it can be better, and that we can be better positioned to recover more quickly. So what are the things we should be looking at? Well, I think it's focusing in on what's important when you're looking at data protection and data recovery, and these are the three things that we focus on. I think that we recommend that you look at too when evaluating technology. It starts with data security. If you haven't got a good copy of data, you're already lost. So, can you take backups frequently enough? Is it performant enough? Is it cost effective enough for what you need to do? And can you recover it fast enough to meet your requirements? Is it flexible enough? You might have tier 1 systems that need a certain level of price performance in terms of frequency of protection and speed of recovery. You might have tier 2, tier 3, and so on and so forth. Avoid buying into kind of one size fits all that makes it too difficult for you to be able to afford it. Can you use systems and infrastructure that you're already familiar with? Those would all be benefits because you've got less change and less risk the fewer things you change. So look for all those kind of things. And then finally, freedom. What if things change? You want to avoid things that are going to lock your data down, put you in a system where you can't get it out. If things change, if that system becomes unreliable, if the costs go too high, you've got data that's retained for compliance reasons. You want to be able to take it away with you and move it somewhere else. So that's something that we do particularly well, and I think everybody should really look to make sure that they don't have data lock-in, but instead have data freedom wherever their data lies, in the cloud or in the data center. So we're going to go through a little bit more detail. We're going to start with one picture of the Veeam data platform, and I'm just going to say a couple of words on this. So this is where all our magic happens, and really we're looking to provide this data resiliency that we talked about through secure backup and fast and reliable recovery, but it's for hybrid environments. And the hybrid, we mean AWS, Azure, Google, Kubernetes. We're also looking at SaaS workloads like Microsoft 365 and Salesforce. And we use APIs to integrate with both the cloud and physical infrastructure. And this is important because it reduces complexity and mistakes, and it increases performance. And this is a key point. And I remember one customer in particular said that recovering from storage snapshots where it was fully integrated with Veeam and there was one less thing to worry about was 4 to 5 times faster than in another environment where they didn't have that kind of integration. So integration is important into your entire environment, and automation. We also know that we're only part of the whole cybersecurity environment, and it is a team sport. And so everything is accessible via APIs so that you can integrate into your own platforms. And it can be deployed in the data center or in the cloud, or with service providers who can really give you custom service levels for what you need, depending on who you are and what skills you have and what skills you desire to have. And in short, I think I went over 2 slides. The slide's flipping. Never mind. It doesn't matter. In short, what I was going to say was that we have a focus on really looking at layering up a lot of technology to have a better approach to ransomware. There's no one-size-fits-all, and that's not. We can't solve everything in backup and replication and disaster recovery technologies. But what we can do is make our piece as simple as possible. We can give you protection like immutable backups. We can give you the data mobility. We can give you monitoring, enforcement of good behavior and policy enforcement, reports and alerts to help you mitigate problems before they become disasters. And more automation and orchestration can simplify things, and that's what we look to do. And if we look at those I've got a couple of elements of related frameworks with NIST and then next the MITRE ATT&CK framework, and you may have come across some of these things in the other presentations. I would certainly expect MITRE ATT&CK to be in there. And we've tried to just layer on some of this capabilities so you can see it, how it all fits together. And it kind of starts with being able to label and understand data and its locations and its importance in line with the business views. so that you can put your priorities together correctly, and it's more easy for folks to manage. You can have policies on how many copies of data that you have and how many that you make immutable, and that you can test those backups, make sure they're recoverable, and do that automatically where possible. Monitoring the environment as well as the backup systems, and having APIs to integrate with other systems is critically important. And APIs to access that data instantly, because you might need to go and look at it out of the backup sets without having to do a recovery of the data. We do some very clever recovery orchestration. I think you should simplify things, but we continually and automatically update documentation, and documentation is critical in terms of recovering. And then we finally guarantee malware-free restore, and that's obviously critically important. And also bringing back systems into like a secure sandbox, which is important because that's often a state that you need to do as part of your recovery environment. The next one I just want to talk about, and that shouldn't have gone over two slides. I'm flipping two slides again. Okay, well, we'll go. I've got this one. Good, we're good on this one. I particularly like the MITRE framework. This is common mitigations for adversary tactics and techniques because it helps you look at, on my Windows, on my Linux, on my clouds, on my containers, on my SaaS, and what are the things you should be looking for, and what are the mitigation techniques. And when they look at backup and replication technology, what they're looking at and saying your mitigation techniques are is, you know, regular backups, stored off system with encryption, air-gapped or immutable, along with DR planning and regular recovery testing. Well, that's good. It's good common sense, and it talks about those in detail. However, there are a few other places where they're also relevant, such as role-based access, multi-factor authentication, detection of anomalous activity, logging and auditing, and the ability to integrate into your security tools. And it's critically important that, you know, when you're implementing backup and replication and disaster recovery technology, as well as any technology that is on the infrastructure, that it's implemented in such a way that you do not assist the adversary in access, escalation, discovery, or importantly, lateral movement. And this should help you have the discussion to make sure that things are implemented in the right way and not implemented for the ease of management. You've got to be able to keep things away from a compromised, privileged account, and therefore you just have to do things in a certain way these days. And this framework helps you talk about that in more detail. So I'm going to switch now to like 2 or 3 slides around Veeam and some of the technology we have in relation to mitigating these risks. Okay, so we talk a lot about this as a management strategy. It's 3 copies of data, 2 on different media, or really 2 different attack planes. That's probably in the data center and maybe 1 in the cloud, with different security. And many customers have been saved by this alone. You know, one set of credentials has been collected and used in an attack, but the other was safe, and therefore the data was safe. 1 copy off-site to protect against localized failure. And then here's where we've added to it in terms of, you know, in a response to the mitigation techniques recommended in the cyber security frameworks. We always recommend that 1 is air-gapped, immutable, or offline, and that recovery has been tested. We have some technology called Sure Backup. It's not something that just says, hey, the backup's good, and I'm going to give you a green flag. It's that we've recovered from that backup. We've brought the systems back into a secure sandbox. We've tested the application, and we know that it can be recovered, and it's an automatic process. That gives you much more confidence because you can run that frequently, and even when you've updated patches or updated systems, you can keep testing it to make sure that at a base level, it can be recovered, as long as you've got a good, secure copy of data. The next one here is cloud mobility. You might have a plan, but the attack never really follows the plan because it's an attack. And what we've seen is folks with either public cloud outages or they've got supply chain issues getting new systems or new storage into their data center, and they've had to recover to a different location. What the animation's really been showing is that what we've built is a system, and we recommend that you have this kind of flexibility where I can take data from vSphere or Hyper-V or AHV, and I can restore them to AWS, Azure, GCP, or to a service provider who might be delivering a DR as a service, and vice versa, in all directions. And the importance of that is that just gives you the flexibility and confidence to know that you can react depending on what's happening in your environment. So it's critically important. And we have seen that. We've seen customers who have been told that the systems that are affected are evidence, therefore they need new compute and storage, unable to acquire it in time, had no plan to recover in the cloud, but were able to do so. So that's a critical capability, and also something that you should have prepare for. If you don't have cloud skills, prepare for how you're going to provision the networks, the storage, how you're going to get the data there. Recovery is easy. It's all the other stuff that can be difficult if you don't have the skill set. Couple more, one more technology slide, really, this one, and then just a recommendation slide, and then a couple of slides to wrap up. Secure Restore is something that we've built in, and this is, we're assuming that if the things you did in your primary security tools, your active canaries that were looking for things that were going to attack you, somehow something got through, and data was attacked, and now I do have to recover it, right? And Secure Restore is that. I can bring, after an attack, we can bring backups into a clean room, have tested with the latest antivirus signatures to make sure there's no reinfection. And there's a policy based on what happens if it does find something or not. And that can really reduce the time to do that in that phase when you're really up against it. So it's really powerful. However, you can use that in a proactive way, which can be quite useful. Imagine that you download a malicious file on a Tuesday. On Wednesday, the AV vendor becomes aware of this, builds a signature to detect it. You've updated it the next day. We're doing regular recovery testing of our backups, and as part of that recovery testing, we run it through the Secure Restore process. It could be, say, as early as Friday or Saturday, where we identify the presence of some malware that had sneaked through other systems. It's about timing, really. But we found it. We found it in a relatively quick time, and that enables you to shut down the environment and start to look at all your other tools to figure out what's happened, the extent of it. So it could be used in a more of an early warning system too. Okay, jumped 2 slides again. I think what I was going to say really on this previous slide was really, here we go. I have definitely finger trouble here today. Is just remember, we used to design backup and recovery for a few systems down, a few percent. Nowadays, the average is 39%, but it could be up to 100. So make sure that you're looking at that kind of design, and if you've done that, you are also good for the 5%. Just going to summarize Veeam in a couple of slides now. Data recovery is one of the things we really focus on. We always want it to be instant and fast as possible. We're relentless about that, and usable on a flexible range of systems in the data center or in the cloud. It can be granular because we're covering only what's required or what's changed, what's been affected. It could be fixing data within a Salesforce environment. It could be an entire system that needs a full orchestrated recovery in the event of a disaster. Or it could be just recovering systems to a sandbox for forensic teams. Whatever it is, it's got to be innocent, it's got to be granular, just what you need, and it's got to be easily orchestrated. And then finally, we think this data freedom is critical. Things change. You want to have broad workload coverage across the cloud, virtual, physical, SaaS, and Kubernetes. You've got to be able to observe your infrastructure to make sure that you're doing the right things and that you're getting the alerts when you need. But you've got to have multi-cloud mobility for the cloud outages, for your on-premises environment having an issue. maybe supply chain issues I've talked, the ability to basically move data when you need it to take advantage of economic potential of moving it, or also in terms of recovery and the speed of recovery. So that was the slide I prepared. I think I came in on time.
Yes, sir. Yeah, great presentation. We do have some questions for you. You ready to kick off some Q&A?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's see. While we take questions from the audience, I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there. The question on the screen we want to get your feedback on is, what additional information would you like about the Veeam solution? And we'll leave that up while we answer your questions. Let's see, Aaron, lots of great questions coming in. We always get a lot of questions for Veeam. First one I'll pick out here. Peter's asking about disaster recovery as a service. Does Veeam have a solution, or do you have partners that you recommend? How does that work?
Yeah, we do that with our partners, and it's a kind of, I hope it's not hidden, but we build additional technology specific to our partners that help them make it simplified for them to onboard customers and deliver services to the customers. So we do all that in the background, and we have a massive network of partners. I think it's over 100 in North America. We target different kind of markets, can offer different levels of service for backup and for disaster recovery. So, and there's a great choice. Through our partner network, we're probably one of the biggest, most heavily used products as a service in this space. And you go on our website, and you can fill in some details, and you can go and look at the partners and make your own selections and get in touch.
Okay, perfect. Michael's asking about immutability. Do you have any recommendations for best practices around immutability and retention policies?
Yeah. So the best practices is to try and make sure that at least one set of data is always immutable. I mean, it's kind of easy. When people do get attacked, it's usually some kind of admin account with elevated privileges usually used to manage some kind of infrastructure product. And so you have to keep the data away from your administrators, and the only way to do that is to have some kind of immutability, or you take it offline. So we recommend that you have that, and also that you have policy enforcement in place, as in that the software that you're using alerts you and make sure that you've got a good configuration and good behavior, and you can rectify as quickly as possible should you not have that. In terms of retention, yeah, it's an interesting one to look at. We build in a few extra days automatically. You can read in the documentation it gives you the best of all worlds. It's just a few extra days on top of the immutability that you might set on whatever system you're using, and that we do that to kind of cost optimize the environment, but still give you that immutable protection. It's something to be careful about, because some backup systems say if you put them in the cloud and you start to use, object storage in the cloud and start turning on immutability, you can get some unexpected results, and you can double or triple the amount of data that you retain, and that can cost you a lot of money. So be careful about that. We've optimized ours, so it's only you should be paying what you expect to pay in terms of how much data we stored and what the minimum stays are. There shouldn't be any surprises with Veeam. And for our cloud products, we build in, some cost estimation. We give you some guidance on that.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see. I mean, the whole event here is about ransomware. This is a ransomware question. Do you have any advice on what folks can do to try to prevent, mitigate, and recover from ransomware, to kind of highlight this whole thing?
Yeah. I mean, prevention is definitely, we are part of it. We're not the answer to all prevention. What I would do is, listen to all the vendors on talks like this, get you the right number of tools to make sure you've got every base covered, but certainly turn on features in backup and recovery tools that can help with prevention. What we're going to be really good at is the mitigation and the recovery. And I think some of the customers that I've talked to, some of their advice is probably good, but make sure make sure that you've got something that you can afford to take the right number of copies. I think I said it before, and it's fast enough for what you need. But make sure that it clicks with you as a product. That it makes sense, that you can understand it. I've talked to customers who've implemented technology, and then I said it's so hard to use, only like 1 or 2 people could ever use it if we were in a disaster, and we've got 300 locations. So, avoid complexity. Try to look for something that's understandable to you. Can you use it? What about someone who's less technical? Can they use it? And can it integrate with the environment that you've got? So you've got less change going on. And does it integrate with the other tools that you've chosen, security tools? Is it a good friendly product to work with other hardware and software providers? Those would be things that I would look at first.
Okay, great advice. And I know we're starting to run out of time here on our Q&A. There's still a ton more questions. Maybe you can get back to some of those folks electronically. But what should folks do to get started with Veeam?
Similar to what probably you would expect is you can get on our website. We'll have the chat box going to start asking you questions, but there's a lot of amazing material on there. Every solution, every problem, there's curated lists of documents. There's usually demos, videos. We've got a ton of content that's going to help you self-educate, because I know that a lot of people want to do that, and I'd recommend that. So that's going to be a really good help. But and also the primary research. We've got the data protection, we've got ransomware, we've got cloud trends, we've got a whole bunch of primary research it's sponsored by us, and we've brought in the right companies to do it. But it can be helpful to you to help create projects in your organization. You can help change things for the better and improve your ability to mitigate risk and recover from a ransomware attack.
Excellent. Great advice. All right. Well, Aaron, I really appreciate your presentation. We learned a lot. Thanks for being on.
Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
And thank you to Veeam, of course, for supporting us. Check out the resource. It's there in the handouts tab. Number 7, Veeam. It's the data protection trends report that Aaron talked about in his presentation. Make sure that you download that. There's some great statistics, infographics, all kinds of cool stuff in there. Make sure you save it and check it out after the event. And all right, for anyone who hasn't responded yet to the poll question, I'll just leave that up while I announce our next set of prize winners. We have another Amazon $500 gift card, this one going to Brian Klyer from Minnesota. And then our next grand prize for another one of these cool Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phones. This is going to Peter Rody from Maine. Congratulations, Peter Rode from Maine. All right, and with that, it's now time to move on to our next presentation on the MegaCast. I'm excited to introduce Shiva Raha, Technical Solutions Architect at Haiku. Shiva, take it away.
Thank you for having me. My name is Shiva Raja. I'm the Technical Solutions Architect at Haiku. And today, I just wanted to talk about how you can leverage our solution to accelerate your ransomware recovery if your organization gets impacted by a ransomware attack, or if you're trying to safeguard your organization from a ransomware attack. Before I go ahead, I just want to give you a quick introduction about who we are. So we're basically headquartered in Boston, but we do have several offices in the United States and across the world. We are relatively a young company. We have more than 300 employees employed globally, but we have an amazing experience in building multi-cloud data protection solutions. And this is because of our engineers. They're highly experienced in building data protection solutions, be it with regards to backup or recovery, disaster recovery. We have rich experience in building these solutions for several third-party enterprises, and now we're basically trying to build these amazing solutions with our own brand. And ultimately, we do have an extremely increasing global presence. We do have more than 3,600 plus customers across the globe, and we are selling our solution internationally to more than 75 plus countries. So with that being said, I just wanted to give you a quick overview of what we deliver. Right? The first thing, I think it goes without saying, we deliver a seamless backup and recovery solution for all of your cloud and for your on-prem and for your SaaS applications. Regardless of where they live, we have the ability to protect all of your workloads. And we also provide you the ability to seamlessly move your workloads between your on-prem or your public cloud infrastructure. And that's one of our key value adds. So in the process of delivering backup and recovery or migration and mobility, we also provide you seamless disaster recovery capabilities where you have the ability to fail over your workloads between your on-prem or your public cloud and fail them back to your original source. And that's where we also come up with the ransomware protection, because during the course of protecting all of these workloads, be it within your on-prem or your public cloud infrastructure, ensuring that these data or the workloads that you're trying to protect that's critical for your business is also ensuring the fact that if your organization gets impacted by a ransomware, you can make use of these strategies to basically recover your infrastructure from a typical ransomware attack. Now, with that being said, I also wanted to give you a quick overview of how does a ransomware recovery strategy kind of differentiates itself from a disaster recovery strategy. Now, you need to understand one thing. When a natural disaster happens, the disaster in itself is not really targeting your backup, so to speak of. But ransomware attacks are very precise. They're extremely focused on ensuring that when an attack happens, you don't have any other means to recover from that attack other than paying the ransom to the perpetrator, right? And that's exactly why the requirements for your ransomware recovery are totally different from your disaster recovery. Because when it comes to ransomware recovery, you need things like immutable backups or ensuring that you have a zero trust architecture. But when it comes to disaster, you're basically looking for the most recent copy that was up and running, right? So there are several differences when it comes to recovering from a disaster recovery and from a ransomware recovery. And that's exactly why we have totally different requirements in terms of the number of versions, the number of backup versions that you have saved to ensure that those backups are free from ransomware attacks, as opposed to a disaster recovery where you're trying to basically recover to the last stable copy. And disaster recovery inherently doesn't consider ransomware as a part of its strategy. So it's really important for all of us to understand that there's a key differentiation between a typical disaster recovery and a ransomware recovery. So with that being said, I just wanted to showcase how Haiku approaches this problem and helps our customers to recover from ransomware attacks. So these are one of the key steps that we always recommend our customers when it comes to devising a strategy on how they can ensure that their organizations are safeguarded against, or at least ready to recover from a ransomware attack when that event happens. So the first one that we talk about is basically prevention, right? A lot of vendors out there basically call it using different names, zero trust architecture or air gap backups. But we basically talk about prevention as a whole, where we actually include zero trust architecture, where we focus on securing your entire backup infrastructure. And we not only focus on the backup infrastructure, but we also focus on the backups themselves. We ensure that these backups are truly immutable, and they basically serve as the last line of defense, so that if your infrastructure is compromised by any means, your backups are still safe, and you still have the ability to use those backups to instantaneously recover from a given ransomware attack. So that's the whole part about prevention, ensuring that your entire infrastructure and all of your backups created by that infrastructure are fully safe from a ransomware attack. The second part is about the data itself, right? So because if let's say a ransomware attack has happened and it's taking its time to show itself in a given environment, you need to ensure that your backups are always clean, right? So we basically talk about mitigation, where we can always have on-demand or scheduled capabilities of validating your backups that are free from ransomware encryption or free from any infected data. And we do have several capabilities in place that assure that your backups are free from any ransomware. And last but not the least, it's about recovery. That's the third strategy, because when that event happens, how do we basically ensure that your backup, your Haiku data protection solution can actually improve the overall recovery, not only to your source, but also to an alternate environment, be it an on-prem or a public cloud environment, so that your business doesn't have to suffer that downtime when your organization is impacted by a ransomware attack, right? So with that being said, let's start with the first use case about prevention, which talks about secure backup infrastructure. Now, as I pointed out before, this is something like this is actually known by several terms like zero trust architecture or air gap backups. I basically try to mention this in the most simplest of terms, which basically deals with securing your entire backup infrastructure. And how do you go about doing that? So we have several offerings in our solution that actually offers that capability. To start with, our solution is fully agentless in nature, meaning that you don't have any that many attack vectors, or your agents don't have, or any hosts that have these agents don't have the vulnerability for them to be for them to be infected or encrypted, because we actually have an extremely small footprint when it comes to our overall backup infrastructure, and this is because we are fully agentless. Be it with regards to crash consistent or application consistent backups, we don't need any agents to be deployed. All we have to do is basically simply discover your entire infrastructure, and we can deliver application and crash consistent backups. And our solution itself is fully delivered as a black box, be it with regards to delivering a data protection solution within your on-prem infrastructure, or hosting our solution or providing our solution as a service, backup as a service on any of your public cloud. The entire solution is fully locked out from the backend. You don't have any backdoor access. This could be fully locked out, and this is basically delivered fully as a black box, meaning that the only point of entry for this solution is through the front-end user interface. And we also have full-fledged multi-tenancy built from the startup. Now, when it comes to multi-tenancy offered by other vendors, they only talk about basic role-based access control, but we basically go a step further, where we can actually define, or our customers can define multiple tenants, and these tenants actually have their own backend databases, and we have fully designed it in such a way that tenants or the users from one tenant don't get to step on to another tenant unless and otherwise those tenants have been provisioned with explicit permissions. So our multi-tenancy paired with our role-based access control gives full control over the data owners to ensure that they have complete control of their information and it doesn't get compromised to any other tenant or any other user who doesn't have authorization to. In addition to that, we also offer our own encryption capabilities. Now, this might not be fully relevant to ransomware, but this could be extremely important for data breaches, right? So for instance, if you're trying to ensure that your data path from your source to your backup target is fully secure, we actually offer full-fledged encryption, be it with regards to backups being done for on-prem or for a public cloud environment. And last but not the least, we also have backup expiration prevention, meaning that if, let's say, if a disgruntled employee is basically trying to delete backups or expire these backups of your critical workloads, we can fully prevent that from happening by totally not just disabling the UI to expire those backups, but also disabling the full API-based calls to basically disable those backups from our Haiku user interface, be it with regards to GUI or from an API. Now, in addition to that, we also have capabilities of integrating with the native identity access management, be it with regards to your on-prem LDAP or your Active Directory, or be it with regards to your public cloud, be it Google, Azure, AWS. We fully integrate with their native IAM to ensure that any authorization or any permissions assigned to that specific user will basically have access only to those specific resources, even with our Haiku backup solution. So this actually ensures that all of the security policies that have been defined on a platform level will also be honored within their backup infrastructure level. And in addition to that, we have a fully secure integration with every platform that we support. We basically make use of the REST APIs delivered by every platform, and we have a detailed discussion with the platform's engineering teams to ensure that this integration is done in the best practices, and we ensure that the entire integration is done in a secure format. And we basically keep track of all of the API calls that have been made between our backup solution and your platform. And last but not the least, we also have the ability to segment the entire network, be it your control plane or your data plane. We have the ability to basically segment your backups from being managed from to the backups that actually happen, the data path. So we have the ability to fully segment the management path and the data path to ensure that your backups are fully vaulted to an isolated or to a separate location. So these are the set of capabilities that we provide to truly secure your backups in an air-gapped fashion. So that's the first use case, right? Basically securing your infrastructure. Now, what happens when any of these security measures are breached? At the end of the day, anything can happen, right? I mean, what if any of the rules that we talked about was not configured properly and somehow those rules were breached? Then tamper-proofing your backups from these attacks is your last line of defense, ensuring that these backups are immutable. And that's exactly where worm-based storage comes into picture, because we have the ability to do backups directly to worm-enabled object storage, where once backups are written to this object storage, no one can expire these backups manually or delete these backups because they adhere to the strict security standards, such as SEC 17.4a, to ensure that these backups will not be expired until their time is reached. And that is exactly what we deliver, be it with regards to primary backups or copies or archives for long-term retention. And we have the ability to support immutable backup targets across multiple platforms for multiple sources, be it with regards to protecting your on-prem infrastructure, or be it with regards to protecting your cloud infrastructure, let's say AWS EC2 instances or Google Cloud instances or Azure Compute. We have the ability to offer ransomware protection for all the sources that we support. And last but not the least, you also have the freedom of choice when basically selecting the worm-enabled object storage, because we have variety of support. We support variety of backup targets that support worm-enabled backup targets, such as AWS S3, Google Cloud Object Storage, Azure Blob. For on-prem, we support Nutanix Objects, Cloudian. I mean, we have a huge list. We also support Wasabi with regards to their worm functionality. So if you want to do backups directly to Wasabi S3-based storage with worm functionality turned on, we can support that as well. So you can check out our compatibility matrix for our growing list of support when it comes to worm-enabled object storage, right? So this is what we talk about when it comes to preventing ransomware attacks from impacting your backup infrastructure. Secure your backup infrastructure and ensure that your backups are fully immutable by performing these backups on worm-enabled object storage. Now let's get to the second use case, which was about mitigation, right? This is more about ensuring that when we do backups of your source, we ensure that the data that reside within your backups are free of ransomware attacks. And we do have several methodologies in place to ensure that your backups are clean and they're free of ransomware encrypted data. So how do we do that? The first thing that we have is we have a full-fledged anomaly detection capability based on change rate. So we do keep monitoring the change rate between your backups. And if that change rate is too high, let's say if one of your hosts was encrypted and let's say all of the files have been encrypted, which means the change rate will be boosted to, let's say, 70 or 80 or 100%, then we will be notified of that unusual change rate, and we have the ability to notify our end users and even automate tasks based on those alerts. In addition to that, we also have the ability to integrate our solution with third-party vendors, such as CrowdStrike, to basically perform a pre-scan before the data is basically backed up. I mean, one of the key things to assure here is when data is being backed up, you need to ensure that that data is clean. So we provide all of our APIs, and we also provide turnkey integrations with solutions like CrowdStrike to ensure that your data is fully clean before it's backed up, right? And last but not the least, we also have post-validation capabilities. Like for instance, once the backups are done, if you want to do on-demand backup validation, or if you want to do a backup validation in a scheduled format, we can actually validate those backups to ensure that those backups are clean from a ransomware attack. So as you can see here, we have a detailed list of on-demand monitoring, pre-scans, and post-scans to ensure that your entire backup data is fully clean and free of any ransomware encrypted data. So this is what we do with regards to mitigation. Now, the last part that I want to talk about is recovery. Now, why is this so important beyond the obvious case saying that, hey, when you're impacted by a ransomware, you need to recover to the last clean state? I mean, the other thing that you have to consider is most of the ransomware attacks, when they happen, they're considered to be if it's basically escalated to, let's say, FBI, they're considered to be a crime site, meaning that it's going to take some time for the authorities to basically do an investigation of where these attacks came from. which means it's going to be a downtime for your infrastructure or for your organization. So how do you go about recovering that data to an alternate site, maybe to a DR site or to a cloud site, to ensure that your operations are still up and running when that investigation is still happening? And that's where Haiku can help you with when it comes to the flexibility in recovery options. Because one of the core attributes of Haiku is its ability to not just do backups to cloud, but also do recovery of your on-prem data to your public cloud of choice. It could be AWS, it could be Azure, it could be Google, right? In addition to that, we also have the ability to do cross-hypervisor DR or cross-site DR even within your on-prem infrastructure. So if you're not into public cloud, if you want to do recovery within your on-prem infrastructure to a different site, to a siloed site, we can fully help you with that as well. And in addition to that, we have actually helped several customers by doing instant snapshot-based recovery. I cannot share the name of one of this customer, but what happened with them was like they basically lost their entire primary infrastructure, a Windows-based environment that was fully encrypted. And unfortunately for them, they also stored their backups in unsecured SIFs or NFS shares, which also got encrypted. The only thing that left that was not encrypted was our Haiku virtual appliance. And using our secure integration with their primary platform, we basically leverage the primary platform snapshots to do instantaneous recovery of all of their primary infrastructure, and they didn't even have to pay a cent to these ransomware perpetrators. So that's one of the useful features where we not only rely on the backups, but we also have the ability to securely integrate with your platform and leverage their snapshots for a speedy recovery. And we have several options when it comes to recovery. I mean, we can recover entire virtual machines, entire workloads, or parts of those workloads. We can recover entire applications, databases, individual files, or folders. It's up to you. So if you basically want to recover an entire data center, we can help you with that. Or if you wanted to basically recover bits and pieces of that data center, we can help you with that as well. And the overall appeal of our solution is that one-click simplicity, right? We have the ability to basically recover of one of the most complex data sets in the most simplistic fashion, right? And that has always been the appeal for our solution. And this is something that our customers love about our overall simplicity, because when it comes to recovery, several other vendors have to go through a checklist of items when you have to go through those recovery steps. But with Haiku, it's extremely intuitive. And that's what we offer to our customers. So I know I've talked a lot, and I know you would have a lot of questions, but what I would say is please check us out at our website, www.haiku.com, or you can even send us an email at info@haiku.com if you have any questions. And you can also sign up for a demo for Haiku Protege by scanning this QR code. So that's pretty much about it from my side. If you have any questions, I'd like to pass this over to Jess.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiva, thank you so much for that really wonderful presentation. I'm sort of a presentation junkie. I geek out on really well laid out presentations now. So I like the way that you walked us through each one of those cases and sort of gave us a little bit of the why as well. Clearly the audience is really resonating with this topic as well, and wants to learn more about your solution, because we have lots of great questions coming in. So you ready to dive in?
Absolutely, please.
All right, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to start with this one here. So this is an interesting one, and I think it's one that probably a lot of our audience members can relate to. So asking, we rely on multiple tools to provide ransomware protection. Obviously, lots of folks out there with that, stack, that security program in layers, right? So for our hybrid, or in particular for their hybrid cloud environment, wondering if Haiku can help lower costs TCO.
Absolutely. So look, at the end of the day, when it comes to data security, ransomware prevention is one of the key attributes. And obviously, there are going to be security tools to ensure that you safeguard the primary infrastructure. Backups, on the other hand, is going to be a last line of defense. And one of the things that you have to ensure is you have a proper data protection solution that has the ability to ensure that your backups are always protected from a ransomware attack, right? Because as I pointed out before, backups are your last line of defense when it comes to ransomware or malware attacks. And Haiku can definitely help you reduce that total cost of ownership because we are fully a software-based solution. We don't need any hardware-based appliance that would require you to rip and replace your existing hardware. And we also leverage the existing platforms for immutability, and we have so many, highly capable security features that are built into our solution. So our extremely lightweight footprint with the software-based architecture would definitely help you to reduce the overall TCO when it comes to deploying your data protection solution for your on-prem or for your public cloud needs.
Actually, okay, perfect. That's a great segue into this next question that I want to ask you here. So we have a question, what sources or targets does Haiku support? And in particular, can it provide ransomware protection for AWS EC2 nodes?
Yeah, so look, we are truly a hybrid cloud solution. That's exactly what our name stands for, hybrid cloud uptime, and which basically means we have the ability to protect all of your on-prem and your public cloud workloads. And if the question is very specific to AWS EC2, the answer is absolutely yes. We do support data protection of your EC2 workloads. I believe there was also a question about support for backup targets, right? So as I pointed out before, when it comes to backup targets, especially for ransomware capable protection or ransomware capable or immutability to protect from ransomware attacks, we do have several vendors that we support today. For starting with public cloud, we support AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud in terms of immutability. We also support vendors like Wasabi with immutability turned on, or if you're looking for on-prem vendors, we support Cloudy and we support Mechanics Objects with the warm functionality turned on. And if you have any new vendors that you'd like to verify us, all you would have to do is basically send us an email, and we would have a line item to basically qualify that vendor to support the warm functionality on that specific object storage.
Oh, that's a cool option. We are running a bit short on time. I'm going to sneak in one last one here. Can you do granular file recovery with Haiku?
Absolutely, yes. As I pointed out before in my previous slide, we do have several options to recover, and recovering individual files or folders is something that we could do. We can not only recover individual files or folders to your source, we could recover them to an alternate location, which could be an alternate VM or an alternate share. We have tons of options there. And the best part here is when it comes to recovering individual files or folders, we don't need any agents. It's directly from your single UI. So it's pretty simple.
Nice and easy. I love that. Well, I wish we could keep going because honestly, this is a fascinating conversation, and I think there's lots more we could dig into. We'll have to have you back again soon. But until then, for anyone out there that is really excited about Haiku, wants to jump in, ready to get rolling, we've got the QR code up on the screen for everyone out there now. So just a reminder to do that again. Is there anything else that you'd recommend? Anything else you want them to know about, getting started with Haiku?
All you have to do is scan the QR code, just check it out. Or if you want to know more information, go to www.haiku.com. Or if you have any questions, if you want to reach out to us, please email us at info@haiku.com.
Love it. Again, nice and easy. Okay, well, Shiva, again, thank you so much for being here with us today. It has been such a pleasure chatting with you.
Likewise. Thank you for having me.
All right, great presentation. Thank you, Jess, for helping there with Q&A. And of course, thank you to Haiku for the excellent presentation. I do want to encourage everyone to check out the poll question that's on the screen right now. We want to get your feedback here on this poll. What additional information would you like about the Haiku solution? Thank you for all the great questions as well. Go ahead and answer the poll now, and I will spin the wheel. Just joking, we don't have a wheel. To find out who the next winner is of another Amazon $500 gift card. This one is going out to Eric Lamb from Wisconsin. Congratulations, Eric Lamb from Wisconsin. All right, I'll give you another moment here to answer the poll before we move on. And by the way, once you've answered the poll, check out the handouts tab there, number 8 for the Haiku resource. It is an ebook on accelerating your ransomware recovery with the right backup strategy. How long will it take you to get back up in business? Make sure that you check that out. All right, thank you for all the poll responses. We've got to keep the MegaCast moving here. It is now time for our next presentation on today's MegaCast. I'm excited now to welcome Daryl Richardson, Lead Solutions Architect from Ignite. Hey, Daryl, it's great to have you on.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I know it's been a long day, and hopefully we can liven up the presentations here. I'm just going to get started immediately here. So my name is Daryl Richardson. I've been dealing with security and governance for about 20 plus years now, a little over that. I look forward to kind of talking with you guys around some ransomware and how to detect and what we can do here. So let's just get started here. So look, it's time for a change, right? I mean, everybody that has ever looked at a newspaper or looked at an internet news site or anything, social media, you're seeing ransomware attacks on a daily basis, and they're not slowing down. I mean, they're projected to continue to rise, and why is this? I still find it hard to believe that organizations are not taking the ransomware issues seriously and their security posture seriously. So let's take a look at the current state of ransomware as we know it. So, what happens in the event of some sort of a ransomware attack? Obviously, your company's productivity is grinding to a halt. Nobody can get to their files. Nobody can do their work. A lot of copies and duplications are made because now people may have to duplicate stuff or create new things. And it really, really grinds everything to a halt. And this is actually pretty alarming, that only 65% of the encrypted data was actually restored after ransomware payments were made. What does that mean, right? So if your data gets ransomware and you get that skull and crossbones thing, and it's basically saying your data is encrypted, pay me 5 Bitcoins, or probably 10 Bitcoins now because of the drop in crypto. However, there's no guarantee you're going to get that money back or that data back, right? So all of these things are challenging. You pay, $50,000, $100,000, you're hoping you're going to get it back, but these are criminals. These are people, malicious actors, and in a lot of cases, they're going to hold you hostage for a second or third time. Why would they do that, right? Because you paid a ransom, right? So if they promise or just say that they're going to give you your 100% of your data back, but they only give you 65, they can come back and say, you know what, give me 5 more Bitcoins or do this for me or whatever, and then I'll give you the rest. And a lot of these cases, these are homegrown encryption applications that once it's encrypted, decrypting it, there's this chance of it not decrypting properly, right? So even if they say, look, I know you paid and I gave you your keys, I can't help you now, right? And that's what's going to happen. Unfortunately, this is the lay of the land. And then, again, once you pay your first ransom, this follow-on attack, everybody's going to say, hey, these guys paid a ransom. I can actually, let me get into their system because obviously there's some holes in there or there's some back doors or whatever that I can jump into, and I'm going to ransomware them too, and I'm going to get my 10 or 15 Bitcoins. So this is never going to be a problem that that organizations will solve hoping that it just goes away, right? We all know that this is not going to go away, and people, the malicious actors are making a lot of money. Having ransomware recovery technology can significantly reduce the amount of or the impact or the effect on it, and can also help preserve the productivity. We've listened to some really great products today, around the recovery aspect and being prepared and what to do if something like this ever happens. So if you're prepared, at least you're going to have some sort of mechanism that you're going to be able to recover from. All right, so let's see how we can prepare, right? And I'm going to take a logical aspect of this because being in data governance and security for as long as I have, you can buy all the applications and all the appliances and all the products in the world, but it's not going to prevent everything, right? So how can we as organizations with minimal cost reduce the impact of some sort of a ransomware attack? Well, we all know that data sprawl is probably the number one key for organizations to reduce the risk footprint that they might have. Data is everywhere, right? I mean, we know we have, the OneDrives out there, you've got, files collaboration tools, you've got, desktops and laptops where people keep data on their own machines. It's just, it's ton. As a matter of fact, the key statistics here is 86% of the companies that were queried about this basically said they manage between 6 and 15 repositories. I mean, that's astounding if you look at the amount of data that truly is and where all these disparate locations are, right? It's a nightmare for a compliance team within an organization to actually plan to control data sprawl when employees and IT pros and other entities within the organizations are putting data everywhere, especially where it's not known. And this is that shadow IT aspect of things. It's like I've got data in a Google Drive or I've got data in a OneDrive. I've got all these data repositories sitting there, and what is actually there, right? I mean, are we putting sensitive content there? Is data that's sitting there actually, does it hold customer records like social security numbers, driver's licenses, passport numbers, health insurance information, all this regulated data that's sitting out there that organizations collect? Now you've got the privacy stuff with California and Virginia and Texas and Maryland and Oregon and all these other states now have their own privacy laws. You can probably pretty much assume that over the next 3 to 5 years that the majority of the states within the U.S. are going to have individual privacy laws, and the federal government's working on a federal privacy law too. So again, how do organizations control how much data is actually sitting in all these different repositories and manage it properly to reduce the risk footprint? That's the big thing, right? I mean, and I can't stress enough for all the end users out there and all the people that are sitting out there, in webinar land listening to this, make it easier for your staff. Put the data into their approved locations. Don't store stuff on your desktop or in your My Documents folder or your pictures and the downloads folder. I mean, there's so much risk data that's sitting there because all it takes is your laptop or your machine to be stolen or you leave it somewhere and somebody compromises it. Next thing you know, they're compromised your username and password, and now they've infiltrated your organization's vital lifeline, which is the data, right? If you look at this from a slightly different angle too, I mean, you see 51% manage 10 or more repositories. So, this is a huge problem. There's 97 zettabytes of data sitting out there, right? How are we going to manage this? This problem is too big for people to manage. There's no way possible that we're going to be able to manage this much information. All right, let's take a look at number 2 here. So number 2, let's put a plan together, right? Let's put a plan together for potential cyber attacks. This survey that was done, only 64% of the respondents had a formal incident response plan. And that's alarming. If you look at just that 36% sitting out there and how big are these organizations, lots of large enterprise organizations are sitting there, and some of them, including like your large financial institutions, your healthcare providers, your top secret type information that's heavily regulated by some sort of government agency, privacy information, right? I mean, 36% of the data that you guys are putting out there, there's no plan in place to restore this information if it gets ransomware. right? So and again, to run through this scare factor, because I think the only way that everybody's going to take this seriously in regards to these organizations is the scare tactic. I mean, the average cost of a data breach has now reached $4.24 million, right? And that's a lot. And if your company gets breached, it's already going to cost this much money to get that data back because of lost productivity, downtime, and whatever. But look at the fines that are coming because they didn't protect the information properly. So this is a bigger problem that I see is your organization is going to get hit by two different factors. The cost of the breach and then the cost of the penalties for not protecting information. So, from a best practice perspective, is have a plan in place. What are you going to do when something happens? What is your plan to recover your data as quickly as possible, right? So I can say that part of this problem, and it goes back to number one with the data sprawl, is that only 61% of the organizations have a data purge policy. What does this mean? So data purge is essentially taking the data that really holds no value to your organization and getting rid of it, deleting it, offloading it to a tape if you don't want to delete. I mean, there's so many organizations today that still have this massive amount of old, stale information, but a lot of organizations don't realize how much risk is involved in that data. There's old, credit card numbers or old, passport or ID numbers or personal information is sitting out there. And unfortunately, it has zero value to the organization, right? So let's develop these data purge policies to assess the value of the information that our organization is actually keeping. This is, all of you guys have heard the term ROTS, right? Which is this redundant, obsolete, trivial, and stale information, right? This information sitting there holds a lot of risk. And if you don't manage it properly, that risk is also going to be exposed if something does happen. So again, if you start reducing the amount of data the organization maintains, right? Develop retention plans, develop deletion plans, have a response plan in place that's not going to include paying some sort of ransom, So it's never been more imperative now. And I see some questions that are coming in, but we're going to answer those at the end, okay? So let's take a look at number three. Number three is, focus on the identification of protecting information. So how do we do this, right? And we can look at the stats from this particular part of the survey that 58% of the organizations test their data resiliency and have a solid recovery process for critical data, right? So what does that mean? Only the critical locations, right? This isn't the shadow IT. This isn't the desktops or laptops. It's not any of those other locations where critical data might reside, but the organization doesn't know it exists, right? They only know it exists because something was compromised or something was lost or stolen or somebody hacked into my laptop and they were able to get this whole documents folder that I had, or somebody was at a coffee shop and they looked over my shoulder and they took a picture with their phone around, my client list that had phone numbers, email addresses, payment information, credit card information, all these things. So all of these things that we go through the security training as IT professionals, this still happens in public places and the compromises are still happening. So, again, the best practices here would be let's realize how that they can't remain productive without immediate access to the critical information, which is essentially the protection of that, right? You've got some other things like least privilege access model and some of these other security terms that are sitting out there. These are all great terms, but if nobody uses them, they really don't have any impact of anything. If you guys have ever experienced, SaaS applications, like Ignite is a SaaS application. There's there's capabilities around like snapshot recovery. So what does that mean? Snapshot recovery means that we can take your data from 2 weeks ago when it took you a week to realize that you were ransomware or somebody had infiltrated the system. It took you a week or so, but Ignite can actually through a self-service portal recover the data with just a few clicks inside the portal that you're already in. So it's pretty snazzy, it's pretty cool the way it works. And if you want more information, just reach out to the Ignite team and they can show you how it works. But having the recover capabilities, we saw some great products already, because I was listening in, around the recovery aspect. You've got backup tools, you've got other things, the software, services, these other things, help you recover. But a lot of these things require you to leave your current workspace and go to these other places and, load the application up and configure the recovery point. And with Ignite, it's literally just go to the settings, snapshot recovery, pick a date and a time and recover, and then go get your coffee. And in a few minutes or, depending on how much data it is, it could be right back to you very shortly. So having the tools in place are these plans that protect that critical information and make sure that that critical information is easily recoverable if something does happen. Okay, so let's look at our final segment here, which is prioritizing the access. And this is something that this is a long time coming in most organizations, because everybody knows when you first start a job or you start a new position, the permissions are granted, or you may not have access to some place where somebody's sharing files to. So you get added to a group, or you get added to a specific share that grants you access to this location, and everything's good after a couple of days, and you're able to work and do your job. But what happens in a year, right? When you change to a new job, or you change even within the same organization, you move to another position. What usually happens here? Well, you go through that all over. So now you're going to get new permissions. You're going to be added to new groups that have access to different types of data, in some cases sensitive information, or you're coming from a location or position that had sensitive information. What doesn't get fully done most of the time is the permissions are revoked from your old data locations that you had access because you're changing to a new one, but the new ones are now added. So in some cases, you still have access to this old information, which you shouldn't have access to because you just changed jobs. And now you have access to more data. So now your user profile becomes more valuable, because now you have two different locations with lots of different information that's sitting there. So as permissions or security footprints increase, the permissions need to be managed better, right? There are tools out there that can look at a user and see what access, and Ignite's one of these tools. We have permissions that you can actually click on a user or group, and you can see all the permissions to folders within the system with who they have access to, right? So that's extremely valuable, because if your username or password is compromised and your permissions are properly done, you're only going to have access to your data locations, right? So the risk is going to be minimized because we're prioritizing this access management to the sensitive data, right? So again, what we're doing here in the end is we're reducing the risk that organizations are exposing to even their own inside employees. Because, let's face it, a large majority of the reasons why ransomware attacks happen is because of either carelessness or malicious actors within the organization that says, hey, here's a list of 200 user accounts, and 3 of them are admins, and you can get to everything, and I'm going to just post this out on the dark web because I'm disgruntled for some reason, right? So these things are going to continue to be issues, and we're always going to have to deal with the problems. So staying in front of the problems and being prepared is really paramount for your success. Again, I've been doing this for a long time, and I could come out here and I can sell you Ignite and all the bells and whistles that Ignite does, but I'd rather show you how to be more proactive about reducing the risk footprint that the organization's keeping. right? That's what I would say. And with that, I'm done. I think we have some questions. I think we have some questions out there.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, we've got some great questions coming in from the audience. Daryl, I appreciate everyone's question out there. If you have a question, now's the time to get it in. While we take your questions, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone that says, what additional information would you like about the Ignite solution? We do want to get your feedback there on the poll. Let's see, I'll go ahead and just start with this one for you, Daryl. They're wanting to know, how does Ignite protect against malware?
So there's malware detection technologies built into the UI. In other words, when you're uploading data to the file collaboration site, it gets scanned for malware, and if there is something that is suspect, it'll go into a quarantine location that's not into the main location. So when you log into your Ignite console, you're going to see the dashboard, and one of the topics on the left side is potential malware. When you click on that, you're going to see all these files that have been either detected as malware, or they're suspect as malware. In other words, they might have elements of something or some string of characters or something within the code that says this has been known in the past to cause ransomware. And with that, you can go into this location, you can either delete or you can pass it through and let it go to its original location where it was being put in. So yeah, so the protection aspect is pretty good there. Right now, knock on wood, I know I have this fiberglass around me and my computers, but I'm going to say that we have not been hit by a ransomware attack yet. And the way that the Ignite file system is anyway, it's going to be really difficult for somebody to build something that would actually impact the entire file system. I can see a couple of files, one of the ways too is that we do versioning. It's very similar to SharePoint. So Ignite storage in the background is immutable storage, so nothing ever truly gets overwritten or removed. It really just creates new versions, and it's easy enough to go into your console. There's this little clock next to the window or the file name, and that's the version. So when you click on this little round clock, it brings up another screen. It tells you what all the versions are. So every time somebody makes a change to a file, now the versions are controlled. Obviously, you can say I want to only keep 10 versions of a file or 15, but we can go all the way up to 99. So you can keep as many versions of a file as you want to, but multiple levels of protection within Ignite's file system. Thanks for that question.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good one. Here's another good one. Prashant out there in the audience is asking about, does Ignite work with PAM or privileged account management solutions?
Yeah, privileged access management is really something that's super important, Prashant. And thanks for asking that question, because having the ability to control the access to specific folders or specific groups of users is going to be paramount. Right, so Ignite does this very well. You can, like I said, there in our secure and governed platform, which is outside of the secure collaboration platform. So there's actually two different pieces to this. So it's not only are you going to get secure file sharing and secure file protection with ransomware recovery, snapshot recovery in case there's something that you need to restore. Maybe somebody deleted a bunch of files, right? You can easily recover. But you also have the ability to control who can share what, or there's full data classification within the platform as well. So you can create what's called content safeguards that protects that information from ever leaving the organization. So you can create this saying, hey, this file contains sensitive data that we do not allow sharing outside of our organization. But as far as the privileged access management, there's reporting that gets done, and there's easy permissions revoking straight within the secure and governed platform. Prashant, I would say go to ignite.com and start a free trial, and then request them to turn on secure and govern, and you can play around with it for free. It's pretty cool, and I think you'd really like it. So, but thanks for that question too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, good question. Let's see here. Another question they're asking is, can Ignite help with a malware attack recovery plan?
Yeah, so the recovery plan itself is something we talked about, on, number 3 was having a plan in place. So let's just say that you don't have a plan, but you do have Ignite and all your file system, all your file shares are up in Ignite. The snapshot recovery tool is amazing, right? Because you can literally click on from your dashboard, you click settings, you click recovery, and then you pick a date and time. So Ignite will take snapshots of all of the data every 4 hours and will maintain those copies for 2 weeks. So once you get into the recovery, you're going to have a calendar in front of you. You pick a date, you pick a time within one of those 4-hour windows, and then you hit restore. And what it'll do is mount this snapshot. But before it actually restores everything, it gives you a preview to go in there and pick and choose what you actually want. So you can recover a single file. If there was a file that was deleted and your trash retention was 0, again, there's multiple levels of retention also. But let's just say that you needed a file because nobody can find it, so you can just go and recover one file. You can recover one folder, or you can recover everything at the root level. So again, what happens with it is all the data still sits there, but new versions are going to be recovered, right? So the most recent version that you're going to have at this point is going to be your newly recovered file. A lot of cases, you can just go straight back to the next version down. If one version happened to get infected by malware on a desktop and it got shared up to the main location where the data is being synchronized, that created a malware version, but the version under that is still safe. So you can literally delete that first version and open up the second version and make that one the current version, right? So it's very secure and safe. I mean, I worked with a lot of collaboration tools in my past, and some of them are really shoddy, but this one actually is but pretty darn slick the way that the engineering team has actually built the recovery plan. I would say just go out and take a look at it and see for yourself. I'm not going to preach to you here. So.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I think everyone should go out and take a look at this and check it out. That's the best way to learn, the best way to get started, I think. And it looks like, I'm afraid we're starting to run out of time here in our schedule, but this has been really educational, really interesting, Daryl, and we appreciate your presentation. Thank you for being on the MegaCast.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And Ted Parker, thank you for the good information comment. I get a lot of people that actually make comments and stuff, but I never really understand if they get anything out of it or if it's nothing new or whatever. And that kind of feedback is really invaluable. So I really appreciate it. And thanks for all the other comments too that I'm getting here. It's pretty cool.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Daryl. And thank you, of course, to Ignite for supporting the event today. Don't forget about the handouts tab there. I just downloaded the ultimate checklist to protect your company from ransomware right there in your handouts tab. It's number 9 on the list. So make sure that you check that out and download it. And with that, it's now time. Sorry, Daryl. All right. And with that, it's now time for our prize announcement. Jess, you want to take care of that?
Yeah, I'm here with you, David. And I have to echo Daryl's comment. I love that he actually took the time to mention how much those comments mean to him, because I think we say it all the time, but it's so much more impactful coming from the speakers as well, that they really do see and appreciate the feedback that they get from y'all. So thank you so much for that. And good behavior deserves a reward. So let's give some prizes away. We are going to give away a $500 Amazon gift card next. And I'll remind you that you do need to be here live, present with David and I at the MegaCast today. The next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card is Madeline Harlan of Kentucky. Madeline Harlan of Kentucky. Congratulations. As always, we will follow up with you after we wrap. Still more chances to win, plus the best question card. And now, David, you still hanging out with me?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, I should have done that with more drum roll. Hang on, I'm going to go back. I got to build up more excitement. Okay, David, I am going to go to a new slide. I'm going to announce something brand new and exciting. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Tell me more.
Bing. All right. right. So I mentioned to you all earlier that we were going to launch something brand spanking new today. David, this is the first audience that we're talking to about this.
That's right. Yeah, this is just announced today from Actual Tech Media. What is it, Jess?
Brand new, hot off the presses. Okay, so the Decisions group is going to be open to all of the members of our community here who are in that kind of decision-making role. If you're a buyer or a decision maker at your organization. And what are you going to get out of this? That's a really good question. You get to be a part of a group that is going to, I'm kind of picturing it, David, like a personal shopper for technologies. Like we're going to help pair people with the technologies and solutions and vendors that they should be talking to based on their needs. And then there's also going to be opportunities to take surveys, to participate in discussions with some of these vendors and solutions. It's all optional, so you can participate as much or as little as you want. There's going to be a whole bunch of extra bonus prizes available, or thank yous depending on the type of offer. So it basically just opens up this whole interactive community and opportunity to kind of get some really emerging technology solutions, to be on the cutting edge of new solutions as they come out, which is pretty cool, right, David?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great opportunity, I think, for anyone out there in the decision-making role in the IT organization to learn about, some of the most cutting-edge solutions and, get all your questions answered tailored just for those who are in the decision-making role, and get some cool rewards as well. Why not?
Absolutely. Yeah, why not? And I see a question here from Alan Walters wondering if it's okay to join even if they're not in a position to make financial decisions. You know what, Alan? I would say right now, just fill out the application and we'll reach out and talk to you about whether or not it's not that we would keep you out. We just want to make sure that it's going to be of value to you, that you will get something out of the conversation. So go ahead and fill out the application and our team will follow up with you and make sure that there's going to be things that are a good fit for you and what you're looking for and your role. But this is a really cool opportunity. And if you're not the decision maker and you think someone in your team should be involved in this, send the application, send the link to them. And even if you are going to participate on their behalf and report back to them, there's all kinds of ways that you can really make sure that this is something your organization can take advantage of. So head to the handouts tab, find the link, click on it, open it. I'm giving you a step-by-step. Fill out the application, hit submit, and then awesomeness ensues. I think that about sums it up. What do you think, David?
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, well,
exactly.
David, I'll let you go. Thanks. That nailed it. That's it. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate your time today, David. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you.
Absolutely, you too. Yeah, continue on with this awesome MegaCast.
All right, well, we're going to keep things rolling, keep things moving along because we do have another very exciting session lined up. This one's going to be a really demo-heavy session, and I love that. I love when we get a chance to kind of dig into a solution and see it kind of working in real time. So I know that Joe has a demo lined up for us, and so I'll introduce him. Joe Kelly, Cloud Solutions Architect from Rubrik. And I think you're going to jump right in and give us kind of that real-life walkthrough. So I am going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away, Joe.
My name is Joe Kelly. I am a Cloud Solutions Architect here at Rubrik, and today I have the pleasure of introducing you to our next generation platform referred to as Rubrik Security Cloud. If you've never heard of RSC, what it does is provides a unified management interface that's going to centralize control and visibility of all your data. So whether that data set exists on premises, whether or not it exists in the cloud, we don't care. We provide the ability to be able to protect those resources through this interface itself. So you can think global management, you can think global monitoring, alerting, reporting. We'll go over for most of those aspects as part of this demo. Some of the other things that we provide are operational simplicity at scale. So think in the context of frequency and retention, and the ability to be able to take what the construct we refer to as an SLA domain and applying that to these resources within your hierarchy within Azure. So defining those at the sub-level, the resource group, and even defining those based on certain tags. We're also going to go through some of the guided workflows for recovery. So the ability to be able to pull individual files and folders out of a snapshot, the ability to be able to restore a VM to a particular point in time that you've chosen, And then also the ability to be able to export across the account boundary or sub boundary within your Azure tenant, as well as the region boundary as well. We'll also take a look at, primarily today, we'll take a look at how we're protecting Azure VMs, managed disks, Azure SQL databases. Of course, we also support managed instances, but we'll stay in the lane of databases today, and then also our M365 protection. So we got a lot to get through in a short amount of time, so let's go ahead and get going. So I'm going to focus in on just quickly talk about how we would add a cloud account. We do have this add cloud account workflow. Simply, you provide the provider here, the cloud provider, in this case Azure. We would go through what level of protection we want to provide for this account that we're adding. You can see here we do protect or support rather virtual machines, managed disks, SQL databases, Azure SQL managed instances, and there's this notion of Exo Compute, which we'll get into in a little bit. But you can think of Exo Compute, that name is a Rubrik name, and under the covers, we are basically what facilitates Exo Compute is this ability for us to be able to spin up an AKS cluster within your account. We need this level of compute to do things such as archiving. So if you want to apply an archive location within your SLA domain, we would need Exo Compute to do that. If you wanted to provide file indexing for your particular snapshots, then we would need Exo Compute. And then last but not least, Exo Compute is also needed for any application consistent snapshots that you want to take for your Azure VMs. So, assuming that all of this was required for the account that you're added, you would check those boxes. You type in your primary AD domain or custom AD domain for your AD tenant. We hit sign in. We're going to sign in with an account that has permissions to be able to create a service principal within Azure AD and custom roles within your subscription. So the custom roles will basically map to the service principal, and that's how you authenticate into your account using OAuth 2.0, and then that service principal will be defined to the level of access that those custom roles have. So a very easy process to get that going. If I were to add a domain in here, the next screen after I log into Azure would be us selecting regions and subscriptions where you have resources that you want to protect. It's really just a couple more screens outside of this, and then we would have the ability to go out and discover those Azure VMs within those particular locations. Once they're discovered, they're going to show up in these inventory cards here. So I'll go to the all section for inventory cards. You can see here that I have SaaS-based, cloud, data center, all, and pinned. So these are different inventory cards based on what we're protecting. So you can see here as it relates to cloud, we protect Azure, SQL databases, managed instances. On the AWS side, EC2, RDS, and then on the GCP side, it would be basically we're orchestrating snapshots of persistent volumes and GCE instances. So we're going to jump into Azure VMs and applications. You can see here that we have a VM here that we'll be kind of demoing with today. Before we get into that level of detail, we're going to take a look at as to where we would assign these backup policies, these declarative backup policies referred to as SLA domains. Here at the top, you can see here, these are what I refer to as different entry points for the SLA domain itself. We're going to go into the process of creating an SLA domain here in just a second, but where we would apply those policies would be at these different levels. So obviously you could apply it at the VM level, managed disk, but we also have these higher level entities such as the sub, such as the resource groups, and such as tag rules. So we could very easily map an SLA at the sub level where essentially this will basically apply any SLA domain to any Azure VM that comes up within the subscriptions that you choose here. Same with the resource group. If you want to pinpoint certain resource groups and then have us assign or have RSC assign an SLA based on that resource group, that is where you would do it. And then where we have a lot of customers focusing their attention are these tag rules. These tag rules allow you to select whether you want to apply this to a VM or a managed disk. You give it a name, and then you give it the key value pair of a particular tag that you are utilizing within your Azure tenant as of today. Here at the bottom, you would choose onesie twosies, your subscriptions that you want to apply this tag rule to. You could do all of it with this one checkbox. And then in essence, the next screen will allow us to select the SLA that will get assigned based on the tag that we define here, right? So very easily, or kind of to simplify this process, You have a tag that exists on an Azure VM. You're telling RSC about this tag with this key value pair, and then what subscriptions you want to apply that to. And then the next screen, once I hit next, once I pre-populate this information, I would choose the SLA that I want to assign as part of this tag rule. At that point, RSC takes her from there, right? So anytime it sees that particular tag, it's going to automatically assign that level of protection to that particular resource. So very easy way to get going and to automate protection of those resources across multiple subscriptions. So this product, this solution, RSC, really does an awesome job of operating at scale. If you have a single account, then you have a single account. If you have hundreds of accounts and you're looking to kind of simplify data protection and some of the capabilities that RSC provides, then this is the solution for you. We'll jump back into virtual machines here. Some of the items that we see here are specific to Azure, such as VM size, subnet, VNet, etc. And then over here on the right-hand side, we can see things specific to Rubrik, such as file indexing, exocompute, and then the assignment of the SLA domains. You can see here in particular, this does not have an SLA domain. However, we do have some snapshots associated with this VM that we'll take a look at here for the recovery options. Now that we've kind of understood what we're looking at here, let's jump into SLA domains. So this is core to automating and operationalizing our solution. So here you choose what object types you want to protect. So it could be data center objects, could be cloud objects, could be a combination of both. These are global SLA domains. They do apply across those boundaries, those physical boundaries. You just have to choose those options, those object types as part of this workflow. In this case, we're going to choose, for the purpose of this creation, we're just going to choose Azure VM and disks. We'll hit next. And then again, the core of the SLA domain is frequency and retention. So I'm going to define that very simply as take a snapshot once a day and then retain those snapshots for 30 days. So if we left it as is and didn't go through the rest of this workflow, this would right here define the primary managed disk snapshot that's going to occur for an Azure VM. Some of the other entries here that we're going to go over here in just a second are going to provide copies of that snapshot. Down here at the bottom, you can do things such as snapshot windows if you wanted to kind of lessen the window for when we take those snapshots. And then you can also do the same type of window, time window for the first full snapshot, because we are first full incremental forever technology. We hit next. We can toggle on archiving here. So the archiving piece is very interesting from this perspective. When we create an archive location, we're defining within RSC the storage account and the level and the disk tier associated with that storage account for those archive entities. So for instance, this archive in particular, we've defined it within a storage account that's defined as cool. So those objects will go into that cool tier. Hot and cool is what we support today. This is a cool tier archive location. Some of the other things that we apply to this location as well as we're creating, so we do create this archive location as part of the workflows within RSC. We are turning on blob-based immutability, and we are turning on versioning within that storage account itself. Why you would want to use archiving, we'll get into some of this threshold capabilities down here at the bottom, and why you would want to use archiving is really for multiple different reasons. One, you're getting those snapshots off of the very expensive managed disk tier, if you will, for those managed disk snapshots, and you're bringing them down to object storage, which is going to save you dollars. We're also compressing those snapshots as well, in the neighborhoods of 40 for 50% compression that we would apply to those particular snapshots. And then finally, we're also applying immutability. So we do provide this sliding window approach to the immutability aspect for those blobs. So for instance, if you had a 6-week retention on those snapshots, when those snapshots hit that archive location, we're going to automatically apply a 4-week retention lock to that blob. 2 weeks into that 4-week period, so just let me say that again, 2 weeks into that 4-week period, we're going to extend that window for immutability another 4 weeks. So now we're at our full 6-week retention, right? So we're doing the sliding window so we don't have to apply the full immutability. If you have much longer retentions, we're doing so in a very incremental way. So cost optimization, saving money as it relates to storing those snapshots, the compression, so we're storing those in a very optimized manner, and then also, last but not least, is the immutability aspect of that archive. Down here at the bottom, we have the ability to do instant archiving. If we desire, that means that we're going to instantly archive to that location once we create the snapshot. We can define when we want that archiving to take place if we weren't doing instant archive, because obviously that's going to be instant. So we can say here, I want you to archive after 3 days, right? So after 3 days of managed disk snapshots, we'll begin archiving on the 4th day to that archive location. If we enable instant archive, now I have the ability to set some sort of retention on the local storage, which means at the primary location, the snapshot closest to the Azure VM, I can now set a retention on that for how long I want to keep those snapshots. So in this case, you can see here with 0 days, I'm going to instantly archive that snapshot once it's taken, that primary managed disk snapshot. I'm going to archive it, and then I'm going to delete that primary. So I have nothing resident within that managed disk tier. This is great for cost optimization. However, if I wanted to maintain a couple days on local storage, I could do that by sliding the scale over. So very interesting aspect as it relates to cloud native protection. This is a huge one, in my opinion, for Azure workloads. Now we get into really the tertiary copy, right? The ability to be able to replicate that across regions. So a lot of customers obviously design around the potential outage of a region. We can replicate those snapshots across region with this option. So you would just choose your destination region, usually a region outside of the primary, and then we would expire those replica copies based on the retention that you set here. Last but not least, we have our confirmations page. You just review what we've inputted so far, and we'd hit create. Now that we have an SLA domain, we can go back to our inventory tab. We go to the Azure VMs inventory card, and then I can begin assigning that SLA at these different levels, or I can assign it directly to the VMs that exist in this list. So we're going to jump into the VM in particular and take a look at some of the options here that are presented to us. So on the left-hand side, we do have this overview tab, which again is going to give us detailed information on the level of protection, rubric protection that we're offering for this VM, and then also some of the object details around where it exists within Azure. We can also see what managed disks it has allocated to it, and then we do have the ability up here to be able to exclude those disks other than the OS disk. You can see here it's grayed out. And then down here at the bottom, if we did want to do application consistent snapshots, there would be some level of configuration that would need to be done with pre and post scripts, and we would require the agent and guest to do so. I also have the ability over here, since I do have indexing, or do have some index snapshots in this case with this VM, I do have the ability to search across those snapshots for files and folders, whatever that name is. I'm going to do a very simple search for etc or etc. And then I can see the selected snapshot and the ability to recover from that. And then also over here on the events, I can see any failures that have taken place and dig into some of the details, and then of course go through and correct some of the maybe the architectural type changes that need to take place for this to complete. So very detailed information as it relates to the events associated with this VM. Of course, we also have a global event viewer that will report on all the events associated with those objects under the purview of RSC itself. And then last but not least, this snapshot section or column does provide us to have a view into all the snapshots that have been taking place for this particular VM. If we jump into overview again, we go to the calendar view. Now we'll get into some of the recovery options. So I'll pick a snapshot, and then I'll go through each of these recovery options. So recover files, again, I can search, right? Same type of search capabilities. I pick my files, I hit next. In this case, I have the ability, since we do have multiple copies of this particular VM, I can choose what snapshot I want to recover from. I hit next, and then today for file and folder recovery, it is to a storage account, either existing or a new storage account. We can create that for you. If we jump back to the restore option, Very simple workflow here. This allows us to basically replace disks associated with a virtual machine based on the snapshot we've chosen. So we orchestrate that entire process while still maintaining the original virtual machine ID and any private IPs associated with that VM itself. So we'll power it down, swap the disk, power it back up. We handle all that for you. The export option, this is where it gets interesting, right? So now we can do exports from multiple different copies depending on how this is configured. So we'll say in this case I'll choose from the original copy. I can change the machine name, the virtual machine name. I can go cross subscription with this export if I wanted to, so I can go across that account boundary or billing boundary, if you will. I can also change the resource group, go across region. So a lot of different options for launching this particular VM, as it is going to be a new VM based on the original VM in that snapshot of that point in time. So great flexibility, great simplicity as it relates to backing up and recovering these particular instances or VMs within Azure itself. We'll take a look at Azure SQL databases real quick. Same type premise. You'll notice that as we move between different services, very different services, the look and feel and the layout is very similar. So again, these are the databases that we've discovered, just like the Azure VMs. They show up in the middle here. These are our filtering options, and these are the different levels that we can assign SLAs at. If we jump into the demo SQL VM, you can see here, same level of detail, overview events, and then I have the option to recover, because we are doing log-based backups with this particular database. I can recover from a particular point in time that has been taken, or I can recover from a snapshot that's been taken. So if we're looking at this calendar view, you can see that this green line denotes log-based backups, and then these checkboxes denote snapshots, snapshot-based backups. So we'll take a look here on a particular date. We'll choose the 8th. And then there's two different potential workload flows here. So we do have this slider scale here where we can slide to very granular point in times to do log-based recovery. These cameras denote the scheduled snapshots that we've chosen. The recover for the log backup would take place as follows. So we choose the database name. It would need to be different from the original. We are doing an export essentially, so there doesn't allow for a lot for the ability to restore back to the originating database. So we are creating a new database as way of the export. We can't change the region for these log-based backups, can't change the database server or resource group, but we can change things such as backup redundancy or the elastic pool, or add an elastic pool if we have one available here, and we can change whether or not the tags are exported. So that would be the recovery for log-based recovery. For a snapshot-based recovery, we can go here. We've got both an on-demand and a scheduled. We'll just go to the scheduled one. Now we've got options where we can do things like go cross subscription and cross region with this export as well. So we would need to define those credentials, username and password, whether they're SQL credentials or AD credentials for that database itself. And then we would select the subscription region and even go cross database server for recovery of this particular database. So a lot of different recovery options as it relates to these databases, both in the same sub, out of the out of that sub and out of that region as well. All right, so that handles kind of the Azure SQL database piece. We'll just quickly jump into the M365 dashboard, and then we'll take a look at some of the reporting capabilities to kind of round things out. So one of the dashboards we do provide is this M365 dashboard, which is going to support the ability to back up Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. And so why would you want to back up this SaaS offering from Microsoft? Well, very simply is that Microsoft is not responsible for the recovery of your data. So it's really on you to back up this data, and they typically recommend using a third party to back up your M365 applications. So hence, here we are. What we provide within this view here is the ability to not only verify that the service is online, because obviously that's important from an SLA perspective. If the service is down, we can't integrate with it. You'll start to see these two particular cards start sparking errors and warnings, and you'll also see the compliancy rate start to drop because we're not able to create those snapshots of those applications. You can also kind of drop into each of the applications themselves, see the number of protected resources, any failed and successful backups, and then the level of SLA domain compliance that you can see here. In particular for Exchange, we're at 99.7%. If we wanted to assign an SLA domain to the service itself, very simple. You go into Assign SLA Domain. Here we have SLAs already defined to Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. It is the same SLA, however, they could be different based on the retention and frequency requirements that you have defined for the SLA itself. All right, so let's jump into a service. We'll jump into Exchange. We'll take a look at Exchange and OneDrive just in the interest of time. Here, same look and feel within the UI, right? We have the ability to be able to, we're taking a look at users right now. We have our filtering options, and of course we have our mailboxes that have been discovered here in the middle. So let's search for my email or my mailbox. Go to Joe Kelly, and we'll go to the 8th, seems to be a good date. And then we'll go to recover. So this is quickly going to show you just the recovery process for a mailbox or contents of my mailbox. So again, my mailbox here, I'm going to hit next. Let's dig a little bit into my mailbox. Let's go grab maybe a particular email that I want recovered. I hit next. I have the ability to be able to restore it to the original user or to another user. Obviously, we use this in cases where maybe the user was let go, they were fired, and their manager wanted access to their mailbox. This will be a good use case for that. And you can see here at the top, we are going to create a folder within either the original user, myself, or another user that we will restore those contents to. So in this case, the folder would be called RBK, and then a timestamp of today. We would create that folder and then restore those contents into that folder. Next screen just is kind of a confirmation page. We hit recover, and then away that process would go to facilitate that ask. From the aspect or the perspective of OneDrive, rather, same type option. We go into, let's say, the 8th. We do a recover. We would select into the drive. Let's just choose something random here. Presentations. I'm going to choose the week 2 presentation. Choose next. Now I have one more option here. I have the ability to recover to the OneDrive the original user, myself. Again, I'm going to create this folder to restore the contents to. And then I can also go to another user. Could be a manager, could be someone else. And then I also have this third option where I can download from the cloud. So we'll zip up those objects and then provide them in a zip format for you to download to your system. We'll hit next, confirmation page as usual, and then recover. So again, you can see here we've provided this very simple way to protect your M365 applications in addition to your Azure VMs and your Azure SQL managed instances and databases. Last but not least, reporting capabilities. Obviously, reporting is a good thing, and the ability to report across all of those protection operations, no matter, again, if they're on premises or in the cloud, is certainly something you would want out of a tool like this. So we do provide that where you could go in here, you could run this compliance report. It is going to tell you whether or not those objects are meeting their SLAs, meaning they're in compliance, or they're out of compliance, which means they're not meeting their SLA domains. And then depending on the object, you can kind of dig into that particular object and determine what's causing the hang up. It could be, potentially something environmental, could be something else. So anyway, it does allow you to jump in there and take a look and determine why it's not meeting this SLA. It could be service-based as well. We can also take these compliance reports, and again, we could take them to a CSV, PDF. We could send it via email. You can add a schedule so it's sent via email. So a lot of different ways to get these reports into the appropriate hands within your organization. Alrighty, so I think that is enough for today. Thank you so much for joining me for this demo of our new next generation platform, Rubric Security Cloud. Look forward to talking with you guys in the future. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you, Joe. Really appreciate that. I know that getting to see something kind of in in real time working through is always really exciting. I definitely saw some kudos and high fives coming in from the audience. Joe and I had a chat about this one, and we thought it would make a little more sense to go a little bit long on the demo, and that means that we're not going to leave any time for Q&A. But the Rubrik team is here answering questions on live chat, and they will respond to anything after we wrap. We're going to make sure that they get all the questions as well, and they will shoot you an email, let you know, if there's anything that doesn't get covered today over live chat. So please do keep those questions coming in. And I'm hoping that you guys are all still, feeling awake, alive, alert. I know it's been a long day, but we have a couple of just incredible presentations lined up for you to bring us home today. So stay with us. Right now I'm going to give away a prize. So stand up, stretch it out, shake it out. We're going to give away, before I do that, let me just point out that there is a poll up on your screen here. So what we're looking for is what additional information you would like to get about the Rubrik solution. What else are you looking for? How can they follow up with you? So definitely click on that. Also head on over to the handouts tab and make sure you get the technical white paper from Rubrik. It's the Rubrik Security Cloud, how it works, cloud native protection for Azure VMs. You get to know the architecture and the key features, and of course the workflows of Rubrik's cloud native protection for Microsoft Azure. So a great follow-up to what we just walked through with Joe. Okay. Now prizes. I got too excited. I jumped right to it, but here we go. All right, so I'm going to give away a $500 Amazon gift card and a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4. And I'll remind you that you do need to be here live, present with us at the MegaCast. Our next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card today is Sandeep Kayal of California. And our next winner of a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 is Robert Bayer of North Carolina. So congrats to Sandeep on your gift card and to Robert on your new phone. And we will follow up with you after we wrap. Okay. Well, I hope you all got a nice little stretch in there and you've come on back ready to dig into some more killer content, because up next, I know a few of you are already excited. You're going to recognize this name and you know that we are in for a treat. We will be chatting with Martin Crew, Senior Director, Industry Solutions at Gigamon. Martin, so great to have you back with us at the MegaCast. I know you always have lots of awesome info for us, so the platform is all yours. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. This is Martin Crew from Gigamon, and I'm going to be talking to you about ransomware and where does Gigamon fit into the picture that you've heard described through the course of the day. First of all, thanks very much for the introduction. Greatly appreciated. And secondly, to all of those of you who've been around for the whole of the session, congratulations on your stamina. It's a great achievement. I am going to be very, very quick in my remarks today and hopefully make sure that we keep the session on track. So a very, very short agenda that I'm going to share with you. Just one slide on context on ransomware, because by now I think we all really have got a good understanding of the threat that ransomware represents for our organizations. Then I'm going to focus a little on Gigamon, just tell you a bit about the product, and then dive into where does Gigamon fit in your ransomware arsenal. So with all the tools you've heard about today, all the tools you've already got in place that help you guard against ransomware, what is it that Gigamon does that adds value to that? After that, I'll do a very, very brief overview of the organization, and then we will wrap things up with some Q&A from the audience. I'm looking forward to some great questions. So the context, and we all know this. I mean, this is stuff that you've heard many, many times, not just today, but over the last several years. Ransomware is a huge problem, and it's a problem that's getting worse. It's moved from being sort of an opportunistic problem to being an industrial scale problem with whole enterprises, whole countries in some respects, dedicated to attacking organizations like yours in a very, very organized, very professional, very commercial way. So we know there's a problem. The real issue is, what are we going to do about it? So that's the key thing that we'll talk about today as we go through this presentation. Before we start, ransomware is one of the big issues at the top of people's mind, but it's far from the only one as we look at 2023. We do a survey of our customers every year, find out what's top of mind for them, and we obviously work with a lot of the analyst firms to correlate what we're seeing within our customer base with what they're hearing and their views on the market, their perspectives. And for 2023, there are really three big issues that seem to be top of people's minds. One is business agility. So as we move into this recessionary environment, or as we continue in this environment, businesses have to adapt. They've got to be able to see what's working, what's not working, and make changes in their infrastructure, and particularly in the applications that people are using, so they can maintain their competitive edge, maintain their business success, and maintain their IT agility. So this is one of the sort of the underlying issues that I think everybody in the IT community is really focused on for 2023. Second thing, and really very germane to the topic of ransomware, is ensuring security. As we try and achieve this business agility, the number of platforms that we're using, the number of tools we use to manage those platforms, and more particularly, the number of applications running on those platforms increases. I want to say increases exponentially because it's a marketing thing to say, but I'm not going to say that. But it definitely is something that's on the increase. And maintaining security in that environment is a big challenge. And then the third challenge, really tying back to remarks I've already made, is in terms of the recessionary environment that we're in, organizations are being asked to do all of this whilst containing, or in some places, reducing cost. So major challenges, and as we said, ransomware fits very squarely in the second of those challenges, ensuring security. So what does Gigamon help do for organizations to help them achieve success against those three big imperatives? So the first is we really help organizations with their business agility. A number of critical things that we do. So first off, let's just talk about what Gigamon is and what we do. So Gigamon is what we call a deep observability platform, and we'll go into the detail of that in a minute. What deep observability means is that we show you all the data in motion across your entire infrastructure down to packet level. We can take that information from any of the workloads, regardless of the environment those workloads are running on. We understand the data in motion. We understand where it needs to go to, what tools need to inspect it, whether for security purposes, application performance monitoring, or other network operational management issues. So we understand that data and we can optimize it and send it onto those tools in the fastest way possible, and to do it in a format that those tools can immediately digest and do their jobs more efficiently than they could previously. So that, in a nutshell, is what Gigamon's all about. How does it help you solve those three challenges? So in terms of enhancing business agility, there are really sort of three key things. So the first is we help organizations who are migrating from on-premises to cloud, or migrating within the cloud from one platform to another. We do that because we provide the same level of visibility into the data moving across all those environments. And we do it in a way that you can use the one tool stack to see exactly what's happening in any one of those environments. So doing the before and after of a migration, whether it's on premises to cloud, whether it's one cloud platform to another, maybe it's from cloud back to on premises or into a virtual environment. All of those things are enabled by the level of visibility we provide. Second thing is the flexibility that gives you. So it's not just a matter of saying, we do it from this one environment to this other. We do it across all of the major commercially used environments. And we'll talk about some of those in a second. And the final thing is that we've really looked at the way we license our product to make it easy. So you don't license Gigamon for a specific cloud platform. You license it for the cloud. And then whatever platform you're on, you can migrate the license to that platform. You can mix and match across multiple platforms. So we really are trying to help you take full advantage of the flexibility that the cloud gives you in our licensing model. Second thing, and very relevant to today's topic of ransomware, is the cloud security. So I talked about the deep observability we provide. What does that boil down to? So it boils down to really three things. So the first is that with this level of visibility Gigamon provides, you get rid of blind spots. There's nowhere on your network where the bad guys can hide, where they can get access to the network, where they can put their malware, and where that malware can start to spread across the organization. So that's one of the first and really the most critical thing for people to understand about Gigamon. We eliminate the blind spots, and that means that traffic, whether it's north-south, east-west, whether it's encrypted, whether it's containerized, you have the same level of visibility into all of that traffic. And that's critical in a number of respects. You know, even those of us who are, or most of us probably, not yet in the zero trust environment, it provides the foundation to move to that zero trust model as and when you're ready. And it doesn't matter if you move to zero trust, which of the various standards you want to adopt. One thing that's common to all of those standards is they all talk about visibility to packet level as being a foundational aspect of zero trust. Finally, the way that we deliver traffic, the tools that you're going to use to secure your organization, whether it's in a regular environment or a zero trust environment, we can deliver traffic to those security tools the way that they want to ingest it. So if it's at the raw packet level, we can do that. If it's using NetFlow, we can do that. If it's using sampling techniques, slicing techniques, we can do all of that. Or if it's at the metadata level, just to really understand what's going on at a high level, and then if necessary, do a deep dive, we can do that as well. So your existing security tools, whether they're dedicated tools or generalized tools like observability tools that you've adapted for security use cases, we make those tools more effective in all the use cases that compromise the security portfolio. And then finally, cost. So one of the things that I've mentioned already is that we can provide the same tool stack working across all these environments. So that means there's less need to duplicate tools. So obviously every environment, whether it's your on-premises, whether it's virtual environments, private cloud environments, or whether it's public cloud environments, they have their own native tools. And on top of those tools, most people bring in a very wide range of third-party tools. And it's one of the things that most organizations, IT organizations we speak to, really dislike. It's this multiplicity of tools. They seem to grow in direct proportion to the amount of data on the network that has to be secured. And all of these tools, they have a learning curve associated with them. They need dedicated teams, and it becomes a very, very expensive proposition. With Gigamon, because we can take traffic from anywhere on the network and put it through a single tool stack that sees everything, we can help simplify the number of tools that you need on the network. We can also reduce the number of instances of tools. So let's say you've got, I don't know, an IPS tool, and the volume says that, right, I'm going to use this particular tool, but I need multiple instances of it. The fact that we can understand exactly what format the IPS tool needs that data in means that we can actually optimize traffic for it. We can make sure that we're getting rid of any duplicate packets on the network, so it's not seeing unnecessary traffic over and over again. We can also use techniques like slicing, like sampling, different ways to get traffic to those tools, but without compromising the fidelity of that data. Another thing that we can do is, because we've got this sort of single tool stack approach, we can actually use tools that you've already got that maybe have reached the end of life in some respects, and extend the life of those tools. Because just because they may not be a cloud native tool, with Gigamon, we can actually take that cloud traffic to those tools to extend their useful life. Now, from an architectural point of view, that may not be something that you want to do. But at a functional level, even if it's on a transition basis, that is a capability we provide and could well be something that's useful to do. So just to summarize, the Gigamon product is called the Gigamon Deep Observability Pipeline. It runs on all the environments shown at the bottom of the screen. And what it does is it takes the data in motion from the various workloads, whether they're data center, whether they're private cloud, virtualized, or IaaS workloads, and it gets them to the tools that need to see it. So we have relationships with over 200 different tools vendors, and we can provide this visibility into the data in motion to those tools in a variety of different formats. As I've mentioned, we can get them the raw network traffic, we can work at the application level, or we can work at what we call the network intelligence level, which is how we typically work with some of the observability tools that are out there, like Datadog, Elastic, Sumo, New Relic, etc. What we do with the data is really 4 things. So we provide the access, very, very flexible methods. We have physical tabs, virtual tabs. We can use tunneling. We can use a variety of other techniques to get to the data. We can then broker it. So the brokering process starts by aggregating all the data and really understanding what it is, where it needs to go to. And then we move to the transform process, which says, all right, this is what the data is, this is where it needs to go, and this is the optimal format to send it to those tools. So the transformation process achieves that. And then finally, the enrichment side of things. So we're using enrich here in the sense of we can provide more context to that data. So because we're seeing all the data across the network, we can go beyond the packet level and actually provide context to that information drawn from other systems and provide the metadata associated with that to help, for example, facilitate pinpointing information when there's a need to do forensics at the network level. Okay, so that's a little bit about Gigamon in a general sense. Now let's get specific and talk about where we fit when you're thinking about ransomware. So there are really 3 areas, and we've touched on some of these already. So this will be really a recap. So the first is the visibility. So we all know that one of the attributes of ransomware is that, particularly these days, now it's very sophisticated. Ransomware doesn't just get on the network, grab the first master file that it can find and say, okay, you pay me or I'm going to screw up or lock this master file. That's not how it works. Ransomware gets on the network and it dwells. It dwells long enough to understand what's really happening on the network. Where are the high value data targets? And then it starts to navigate its way across the network. So once it's on there, it will spend weeks, it will spend months, it will spend as long as it takes to figure out where the high value data targets are, to navigate across the network to get to those files. So critical to managing ransomware isn't just the endpoint detection that you've heard about today. It really is the network side of things, because once ransomware is on the network and has evaded those endpoints, then it's all about, do you actually have visibility into where that data and where that malware is now, and what pattern it's using to spread across the network. So with the visibility or the deep observability that we have visibility not just into the north-south traffic, but into what's happening on the network. So the east-west traffic. We can also see into encrypted traffic, and we can see into containerized traffic. So we're really minimizing the number of places in which ransomware can hide and proliferate. We can also spot activities. So beyond just seeing traffic movement, we can see things like unexpected exfiltration processes. As we know, one of the characteristics of ransomware is that before it will actually lock files, it will actually exfiltrate a lot of the data, steal the data. So seeing the peak activities that might be exfiltration processes is something that's very, very important to be able to do. And that's one of the things that Gigamon sees within the network and can alert your security ops people to patterns of behavior that might indicate data exfiltration is occurring prior to a ransomware demand. Second thing, decryption. All right, so we all know that one of the critical things with ransomware is that it usually gets onto the network through a phishing attack, most typically, and it comes in through some form of encrypted software payload that many tools don't have visibility into. So with Gigamon, the way that we approach decryption is that we go for a centralized approach. One of the things that we observe, and we hear it from talking to our customers, is that where they're doing decryption at the edge on a firewall device, most typically, that has a very, very high overhead. And often that means they're not inspecting all the traffic, not through choice. It means they're not able to without really impacting the overall performance of those devices. So the approach that we take is to have a dedicated centralized decryption function. So all traffic goes there. The device that does the decryption is totally optimized around the mathematic processes to do that. So we get the traffic, we decrypt it, we understand what it is, we understand where it needs to go. If it's suspicious, we can quarantine it. And then we re-encrypt the traffic and send it on to the tool that needs to see it. So we're able to see and inspect everything moving on the network. Second thing is that this optimization is a really important issue. It's not just about making things go faster. If you look at a lot of the NSA guidelines, for example, they will talk about one of the threats to networks being where they're doing things like edge level decryption of traffic. Those tools can get overloaded. And when they start getting overloaded, they can start to miss things. So this isn't just a performance issue. This is something that most people here are going to be familiar with, which is that as tools get overloaded, they become inefficient. They start to miss things. And in the case of an organization under attack from ransomware threats or other security threats, missing those things is one of the key ways in which this malware can get on the network and really threaten the integrity of the organization. Third thing, and I've mentioned this already, is that we can work down to packet level. We know that at the end of the day, the packet is the single source of truth about what's happening on the network. Unlike logs that can be tampered with, deleted, or otherwise compromised, that cannot occur at the packet level. So whether it's a matter of using packets and the visibility into those as a way to verify what you're seeing in the logs is correct, or whether you just rely on packets or anywhere in between, doesn't really matter. The issue is that with packet level visibility, you know exactly what is going on the network. And again, we can provide tools that can ingest the raw packets with those packets. We can do it in a number of other ways, up to and including full metadata that provides additional context to help your tools operate more efficiently. For those of you not familiar with Gigamon, I hope I've given you a bit of a taste of what we do in terms of who we are. We've been around 14, 15 years now. We have been the leader in the sort of next-gen firewall market and the visibility market for a big number of those years. And over the last 5 or 6 years, we've migrated everything that we've done to the cloud. So we have exactly the same software running on our own appliances, running in VMware and Nutanix environments, and running in all the public cloud environments. So we're essentially platform agnostic. We do what we do for some of the largest, most demanding organizations worldwide. So unlike some other companies, we don't have hundreds of thousands of users. We have thousands of users, but they're the biggest, most demanding, most sophisticated organizations there are out there. So, for example, all 10 of the top 10 US federal agencies use Gigamon. And as you can see from the rest of this slide, we have very high penetration among industry leaders across the board. Those companies are very dedicated to us. We have a very high customer satisfaction rating. We have a very high referenceability rating. And so I've got quotes here from a customer, in this case, Lockheed Martin, from a partner, AWS, and from a research director at IDC, all talking about the value that Gigamon adds, that the Gigamon Deep Observability specifically adds to their ability to secure cloud traffic. So finally, back to ransomware and where we fit. So 3 key things I'd like you to take away from this. So the first thing is, or the umbrella thing, I suppose, is that we provide the complete packet level visibility into all data in motion across your infrastructure. Doesn't matter whether it's on premises, virtualized, or in a public cloud, we can see everything that's going on. And that includes east-west traffic moving across the network. It includes containerized traffic, and it includes encrypted traffic. So I'll say thank you for your attention and open this up to any questions. So what have we got? Who's first up with a question?
Oh, we've got lots of questions, Martin. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. We're a little short on time, so I'm not even going to mention the poll that's up on the screen or explain it. You all know what to do. Go and fill it out. Martin, should we get into some of these questions?
Let's go for
Martin,
it.
you with? Oh, there we go. Hey. Oh, I think we have a little bit of an echo on your line, Martin.
Okay, that's it. I just killed it this time.
Perfect. All right. All the many speakers and the muting and the unmuting. Let's jump in a little bit here. You mentioned being agnostic, but I'm wondering for somebody out there that is potentially needing to mix and match an on-prem and cloud situation, can you talk about that sort of infrastructure and how Gigamon might function?
Sure. So that's the most common situation that most of our customers find themselves in, that they've got a hybrid or a multi-cloud configuration of some kind. So our software runs on all of those platforms. It's exactly the same software. It can run across them all. It's fully interoperable, and it can get the data in motion to any of the tools that you've got anywhere on the network. So whether they're cloud tools, on premises, or running in a VM, we can provide the same level of service to all those tools.
And so there's no difference between how it's going to function on-prem versus in the cloud?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. I'm wondering, we had a couple of questions about observability, deep observability, and in one case, Laura here was asking if there's any kind of analysis of the observations. You mentioned sort of alerting and awareness. Is Gigamon going to help interpret?
So the answer is we don't do that. It's a horses for courses issue. I mean, the thing that we've been really good at through the 15 years or so of our history is getting access to the data on the network, is aggregating it, understanding what it needs to go to, what tools it needs to go to, and then optimizing it to get it there. We are not an analysis tool. We can provide, stats on what we see on the network, of course, but it's not sort of real analysis in the way that I think you mean there. It's far better for us to get the information to security tools that have got the artificial intelligence powered analysis built in, or get it to dashboards or observability tools that have, again, got analysis capabilities. So we really are the transport layer, if you will, that just makes sure the tools get the information they need, only the information that they need, and that those tools are then empowered to do their job.
And boy, is that an important job to do, that visibility or deep observability is so important. Okay, well, Martin, honestly, I wish we could keep going. I know your team has been very busy on live chat, so a lot of answers coming in already. Before you take off, though, Martin, if somebody is wanting to jump in and get started with Gigamon, what would you recommend as that first step?
Okay, get on the network and take a look at the Deep Observability Hub that we've got there. There's a lot of really good information about this. And then just contact us, and we'll be really happy to get one of our SEs doing a demo for you, understanding your requirements and showing how we can add value, whether it's around ransomware or any other security issues you've got.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Martin. And we've gotten a couple of high fives coming in from the audience as well, so I know they enjoyed it. It is always a pleasure to chat with you.
And I enjoy it as well. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, and for those of you out there who clicked on the poll or asked a question, thank you. Please do head on over to the Handouts tab. Make sure that you click on the Gigamon handout and get that State of Ransomware for 2022 and beyond. It's a global survey of IT and InfoSec leaders. You're going to take a look at how threats are evolving, cybersecurity, blame culture, lots more. Just a really, really awesome read. So please do go check that out before you head out. And I'm going to leave that poll up for a second longer because I want to give away a prize. I got distracted here reading some of these awesome high fives and thank yous coming in from all of you, so I really appreciate that. But okay, back to prizes. So right now we have a $500 Amazon gift card that we are going to give away, and a reminder that you do need to be here present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. Our next winner of a $500 Amazon gift card is Jordan Tazewell of California. Jordan Tazewell of California, congratulations on your $500 gift card. We will be following up with you after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there are still more chances. One more big chance to win. We'll be giving away a phone and a gift card, so that is coming up. But for now, boy, folks, I do not know how this has happened because it has been one heck of a day, and it has been somehow speeding by and so big and full of information. But here we are at our very last presenter in today's MegaCast, and we are definitely bringing it home in style because up next we will be chatting with the one and only Jason Rivera, Global Director of Strategic Threat Advisory Group at CrowdStrike. I love hearing from CrowdStrike. Jason, thank you so much for being here to be our grand finale. The platform is all yours.
Awesome, thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and dive right in. All right, so we're going to focus today on some of the perspectives that we've seen in terms of our over the last year, right? Like, what have we seen these different ransomware and data extortion actors engage in? We're going to focus on tactics, techniques, some of the strategic elements. So we got a lot for you today. So looking forward to this. Really quickly, I lead a team at CrowdStrike called the Strategic Threat Advisory Group, and basically we do stuff like this. We help customers understand threats to their environment. Prior to CrowdStrike, I used to build intelligence programs at Fortune 500 companies and government agencies. And prior to that, I spent about 7 years in the United States Army as an intelligence officer at places like the NSA and Cyber Command. So moving into our executive summary, if I were to say, like, what is the most significant thing that every single security leader needs to be aware of and needs to be laser focused on, it is the 3 primary metrics for measuring the adversary. And those metrics are volume, speed, and sophistication. And I want to double stomp on that term, laser focused on this, right? Because if we were to be defeated when a breach occurs, it is almost always because of one of these 3 reasons. The adversary overwhelmed you with the amount of attacks, or they overwhelmed your own attack surface in a way that you could not comprehend or detect. For speed, the adversary moved faster than your ability to detect, investigate, or respond. And then in terms of sophistication, the adversary leveraged a capability that was more complex than your ability to detect it. And so the purpose of cybersecurity, as we're all keenly aware, is to defeat the threat, right? And so we want to understand this threat. And I would argue again that nothing is more important than our ability to really understand the exact reasons around how they could potentially defeat us. And so when we think about this idea of volume, at CrowdStrike, we track something called distinct and sophisticated intrusion telemetry, which begs the question, what on earth is a distinct and sophisticated intrusion? Well, it is one where we observe a campaign consisting of a capability or series of capabilities that we have never seen before in the past. So as you can imagine, as a leading cybersecurity provider in the workload space, the server space, cloud, identity, so on and so forth, as you could probably imagine, for us to train the machine learning algorithm, well, yeah, we must give it lots of training data. We need to keep this thing working. We need to keep it understanding and evolving along with the adversary. And so the challenge, of course, is that this telemetry not only ever just grows, but it grows exponentially over time. So as you can see in the 2-year time span between Q1 2019 to Q1 2021, we see a 300% increase in this telemetry. Whereas in the following less than 2-year time span, we see a 500% increase. And so we find that our customers are faced with a situation, and perhaps even the world truly is faced with a situation where not only does the threat telemetry only ever grow, but it grows logarithmically as opposed to linearly. So again, this makes us think, right? As security professionals, we are dealing with a larger attack surface than ever before in the past. We are dealing with a more voluminous adversary than ever before in the past. How will we scale? How will we automate? How will we gain visibility over that attack surface? And then we think of things like speed, right? So at CrowdStrike, we have this term called breakout time, which is the amount of time it takes the adversary once they gain access to move laterally. And what we must do is stop them before they achieve breakout. When they achieve breakout, their capacity to engage in ransomware attacks, data exfiltration, data extortion, all of that skyrockets. And therefore, in order to mitigate that, we have coined something called the 1-10-60 rule. 1 minute to detect, 10 minutes to investigate, 60 minutes to respond. And I can see all of you out there being like, yeah, right. Oh, that's way too fast. How could you possibly do that? And here's the thing. This isn't just about CrowdStrike, right? This is literally based off the reality of what we are observing. And here's what I'm talking about. Here's the breakout time of the average criminal group in 2018. 9 hours and 42 minutes, right? Okay, that's doable. But now look what's happened over the last 4 years. Huge evolution, a substantial increase in capability. Last year, the average criminal group achieved breakout in 1 hour and 24 minutes. And so again, this is the reality that we face, right? Whether we believe we can do it or we can't do it or it's impossible, it doesn't matter, right? The adversary doesn't care. They don't care about what we think we can or cannot do. They don't care how we're positioned. All they care about is achieving their objectives. And so as we look at this kind of sobering data, what it really does is it makes us think like, okay, how are we going to do this? How do we evolve towards a place where we can detect, investigate, and respond faster than that time frame? And so when we think about, well, how did the adversary do this? Criminal ecosystems, the ability to specialize in different capabilities, not only with ransomware, but to specialize in social engineering, network operations, money mules, laundering, access brokers, and by combining these capabilities together, they have managed to gain efficiencies that allow these rapid rates of movement. So the next area that we're going to talk about is this idea of the pre-COVID world versus the post-COVID world. And what I am showing you is that same distinct and sophisticated intrusion telemetry spread across the MITRE ATT&CK framework. Don't worry about each individual technique, but let's look at the coloring, right? Because in theory, this thing should be a heat map. And a heat map that makes sense would have some red, it would have some orange, it would have some yellow, some green, obviously. But wait, this heat map is all green. Hold on, Jason, is this a heat map or what are you showing me here, right? And what we're saying is that in the 2019 Q1 2020 timeframe, we saw a largely even distribution of techniques across the MITRE ATT&CK framework. But look what that looks like after the COVID timeframe. Look how we see more focus on valid accounts. Look at the command and scripting technique. More hands on keyboard, more living off the LAN, more PowerShell, more command line, more PS exec, more brute forcing using identity-based capabilities, more access brokers, and not just to get into the environment. The adversary is also using identity-based capabilities to facilitate lateral movement, to facilitate privilege escalation, discovery. We're seeing focus on cloud-based attacks. We are seeing an adversary that in the span of literally within 2 years has drastically increased their sophistication. And basically what it comes down to is they responded to how we operate. Think about where many of you are literally taking this meeting from. I bet many of you, like myself, are kind of sitting here comfy at home. Maybe you're in your pajamas, maybe you're wearing a hoodie like me, and we're just kind of taking this meeting and we're VPNing and RDPing back into the office using infrastructure as a service, applications as a service. Imagine that now from an attack surface perspective, and that is what the adversary has managed to exploit. They have really been highly proficient at evolving in a pace that goes along with the way that society and IT has evolved. And so let's kind of take a look at some of the deeper data here, right? And we're going to go into something that I call the adversary operations lifecycle. And so I used to be a much more offensive-minded individual, especially when I was engaging in my military service. And one day after leaving the military, I thought to myself, how can I apply all this knowledge, right? How can I apply this from a defensive perspective? So what I did was I observed the adversary and I thought to myself, what are the basic components of an attack? And what I came up with is this. I call it the adversary operations lifecycle. At the end of the day, at the most simple level, the adversary will do 3 things to you. They will engage in access. Once inside, they will seek to remain stealthy by engaging in post-exploitation. So that could be reconnaissance, lateral movement, privilege escalation, so on and so forth. And then they're going to hit you with something. It is truly that simple. That is what it boils down to. And so my proposal to you is to imagine the adversary not as a singular attack. Imagine them as being more than just ransomware. Imagine more than phishing, more than the banking Trojan, more than that piece of malware. And now think of a complex, time-focused operation spanning across different technologies, spanning across time, spanning across different objectives. And the more that we can tie together the dots of what the adversary is doing, the better able we are to engage in proactive defenses. And this isn't just a Jason Rivera theory. Check out this graphic that we were able to derive based off our observations of the Conti ransomware group. We call them Wizard Spider. You may know them as the user of the Conti ransomware or the Ryuk ransomware, the TrickBot banking Trojan. And again, let's not get too much into the details, right? But what I do want you to pay attention to is look at those high-level categories. Initial access, post-exploitation, and then lastly, ransomware deployment. And so what am I implying with this slide? What I'm implying is that, well, yes, please, let's stop ransomware, right? But to stop the ransomware, we had to stop the post-exploitation. We had to catch that lateral movement, the hands-on keyboard techniques, the abuse of legitimate network administration tools, the modification of binaries. We had to stop all that stuff, right? But wait, to stop that stuff and to stop it from getting there, we had to stop it from gaining access. Vulnerability scanning, password attacks, access brokers, phishing, call campaigns, so on and so forth, right? Again, a modern attack is much more complicated than a singular piece of malware or ransomware. And now check out the difference between 2021 and 2022. Before I go to the next slide, I want you to focus your attention on the amount of initial access vectors the adversary was leveraging. But now check out the most successful group in 2022. This one far outpaced the group of 2021. This is lockbit ransomware. But wait, they're using less stuff to gain access. Hold on. So what are we saying here? We're saying that they're focusing on using password-based attacks, access brokers, identity-based techniques, credentials, almost exclusively focused on that technique. But why would they do that? Why would they narrow their options? Well, they would narrow the options for the same reason any business narrows their options, right? Narrowing creates excellence and efficiency. It creates focus. Focus creates an environment where they can grow and become better. And that is the biggest thing that I could possibly say about what has changed, right? An extreme focus on the use of identity-based attacks to gain that initial access. Because once they're in the post-exploitation phase, all right, back in the game, right? We're going to move laterally. We're going to use those hands-on keyboard techniques. And then, of course, we're going to deploy the ransomware. And so, again, we need to think like the adversary. The way they think, we need to adopt that thinking. And so let's go into access operations and talk about some major observations. I think it behooves us to understand the nature of how access brokers operate. This is one of the major reasons that we see adversaries drastically increasing their breakout times. Think of it like this. Imagine an adversary whose specialty it is to gain credentials and gain device configuration information. They assemble that onto a bot log, and then they monetize it in an underground marketplace. And so what is the effect of this? When a buyer buys that data, they are effectively able to skip several steps of the MITRE attack framework, starting at lateral movement. And so what does that mean? It means drastically faster times, right? And so again, this kind of goes back to this way of thinking. The adversary does not have to move linearly. They have many options, and the continued focus and prevalence of the access broker technique is a good example of that. Here are the top 10 sectors that from our global threat report for the year 2022 of what we saw them exploit, focusing on academic, technologies, industrials, manufacturing, so on and so forth. I want to point out a commonality between these industries. These industries are what I would call where they have a high criticality. And what does that mean? I use the term criticality, and I borrowed that one from the military. By the way, I borrow a lot of stuff from the military, but they have so many good terms. But anyway, with this specific term, criticality implies how much damage can I do if I go after that particular target? And the notion of criticality as it pertains to the private sector is about how much uptime do they need. So a school, right? Yeah, kids got to go to school. They got to get back up and running. Imagine a technology provider. Any technology that's connecting the world, high uptimes are required. What about manufacturing? Yeah, they got to keep the manufacturing lines going. What about banks? You better be able to access your bank, right? Could you imagine going to an ATM or trying to go to your bank's website and, oh, sorry, no access denied, right? That'd be insanity. And so the threat actors are intentional about their process. And this is something that we see play out not only in the access broker space, but also in the ransomware deployment space. So let's talk a little bit about some post-exploitation techniques. And what I really want to call attention to here is the use of legitimate tooling to engage in objectives. Note the tools on the left. Those don't look like malware to me. Things like AnyDesk, ConnectWise, TeamViewer, SplashTop, Zoho Assist, so on and so forth, right? Those are legitimate tools. So hold on, we have an adversary who is using legitimate tools, right? And so this is a foot-stop moment. This really makes us think, how do I detect the use of legitimate stuff for malicious purposes? Because if your capability is only relies on detection, if your capability that you are currently using can only detect known knowns, well then how will it detect the unknown unknowns? How will it detect the malicious use of something that could be legitimate, right? And so this is a key technique that we not only see the adversary using, but if you look at my graph on the right, they're using it more with time. And so again, as a cybersecurity professional, if I could give my biggest recommendation, follow the adversary, move as they move, think as they think. As they change the way they operate, you change the way you think and strategize. It is a chess match. And now let's talk about that last phase, impact. And of course, when we think about impact, we're all thinking about ransomware, right? And when we think of ransomware, I recommend that you combine this idea of ransomware with the idea of data extortion. Data extortion is a technique that is almost always combined with ransomware, and as the name implies, it is the theft of data and then the use of that data to extort you into paying higher amounts of ransom sums. And what I'm showing are the actors that we have tracked between 2021 and 2022. Obviously, our eyes are drawn to the left. We've got this lockbit character again. But wait, what happened to Conti? Weren't they big in 2021? Yes, they were. And long story short, Russia-Ukraine conflict, some of them were in Russia, some of them were in Eastern Europe. That didn't go very well. And so we saw a lot of movement over to Lockbit. And so now when we think about the most successful actor, it is the Lockbit ransomware group. At CrowdStrike, we track this actor as Bitwise Spider. And again, going back to the whole business aspect of this, well, why are they the most successful group? Very simply, they operate well as a business. So they are a ransomware as a service operation, which implies that there is a centralized developer. That developer works with anywhere between 20 to 100 to 200 affiliates. The exact number you can't really quantify, right? But they are working with multiple affiliates. And they have an 80-20 split or a 70-30 split. And basically, the developer gives the affiliate the ransomware. If the affiliate executes a successful attack, they keep 80 to 70% of the proceeds. And then the way the developer guarantees they get their 20 to 30% is they don't hand over the private key until the money is paid. And so a highly effective operation, but not only is it effective from a business standpoint, but they even have good support models. They have little data modules that allow everyone to kind of monitor and see where the progress is at. They have different capabilities, different specialists. They have Linux and ESXi server targeting capabilities. Again, one of the reasons that this actor, this one in particular, continues to thrive in the criminal space is that business-minded focus. And so this kind of goes back to what I've been saying, right? We are facing a highly sophisticated adversary. This isn't a guy with a hoodie in a basement, right? This is a group of people, highly paid, highly skilled, highly motivated people who are thinking on a 24/7 spectrum about how they are going to engage you. How are they going to force you into making a mistake? And so with that, here are some thoughts on the way forward. I'm going to talk a little bit about why I believe CrowdStrike is the most powerful capability to stop all of this stuff that I talked about. And I'm going to speak to it relative to the threat, right? So I spoke about this idea of volume. And we know that the amount of the adversary attacks is just more and more. They become more sophisticated. And not only are there ever more attacks, but our own attack surface is becoming more and more unmanageable as we migrate to the cloud, as we include mobile devices, IoT, all these different complexities. How are we going to manage this? And I will tell you this. The days of doing endpoint security on the device are over. There is no ability to do it in a way that scales. There is no such thing as a single workload that in of itself, by itself, can ever have the computational power to stop the voluminous, sophisticated adversary that I've been speaking about. The only possible answer that achieves scale is by taking this data and moving it to the security cloud. So if you ever wonder how does CrowdStrike do it, this is how. This is how we achieve large-scale data analytics. When we think about, machine learning, artificial intelligence, everyone loves those words, right? But literally, what are those words? They must be trained by real data. Machine learning can only get better if it is trained, and we have the largest security cloud on earth to do that training. This enables a concept called community immunity. And so when we think of this concept, this is why a customer who's in London can be attacked and the adversary can go after them. And then suddenly a customer in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, now they're protected, right? The idea of the security cloud is what enables this. So that's our response to volume, right? But we're also thinking about speed. Remember what I said earlier? You don't got a lot of time, right? You have exactly 1 hour and 24 minutes. That is real data. That's not Jason's wish. That's not what CrowdStrike wants. That is the reality that we observe on the ground. You have exactly 1 hour and 24 minutes on average. How are you going to do it? Let me tell you about how most of the world is doing it. Most of the world is using a tiered response process. First, the tier 1 guy does it, and if the tier 1 guy doesn't get it, he's going to give it over to the tier 2 guy, and hopefully the tier 2 guy's at work. If he's not, we'll just put it in his Jira queue or his ServiceNow queue. When he wakes up and comes in the office after he gets his coffee, socializes at the water cooler, okay, maybe the tier 2 guy will get it. That one doesn't get it. Let's give it to the tier 3 person. First and foremost, this is a linear process against an adversary that improves their capability logarithmically. Let me say that again. Most of the world is engaging in a linear defense process against an adversary that improves their capability at a logarithmic rate. We can no longer operate in a linear manner. This tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 idea does not make sense anymore. Everything all at once, all the time. That is the battle cry I'm going to give to you. Have prevention, AV capabilities, visibility, identity protection, vulnerability management, cloud, all at once, all the time. 24/7 threat hunting, all at once, constantly, all the time, never resting. When one person gets off ship, another person gets on ship. And if you want the biggest reason for that, go back to the Kaseya ransomware attack that occurred in July 4th weekend of 2021. The adversary is smart. They are intentional. They know exactly what they're doing, and they will hit you when you are least ready, which is why 24/7 threat hunting. And here's the thing, right? How are we going to do any of this if we don't know who the adversary is? That's the purpose of intelligence, right? We need to know what we're going after. The absence of intelligence is madness. It is going in blind. It's going to war without any concept of understanding who the adversary is. It's like a surgeon who's about to do surgery, and he's going to open you up. He's like, well, good luck, patient. I'm going to go in there, and we're just going to kind of figure things out. You'd probably be pretty scared, right? You want your surgeon to have an idea of what's going on. And so same thing with your cybersecurity provider. You want your cybersecurity provider to premise everything on intelligence, and that is how we operate. And then lastly, this tiered model that I talked about doesn't make sense anymore, right? The fire team approach used by Falcon Complete is superior, and it is exactly what it sounds like. It is multiple individuals with different skill sets all converging on the problem at once, just like a fire team, right? So instead of waiting, this linear tiered process, we're collapsing on the problem at once. And so again, this is our answer to speed, which goes back to my golden question that I keep on asking, right? How are you going to do it in 1 hour and 24 minutes? And then lastly, to our last point, we're going to talk about this idea of sophistication. Oops, sorry, went too far forward. There we go. So let's talk a little bit about sophistication, right? We talked about complexity. We talked about an adversary that continues to evolve their capabilities. And inherently, when you think of a solution, you'd be like, oh, well, if they're complex, we need to be complex. And let me tell you this. The idea that you will manage 20, 30, 40, 50 discrete different cybersecurity capabilities, none of which communicate data in a common topology, none of which talk to each other, all of which require different expertise, and you're going to put it all into the SIM, and somehow you're going to figure it out, right? Is that the story of many of you? And I will tell you, just like many of the other things that we talked about today, that story will no longer work. It doesn't work when we're observing it all the time, right? And so our vision is something that is much more simple. A single agent that collects data once, that does not reboot the machine, that does it simply. A single agent putting data into a single place, giving you a single point of visibility, enabling the common operational picture, which is the ability of everyone to view the same problem the same way. And when you all view the same problem the same way, when your vulnerability management team has the same perception of the problem as your threat hunting team, who knows what the CISO knows, who knows what the SOC knows, that is when you converge upon the adversary. And that is why CrowdStrike offers all of these capabilities literally using only a single sensor. There is an element of simplicity to how we operate. And again, that is our conclusion, right? That's why we believe we must do that. This doesn't come down to marketing. This doesn't come down to revenue desire. This is ultimately our ability to combat the adversary. So thank you for your time. And I'll close with this. Your ability to defeat advanced cyber threats rests almost entirely on your understanding of the problem. If you understand the problem, you will make the right decision. If you do not understand the problem, I promise you, your ability to make the right decision is going to be substantially hampered. And so I hope that I've contributed to your understanding of the problem today. And if you would like to learn more, and if you'd like to explore this idea, explore the problem, explore why CrowdStrike is the solution, then we'd love to talk to you. Reach out to your CrowdStrike rep. Thank you for your time. And at this time, I'll field any questions that there might be.
Yeah, I love that, Jason. Thank you, and that's such a great point. And I think you reminded us a few times today that a lot of security starts with our own mindset. So I appreciate that. I think that's definitely a great way to wrap up a MegaCast that's been full of information. I do want to get to some questions. I'm going to move the slides here over to our poll because we want to make sure that for those of you out there that are looking for a little bit more information on CrowdStrike, and I know that there's a lot of you out there that have questions and would like to learn a little bit more, please do click on that poll there and let CrowdStrike know what additional information they can send you. And thanks to those of you who are sending in messages saying how much they appreciate it. Jason, you've got some fans out there. But I do want to get into a few of these questions here. We are very short on time, but I'm wondering if you could let us know what ransomware as a service, what effects that has had on sort of the severity and maybe also the volume of ransomware attacks that our audience might be thinking about.
Scale, speed, and sophistication. So imagine this. Imagine a pro sports team, right, who gets to choose all the best players. And whenever one player doesn't perform well, let me get rid of that guy, get another one. And then not only are they choosing all the best players, but they are choosing players that complement each other. They are thinking like a business. And now let me amplify this one for you. Think about the nature of crime. Think about what motivates crime. And now think about what is happening overseas. There is a full-on war going on in one of the most educated and highly technological places on Earth. What are all those people who are migrating going to do? So this is going to add to the problem, right? And the more we face global uncertainty, the more we face economic uncertainty, the more crime you will see, the stronger we're seeing these business models form. So again, scale, speed, sophistication. That's ultimately what it accomplishes.
That's a great answer. Question here from Laura. Do you see the Falcon platform replacing their enterprise SIMs?
Good question, right? And so I'm going to answer with this idea of the common operational picture. Beyond the platform, and speaking beyond a person who works for CrowdStrike, because obviously, sure, yay, I'd love for CrowdStrike to replace enterprise SIMs and become the center of everything. But thinking about what society with what we must do, we must achieve the common operational picture. And by that, I mean everything in one place with a single vision. Now, does it necessarily require a SIM to do that? Maybe not, right? And so that's part of CrowdStrike's XDR vision. We realize that we're not always going to be the best at everything. We realize that we have to partner. However, we also realize that the CrowdStrike topology for viewing data is a very strong topology. And so the vision of our XDR is to ingest partner data, things like email gateway solutions, firewall solutions, IDS, IPS, web proxy data, areas where CrowdStrike, at least at this time, is not currently evolving their capabilities. But now imagine us ingesting that data, but then viewing that data through the same CrowdStrike experience. And you might be saying to yourself, well, wait, hold on, isn't that a SIM? But here's the next part. It's not just viewing the data through the CrowdStrike experience. It is now taking action and automating and orchestrating activities against the threats using the CrowdStrike topology, but then going back to the XDR partners. And so that is probably the closest way I can answer you. But again, going beyond CrowdStrike, common operational picture, that 3-word phrase, that is what we must seek to achieve.
Awesome. All right. Well, honestly, Jason, I wish we could keep going, but I think we're going to have to leave it there. Before you take off, though, for somebody out there that is wanting to get a little bit more information about CrowdStrike, wanting to get started, what do you recommend as their first step?
Yeah, so there's 2 kind of easy ways. For a lot of like larger enterprise, mid-market, or just federal government agencies, you have an assigned CrowdStrike rep, so they're probably already trying to talk to you. But the easier way, let's say you want to contact us on your terms, then yeah, you use the website, right? If you go to crowdstrike.com, and there'll be little sections that allow you to fill out data, allow you to express what interests you about CrowdStrike, and then somebody will reach out and engage in that conversation.
Perfect. Sweet. I love that. Jason, thank you so much for being here, for being our grand finale. It's been so much fun chatting with you as always, and a lot of thanks for your service as well. So the audience, I know, appreciated both your presentation and your previous life.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to remind you all again to keep clicking on that poll and to head on over to the handouts tab. Make sure that you click on the CrowdStrike link there. You can get the CrowdStrike Guide to Ransomware Protection, what you should be thinking about in terms of protection and mitigation, all there in one place. It is an awesome resource. Go check it out before you go. Now, I'm holding you hostage for a few seconds more before I give away the very last prize of the day, because some of you have seen this on our multi-vendor or MegaCast, EcoCast recently. We're collecting a little bit of data and information from all of you that we're going to put together on ransomware.org and also share with you on future events like this. And basically, again, this is totally private. We're not collecting data based on your name or organization. We just want to get an idea of where you're at. So first question here is, do you believe your organization is ready for a ransomware attack? Yes, no, maybe, or oh lordy, no. So let us know. Again, totally anonymous, just curious kind of where you're at. I'm going to move things forward pretty quickly here, so answer the polls quickly. Do you believe ransomware will continue to be a serious threat in 2023? Yes, no, or I'm not sure. So it's something obviously we spent all day talking about, so maybe you have a different opinion now than you did when we came in. Do you believe ransomware will continue to be a serious threat in 2023? Thanks to all of you who are filling this out. Almost everybody in the yes category, a few holdouts, and I'm not sure, which is fair because there's always a little bit of a gray area. If we learned anything from 2020, it's expect the unexpected. Compared to 2022, do you think your company is more or less likely to be a target of ransomware attack this year? Do you think your company, so, I guess the previous one a little bit more focused on, do you think this is going to continue as a threat? Now, as we approach, as we get started into 2023, do you think your company is more or less likely to be a target? More likely, less likely, or probably sticking about the same? All right, so we're about even between more likely and the same, and I'm going to move things along here. I know I'm not giving you a lot of time to fill out these polls, but I want to get you all back and moving along in your day. How long would you estimate it would take for your organization to bounce back from a ransomware attack? Hours, days, weeks, months, or, oh man, up a creek without a paddle, that dreaded answer. And hopefully if that last one is the case for anyone, you got some solutions today that might help you out. So hours, days, weeks, months, hopefully you're all somewhere in that upper part of the list there. But if not, again, hopefully you got some highlights and information from the sessions today that maybe could help you shorten that time frame. All right, I'm going to move things forward. So last chance to answer that poll. And our very last question, do you think that those in your organization are well aware of the threat? This is a fantastic question, and I'm going to encourage you to think outside of your team, outside of the people that you interact with on a daily basis that are sleeping, and breathing this stuff. Think beyond and across your entire organization. Do you think your organization is well aware of this threat? Yes, very. Most are. It's about 50-50. Few are. Almost nobody cares, or no awareness whatsoever. We are all doomed. That's terrifying. Hopefully by now everyone has some idea of what this is. All right, I'm going to leave that up for just a second longer here, and then we're going to get into our very last prize giveaway. But I do want to thank you all for participating. Again, we will share that data back with you all, let you know where you are all at, and just kind of a cool little temperature check, ransomware temperature check. All right, so prizes, let's do it. We're going to give away a $500 Amazon gift card, and then we will give away one very last Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phone. I don't know why I can't say that. Flip phone 4 phone. All right, so our very last $500 Amazon gift card is going to Paul Brensdahl of Tennessee. And our very last Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phone is going to Andrew Dent of Missouri. All right, well, congrats to you, Andrew, and I'm going to read the entire list out now. Whew, it's been a long day, and now I'm going to do this. All right, gift card going to Joe Pinctella of Texas, gift card going to Brian Roden of Arkansas, gift card going to Maura Ennis of Massachusetts, and a phone going to Joe Reese of California, a gift card going to Drew Plaster of Oregon, also to Gilbert Marlowe of South Carolina, a phone going to Lou Pellegrini of New Jersey, a gift card going to Benjamin Jaffe of Pennsylvania, a gift card to Brian Clear of Minnesota, a phone going to Pete Rode of Maine, a gift card going to Eric Lamb of Wisconsin, a gift card going to Madeline Harlan of Kentucky, gift card going to Sandeep Kayal of California, a phone going to Robert Bayer of North Carolina, a gift card going to Jordan Tazewell of California, a gift card to Paul Brensdahl of Tennessee, and a phone going to Andrew Dent of Missouri. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. Don't forget about that best question card. We will be following up with all of you winners after we wrap today, once we've had a chance to take a look at all those questions. All right, I'm going to move things along. Whew, after I breathe for a moment there. Oh, Peter, I like that. Peter says everyone should donate their prizes to me to make up for those jelly bellies. I don't hate that plan, Peter. I do not hate that. All right, if you are on the webinar today and you would like to chat with us about presenting at a future summit, provided that you are not making me eat horrible jelly bellies, and you want to join in on a summit, EcoCast, MegaCast, webinar, whatever you have in mind, we would love to chat with you about that. So reach out via email at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And with that, we have reached the end of our MegaCast today. Boy, was it a big one. On behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank all of our speakers from KnowBe4, Synology, Unitrends, Keeper Security, Zscaler, ReliaQuest, Veeam, Haiku, Ignite, Rubrik, Gigamon, and CrowdStrike for making this extremely awesome MegaCast possible. And a special thank you to all of you for attending, for asking some great questions, for staying engaged all the way throughout the day. I know that it has been a big day. We are all wiped, so be sure to stand up, go stretch it out, take a nice long walk, or just put your feet up, whatever you got. But make sure you take some time to unwind and let all the really interesting things that we learned today just sink in for a little bit, kind of mull them over before you move on about your day. And before you take off fully, be sure to mark your calendars. Come back and join me tomorrow. I'll be chatting with Melissa Palmer, who's absolutely fascinating, in the Expert Series. That's 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're going to be talking from edge to cloud, how backup solutions are evolving. If you haven't heard from Melissa Palmer before, you You don't want to miss this. She's a fantastic speaker, and it'll just be a lot of fun. So 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, the Expert Series. Come join Melissa and I. And boy, that is about it. That's all I've got for you today. So I hope that I get to see you all on a MegaCast EcoCast Summit Expert Series again sometime soon. And until then, I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful end to your day.